Human in Fairy Tale, summon KANNA-CHAN at the beginning. Chapter 1. Oh this! I traveled through time. Lee Tae-eun looked at himself in the mirror. His face was full of stubble, he had a pair of full-frame black-rimmed glasses, and his hair was messy. He finally accepted the fact of traveling through time. In his previous life, he was a college student who had just graduated from Xiaoguo. He watched Blackpink's new group variety show in the middle of the night and accidentally went to bed late at night. When he woke up, he turned out to be an 18th-tier solo singer in the Great Han Kingdom. Through the memories retained in his brain, Lee Tae-eun learned that this singer was also called Lee Tae-eun, not only with the same name, but also the same age, 24 years old. He debuted for 4 years and only had one single. His performance can no longer be described by the word miserable. He lived in poverty, the landlord demanded rent, he bought alcohol and got hungover, and died suddenly. He traveled through time and replaced his identity. By recalling the memories of Lee Tae-eun in the Great Han Kingdom, he discovered a shocking secret. Lee Tae-eun and Rose were childhood sweethearts, and Lee Tae-eun's parents died in a traffic accident while helping Rose's family. In order to repay their kindness, they let Rose get engaged to Lee Tae-eun. Rose also had a crush on Lee Tae-eun and agreed to the marriage. Blackpink's Australian Wild Rose just became my Lee Tae-eun's fiancée. Lee Tae-eun's favorite star is Blackpink's Rose. He once dreamed of marrying Rose, but they were not destined to be together in his previous life. After his rebirth, he became Rose's fiancé. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the Entertainment Master system. Please choose your main mission. Just as Lee Tae-eun was delighted with his new identity, a mechanical female voice came into his mind. Entertainment Master system? Not only have I traveled through time, but I also have a system. At this time, the system gave 4 main quest options. Singer, actor, variety show host. The system other is to arrange the subsequent career plan for Lee Tae-eun. The first 3 are easy to understand, but the 4th other is a bit confusing. The emergence of the system gave Lee Tae-eun new hope. His original career was a singer. He has been a mess for 4 years. He has never been in contact with actors and variety shows, so he doesn't know how to start. Others was like a spell, deeply attracting him. After some consideration, Lee Tae-eun chose the 4th option others. Ding! Congratulations to the host for selecting singers, actors, and variety show performers as the main task. MO? I was actually played by the system. Seeing the main task given by the system, Lee Tae-eun almost vomited blood. Singer Main Mission 1, release a single or album. Reward, skill points +2. Actor Main Mission 1, act in a TV series or movie. Reward, skill point +1. Variety Show Main Task 1, perform in a variety show. Reward, skill points +2. Are you kidding me? I'm an 18th tier singer who can't even support myself. How can I complete these tasks? Despite his complaints, Lee Tae-eun still studied the system and retrieved his initial data. Charm, 1, 100. Stamina, 10, 100. Intelligence, 50, 100. Talent, 26, 100. Singing, 42, 100. Dancing, 36, 100. Acting, 5, 100. The data is average, nothing is outstanding. No wonder they still look poor after 4 years of debut. At this moment, the phone rang with Blackpink's Playing with Fire. It was Rose calling. Lee Tae-eun picked up the phone excitedly. Tae-eun oppa. What are you doing? You didn't reply to my messages, and no one answered my phone calls all night. Rose's soft voice came from the other end of the line. Rose, I was writing a song, my phone was on silent so I didn't see it, sorry. Appa, Don't work too hard. I'm taking a break today. I have good news for you. Let's meet at the old place. Lee Tae-eun was a little excited that he would see his dream idol soon. He took a shower, shaved his beard, changed into a clean set of clothes, and went to the beauty salon to cut his chicken coop hair into the most popular short hair in Gyeonggi. As expected, a man depends on his hairstyle. With short hair, he looks like an artist after changing his hairstyle. Ding! The side quest is now open. Side quest 1, get the private contact information of a popular star. Reward, 1 million won, take a photo with the star, and the reward will be doubled. 1 million won is equivalent to about 6,000 RMB. When Lee Tae-eun heard about the monetary reward, his heart was moved. He is now penniless, and what he needs most is money, because only with money can he complete the main quest. A popular star? Lee Tae-eun soon had a goal. He arrived at the restaurant where he often dated 10 minutes early. This was opened by Lee Tae-eun's friend, and they would always prepare a small private room for him. He ordered Rose's favorite dish. Soon, Rose, who was covered tightly, entered the private room. She jumped into Lee Tae-eun's arms like a little child. "Appa, I miss you so much, we haven't seen each other for a long time." Yes, the group has recently returned, and Rose is busy filming group variety shows, shooting music videos, and performing on stage. It has been a few months since we last met. After working for a long time, the fatigue on Rose's face is clearly visible. Lee Tae-eun hugged Rose and gently stroked her thin face. "Rose, Appa will work hard to grow up and let you enjoy happiness and be my Rose princess." Rose blushed shyly and buried her little head in Lee Tae-eun's arms. "I know Appa can do it." Lee Tae-eun's body trembled slightly. "Yes, it can be done." Chapter 2. Ishgar. In the far north, in a bustling town, snowflakes were falling, the wind was howling, and the biting coldness was blowing. In the tavern, Soo-chen leaned on the table, bored. The people around him were not making a fuss as usual, but were very quiet. A dark cloud was brewing in everyone's heart. It seems like something big is going to happen. There are many wizards in the tavern. Usually the atmosphere is lively. Even if there is something sad, it will be affected by the atmosphere. But today's situation is the first time I have seen it. "Boss, has anything happened in the city recently?" Soo-chen raised his head and asked the owner of the nearby tavern. The boss was a middle-aged man. He glanced at him and sighed softly. It turned out to be Soo-chen. "Didn't you know? Deliera is coming, those who can run have run away, you are still young, let's go." Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that this tavern was full of the older generation, and there were very few young people. However, Deliera is coming? Soo-chen's heart sank, and a sense of crisis emerged. Deliera is a demon created by the black magician Jelal, an undead disaster demon, doing evil everywhere, destroying one city after another, and many wizards went to fight, but they all died in his hands. In memory, this demon was sealed by Wooloo with absolute ice, but Wooloo also died because of it. More than a month ago, Soo-chen traveled to the Goblin's Tale. The world of BA, this is a world of magic, and those who master magic can be called wizards. The mainstream of this world, the guild, is composed of many wizards. At first, he was excited. Coming here means that he can learn magic and become a wizard. But soon, reality taught him a lesson. In this unfamiliar place, no one explains magic to you, no one teaches you magic, and you are at a loss unless you can teach yourself. So at this moment, he is still an ordinary person. For a month, he could only take on small jobs every day to make a living. And now, Deliera is coming, or his city. Run! This was his first thought, but he was just an ordinary person. It was icy and snowy outside, and there were many snow wolves hunting while enduring hunger. It seemed that he couldn't run away. He smiled bitterly and thought that as a time traveler, his life was too miserable. Ding! The clock-in system has been successfully bound. System. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. Has his golden finger finally arrived? System, what is your role? He suppressed his excitement and said silently in his heart. Host, you can get rewards by signing in every day. You can get a big gift package every month, and the rewards include things from all the heavens and worlds. After hearing the introduction of the system, Su Chen had a general understanding. It's very simple, just sign in every day to get rewards. Just in time, system, I want to clock in. Delira's presence was like a thorn in Su Chen's throat, so he dared not relax at any time. Whenever he had a chance, he would grab it firmly. Ding! Check-in successful. A copy of Magic Weekly Photo Album. What? Su Chen was struck by lightning. Is this photo album serious? System, is there something wrong? This is not what I want. System self-checking. Self-check completed, system correct. Looking at the photo album that suddenly appeared in his hand, Su Chen was dumbfounded. Well, the figure is pretty good, this is not what he wants, hey. Now, he urgently needs something to enhance his strength, otherwise, he can only wait for death. This system is too unreliable. The host has a novice gift package, do you want to receive it? His eyes lit up and he was full of anticipation again receive it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the origin of the Wind Dragon, a god-level summoning card. Wind Dragon origin. Before he asked, a surge of power emerged from his body, like the power of origin, flowing in his body, flowing into his limbs and bones, powerful and terrifying, and a large amount of knowledge also emerged in his mind. Scenes emerged, a huge wind dragon roared in the sky, roared, and made various movements, and scenes were all imprinted in Su Chen's mind. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a wind dragon, roaring to the sky. Fortunately, he still remembered that he was in the tavern and suppressed it for a while. If it broke out, I'm afraid this tavern would be gone. The origin of the wind dragon, after fusion, will have the magic of the wind dragon. As the degree of fit increases, the power obtained will be greater. Dragons are powerful beings in the world of fairy tale, powerful and mysterious. More than 400 years ago, dragons disappeared collectively. Since then, few people have seen the existence of dragons. Feeling the terrifying power surging in his body, Su Chen suppressed his excitement, thanked the boss, and left the tavern and walked out of the city. He couldn't wait to try his own strength. Chapter 3. There was a lot of noise in the distance. Su Chen and Kanna looked at each other, both of them looked a little solemn. They felt a dark force that made them feel uncomfortable. Delira. Squinting his eyes, Su Chen had a guess. This place, this movement, can only be that demon. Suddenly, he thought of something. Kangna, let's go and have a look too. The town in the distance, the huge town, was almost reduced to ruins at this moment, with fires everywhere and people fleeing everywhere. It was no longer prosperous as before, many homes were broken, wives and children were separated, and more people were buried at the hands of the devil. People looked at the culprit with resentment, but they were powerless and could only run away. In a corner of the town, Gray was covered in scars, holding Leo, looking at the devil Delira who was still destroying the city. In the center of the city, a huge monster stood, with huge chains wrapped around his body, wreaking havoc and killing anyone he saw. Almost half of the people in the town died in his hands. Gray's home and father, who once died at the hands of this monster, the demon created by the black wizard Ziraf, Delira, is known as the Undead Disaster. In order to seek revenge, he followed Ulu to learn the ice-shaping magic, but he was still so powerless in the face of this demon. He was killed in an instant. If Ulu had not arrived in time, he would have been dead. He looked at Ulu fighting with Deliara, his eyes full of guilt, worry, and self-blame. We must win. On the battlefield, powerful magic spells bloomed in Wulu's hands and hit Deliara fiercely, but Wulu felt more and more depressed. Although his magic was powerful, this demon was even more powerful. Even if it caused damage, it would recover quickly. After a long struggle, his magic power was running out. Ice-shaped rose garden. Wulu formed seals with her hands, and the bone-piercing coldness spread out from her as the center. The surrounding buildings were instantly frozen, turning into an ice world. Endless coldness spread out, like a rose slowly blooming on the ground, spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is it done? Wulu was delighted. Deliara's body was slowly covered with a layer of ice. His movements slowly froze and he stopped in place. On a hillside not far away, Su-Chen and Kanna watched all this. Are you going to win? Kanna asked. It's not that simple. Just watch. This demon is not simple. Then, Master Su-Chen, do you want to save that elder sister? Su-Chen's eyes flickered, and he said after a moment of hesitation, save, this woman cannot die. Oh, Connor knows. On the battlefield, almost as Su-Chen finished speaking, the ice layer on Deliara's body suddenly exploded, and with a roar, a terrifying force swept out. Damn it, even this trick doesn't work? How can it be so strong? Wulu panted heavily, his face was very ugly, the demon was so powerful that he didn't expect it. What should I do? She was almost exhausted now, unless she used that trick. Once she used that trick, both of them would perish. This was a forbidden technique, and it would cost her life. She still had 2 apprentices, they were still young, and she also had her own daughter. As her mind was fluctuating, Deliara made a move. The huge iron chain whizzed down, and the surrounding houses exploded one after another. Ice shield. Instantly, a thick ice shield rose in front of Wulu. Bang! The iron chain smashed down, and the ice shield only lasted for a few breaths before it shattered. Wulu also flew out. No, if we keep wasting time like this, we won't be able to use that trick anymore. A trace of determination flashed in her eyes. She stood firm, took a deep breath, and looked back at where Gray was. Goodbye, Gray, Leo, daughter, I will see you soon. She solemnly formed a hand seal with both hands. This was the starting hand seal of absolute freezing. At the cost of life, everything would be frozen and never melted. However, just when she was halfway through the hand seal, a hand stretched out and stopped her. It's not a life or death struggle yet, don't give up easily, a gentle voice sounded beside him. Wu Lu turned around and saw a young man with a smile on his face, and a cute little girl beside him. Who are you? At this moment, Deliara whistled the chain and smashed it again, and the air seemed to be blown away. Be careful. Wu Lu's heart tightened when she saw this scene, and she shouted hurriedly. Su-Chen's eyes flashed, but he found that Kanna had taken a step ahead, stepped forward with her short legs, and said in a cold tone, you actually want to hurt Lord Su-Chen, go to hell. The roar of the thunder dragon. He opened his little mouth and took a deep breath. A terrifying force was brewing. He exhaled suddenly, and a vortex of thunder and lightning roared up. Boom! The iron chain met the lightning vortex in the air and dissipated directly in the air, moving towards Deliara without slowing down. Boom! Deliara stumbled back a few steps. This. Wulu looked at Kanna's petite body, but she burst out with such amazing power, and she was shocked. Is this really a child? And there is such magic? Are you dragon slayers? Wu Lu asked in surprise. Chapter 4. Are you dragon slayers? I guess so. Su-Chen raised his eyebrows and replied. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's talk about it after we have dealt with the demon. Kanna, let's go. Su-Chen said to Kanna next to him. Yeah, After saying that, the two rushed towards Deliura. Deliura was a demon created by Jalal. He was very powerful, and most importantly, he was almost immortal and difficult to kill. This was why Deliura had been wreaking havoc for so long and had never been killed. Su Chen also knew it, but he would always think of a way, right? Although it was the first time for the two to fight together, their tacit understanding was still good. Su Chen jumped suddenly, and the whole person came to the air. The magic power of the wind gathered in his hands, and he punched hard, hitting Deliura's body, knocking it back violently. Below, Kanna used her hands in the shape of a Kamehameha, and a beam of light hit her legs heavily. Boom! The huge Deliura, with forces on both ends, fell to the ground suddenly. This is already the edge of the town. There are few people around, so I can give it a try. Roar! Deliura got up from the ground and roared, seeming to be more angry than before, and his strength was also a little stronger. Su Chen and Kanna rushed up again. The iron fist of the wind dragon. A punch hit Deliura's head directly, and the huge force pushed it 100 meters away. Roar of the thunder dragon. Kanna attacked again, taking advantage of the situation to chase. Boom! The place where Deliura was instantly covered by dust, and the terrifying power was raging, and ordinary people would die if they touched it. Wolo stared at all this in amazement. These two seemingly young children are so strong? Even someone as strong as Deliura was suppressed and beaten. Who are these two people? Are they from the guild or the council? As for Su Chen, although it seems that Deliura is being suppressed, in fact, the situation is not good. This ghost thing has too strong recovery ability, unless he is completely wiped out at once, but this is not something he can do at the moment. Roar! Deliura got up again and roared. He was very angry that he was injured by an ant, but before it could do anything, Su Chen and Kanna were like two violent dragons, punching one after another, punching to the flesh, and from time to time a burst of magic came out violently. Bang bang bang! Deliura directly pressed the two to the ground and pounded them. The terrifying power radiated from the center, and the surrounding buildings collapsed. Dust was raised, blocking the view. What happened? Wolo looked at the direction of Su Chen with worry. She did not rush over rashly. With her strength, she could not help much. At this moment, a beam of light pierced through the dust and shot into the void. The space was shaking. Wolo felt a shaking, and the sky and the earth were shaking. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and the dust dispersed. On the battlefield, Su Chen and Kanna stood up and faced Deliura. Sir Su Chen, this monster is a little difficult to deal with. Kanna looked at Deliura, who was covered in wounds and was recovering quickly, and was a little puzzled. Su Chen pondered for a moment, thinking of a solution in his mind. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Kanna, wait a minute. Okay. Kanna nodded solemnly, and Su Chen suddenly jumped out, came to Deliura's head, punched hard, and knocked him down heavily. Then, the magic power of the wind gathered wildly in his hands, and he shouted coldly, "Wind Dragon's Barrier!" Whoosh, whoosh. Endless winds were dancing wildly, forming a wind barrier around Deliura. The rotation of the endless winds seemed to be nothing from the outside, but the people inside would be crushed by the endless winds as soon as they touched this barrier. Kanna. Yes. Endless lightning. Kanna was covered in lightning, like a lightning man, with electric snakes dancing wildly. ZZ. The storm, plus the destruction of thunder and lightning, formed a destructive storm barrier, trapping Deliura in it. After doing all this, Su Chen jumped down and came to Kanna. Looking at the destructive barrier, he chuckled. Okay, next, just wait. This was also what he thought of temporarily. What will happen when the wind element is added to thunder? So he tried it, and it seemed to work well. It was much more useful than the previous attack. Inside the barrier, Deliura roared and punched the barrier heavily. Surprisingly, its hand was like stuck in a quagmire, unable to move, and was constantly destroyed. Roar! The pain made it struggle constantly, but the more it struggled, the deeper it fell. Its body was constantly being worn away. Su-Chen had already anticipated the thing's ability to recover, and as long as it was touched, it would not be able to escape. The roar in the barrier persisted for a long time, and in the end, it became weaker and weaker, and the destruction barrier was slowly shrinking. Sir Su-Chen, it's going to be successful. Kanna said excitedly. It's a pity that you can't eat it. Su-Chen glanced at her. Should he teach her what she can eat and what she can't eat? It shouldn't be necessary. The stomach of a dragon is different from that of a human. After 2 hours, Deliara finally stopped screaming. Su-Chen waved his hand gently and removed the destruction barrier. There was nothing inside. It was finally done. Did you really do it? Wolo came over at some point, looking a little shocked. Are you from the council? Chapter 5. Council. Sorry, I don't want to have anything to do with that council of review. Su-Chen smiled faintly, and he didn't have a good impression of the council of review she mentioned. But no matter what, I want to thank you for defeating Deliara this time. Otherwise, I don't know how many innocent people would have died at its hands. Thank you. Hearing this, Wolo stopped asking questions and expressed his sincere gratitude. If it weren't for the 2 people in front of him, this town would probably be destroyed, and in the end, he would end up perishing with it. It doesn't matter, but the magic you used at the end should be a forbidden technique, at the cost of your life. Su-Chen waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to take it to heart. He was still very curious about Wu Lu. At the age of about 30, she was infinitely close to the Holy 10 Magicians. It can be said that she had great potential. He saved her just to see how much she could grow in the future. That magic? Yes, at the cost of life, freeze everything. Wolo's eyes darkened, thinking of all the things that happened before. Wake up, it's scary. Kanna's soft voice makes people feel itchy. Her surprised look is so cute that people can't help but want to need her. Kawi. Wu Lu took a look and the haze in her heart was swept away. She was even more girlish and her heart was melted. She couldn't help squatting down and pinching her cheek. Is the little girl your daughter? She's so cute. Su-Chen. Kanna's appearance is too deceptive, and it's easy for people to overlook her strength. Kanna cutely corrected its master Su-Chen. Su-Chen, sir. Wu Lu was a little surprised. What was going on with this pair? Somewhat helplessly, Su-Chen explained, she is my sister, Kanna. Since he had already said that, he introduced them to each other. The 3 of them were considered to have a preliminary acquaintance. Wolo. Wolo, where are you? Just then, several voices called out from the ruins in the distance. Is it Gray or Leo? Ulu reacted instantly, waved and shouted, Hey, I'm here. Soon, 2 small figures staggered over, covered with scars and a little embarrassed. Gray and Leo waited there for a long time, worried about Wolo. After seeing that Deliara did not move, the 2 discussed and ran over. Master, are you okay? Where's Deliara? Leo looked at Wolo worriedly, his eyes full of expectation. Gray felt guilty and even a little afraid to face Wolo. He had been expelled from the sect, but now. Wolo looked at the 2 of them and smiled. Yeah, I'm fine. Deliara has also been eliminated. Great, Gray, I knew that the master would be able to defeat the devil. Hearing this, Leo collapsed and cheered. Wolo is the strongest wizard. Wolo shook her head and said with a smile, I didn't defeat Deliara. She pointed at Su-Chen and Kanna next to her, meaning that these 2 people defeated him. Impossible, it must be Wolo who defeated them, right? These 2 are so young, how could they be opponents of the devil? Leo was a little bit unbelievable, a man who looked only a few years older than him, and a man younger than him, how could they be opponents of the devil? They must have taken advantage of the battle between Wooloo and the devil to pick up the heads. Impossible, I want to challenge you. Leo pointed his finger at Su Chen, looking serious. Leo, Wu Lu angrily looked at him, with a rare serious look on his face. He was not worried about Su Chen, but worried that his disciple would be slapped flat. He was not even a match for the two, let alone Leo. I'll do it. Kanna stepped forward, her face a little gloomy. Master Su Chen was everything to her, how could someone dare to provoke Master Su Chen? This, Wu Lu looked at the two worriedly. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, let them go, KANNA-CHAN knows her limits. But he knew in his heart that Leo might have to pay a heavy price this time. However, he would not stop it. As long as Kanna is happy. He ignored the two people who walked away and set his eyes on Gray, who was silent on the side. He thought to himself, is this one of the people who will carry speakers around in the future? However, he would not have any different opinion of him. Gray, what's wrong? Wooloo stepped forward, put her hand on his shoulder, and smiled warmly. You've already kicked me out, why are you still coming? Gray lowered his head, his voice low, his eyes red. You are my apprentice, my child, we are a family, aren't we? Wu Lu smiled solemnly, looking at Gray steadily, emitting the radiance of motherhood. Family. Gray was stunned. Having lost his home, he felt the warmth of home again. Then he cried out loudly. Wu Lu, I'm sorry, I will listen to you next time. Boom. I've told you so many times, you have to call me master. Wooloo punched Gray on the head and gritted his teeth, but soon he laughed happily. Boom. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion nearby. Su Chen looked in the direction of the sound and raised his eyebrows. Not far away, Leo was lying in the ruins, his life or death unknown, covered with wounds, with almost no intact part. Kanna was standing not far away, safe and sound. Obviously, this was her masterpiece. Wu Lu turned her head and looked at Su Chen, as if asking, is this what you call being sensible? Chapter 6. Leo. Wooloo exclaimed and ran over. Gray was also stunned. This seemingly harmless little girl actually defeated Leo, so easily. But soon, his eyes ignited with endless fighting spirit. He must defeat this little girl, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. If he couldn't even defeat a little girl, what kind of wizard was he? Leo. Wooloo came to the ruins, pulled Leo out, took a look, and breathed a sigh of relief. How is it possible that I would lose to her? Leo gritted his teeth, sweating coldly, and tried to struggle to get up. Master Su Chen, Kanna looked up, blinking her eyes, and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled, touched Kanna's head, and said nothing. He was beaten, he is not dead. If he is not taught a lesson with such a reckless character, he may cause trouble in the future. Master, is Leo okay? Gray was also shocked when he saw Leo's appearance. It was too miserable. Su Chen said lightly, don't worry, he won't die. Hearing this, Wu Lu also smiled bitterly. Kanna has a sense of propriety. Just save a life? However, this was Leo's own choice. Master Su Chen, Kanna is hungry. Kanna tugged at Su Chen's clothes and said softly. Su Chen then remembered that because of Deliera, he had only eaten a little of the roasted snow wolf before. It was no problem for him, but Kanna was a dragon and had a big appetite. Okay, let's find a place to eat. If you don't mind, you can come to my place. I still have some food at home. I haven't thanked you properly for what you did this time. At this time, Wu Lu suddenly spoke up. Oh, food. When Kanna heard about food, her eyes immediately fixed on Wooloo, and she was very tempted. However, she still turned her head to look at Su Chen, and pulled his clothes with her little hands. shaking him gently. Master Su-chen. That would be troublesome. Su-chen agreed with his hands. Wolo lived not far from here. Wolo carried Leo on his back and the group set off. On the way, Wolo and Su-chen chatted, and she also mentioned that she had a daughter who was as cute as Kanna when she was a child. Su-chen didn't say anything. Comfort? I'm not good at this. An hour later, in the howling cold wind, stepping on the thick snow, they finally arrived at Wolo's home. It was far away from the town and surrounded by snow-capped mountains. It was indeed more suitable for ice wizards. After entering the house, Wolo asked everyone to sit down. First, Wolo put Leo on the bed and applied a simple medicine, and then took out the food. Sorry, this place is quite remote, so these are the only things we have, Wu Lu said apologetically. Kanna likes it. Kanna started eating directly. During the chat, Wu Lu also knew that Su-chen and Kanna did not join any forces, and they were similar to him, concentrating on practicing. As a result, the two of them gradually had more topics to talk about. What are your plans next? Wu Lu placed a cup of hot water in front of Su-chen and asked. What's next? Su-chen pondered for a moment, raised his head, and said calmly maybe he will go out to play, practice, or join a guild. He couldn't help but think of fairy tale, this guild. Perhaps, he needs to go to Magnolia. Now, he only has the initial origin of wind, and his strength is at most that of an S-class wizard, which is a little different from the top combat power in this world. Therefore, he can't relax now, and he has to continue to practice and improve his strength. And often, fighting is one of the fastest ways to improve strength. That's it. Wolo nodded. If it weren't for some reasons, she would have chosen this way. After chatting for a while, Leo woke up and looked at Kanna again with a different look. He still remembered the scene of the battle. With just one move, the little girl knocked him down. This time he learned his lesson and listened to his master. Are you okay? Wolo checked and was relieved after confirming that everything was fine. It was just a superficial wound. Slowly, the few people started talking and had more topics to talk about. After eating and drinking, Kanna and Su-chen rested for a while. Seeing that it was getting dark, they decided to stay here for another night. Fortunately, there were enough rooms. However, it would be better if Kanna didn't kick the quilt at night. The next day. Boom! A loud noise sounded again, accompanied by two screams. Su-chen and Wu Lu were both helpless. Early in the morning, Leo and Gray, who had regained their vitality, found Kanna and wanted to challenge her. The result was that the two were beaten half to death by Kanna again. However, this time she really showed mercy. After the fight, Su-chen and Kanna said goodbye. Before leaving, Su-chen looked at Wu Lu and suddenly said, Wolo, your daughter may still be alive in this world. Wu Lu was stunned and muttered to himself, daughter, ulti-ya. His eyes gradually became firm. Really? If so, what if I travel all over the continent? His heart was extremely complicated. Master, we all believe that ulti-ya is still alive. We will help you find her. Gray and Leo came to ulti-ya with a firm look in their eyes. Ulti-ya nodded solemnly yes. When he looked up again, he found that Su-chen and Kanna had gone far away. Chapter 7. The Far North. The wind was cold and the snow was mixed with wind. Two figures, one big and one small, were walking in the wind and snow. They were Su-chen and Kanna, who said goodbye to Ulu. Both of them were strong and were not afraid of the cold. He reminded Ulu before just because he thought they could chat well and she was more pleasing to the eye. Of course, he only knew that Olushia was still alive, but he didn't know where she was exactly. All this depends on fate. After leaving the far north, Su-chen decided to go to the kingdom of Fiori first, find a place to live, and then consider other things. Lord Su-chen, I can carry you. Seeing that the road ahead was still covered in white, Kanna transformed into a white dragon. This dragon was relatively small and seemed to be underage. Sin, hesitant for a moment, he felt that Kanna was right. If the two of them hurried on their way, it would take who knows how long it would take. Woohoo! The white dragon rode the wind and flew away at a very fast speed. The journey that would have taken several days was reached in just a few hours. A city appeared in front of them, belonging to the kingdom of Fiori. At such an signal, Kanna turned into a human form in a hidden place. Kanna, from now on, unless it is absolutely necessary, you must not transform into a dragon in front of others, do you hear me? Su-chen warned. Oh, I see, Master Su-chen. Kanna nodded seriously, without asking why. Whatever Master Su-chen said was what it was. Seeing this, Su-chen smiled and took Kanna's hand and walked into the city. The surroundings suddenly became noisy. This is a world full of magic. There are shops everywhere on the streets, and there are even shops selling star spirit keys. Of course, there are also many artists who rely on magic performances. Most of them use some useless magic. These are scenes that Su-chen has never seen. Kanna was also overwhelmed, looking at this and that. However, the two of them were just passing by, and Jane, after just some supplies and some information, they left. But after the two of them left the city, there was a tail behind them. Neither Su-chen nor Kanna noticed. They didn't know how long they had been walking, but Kanna was hungry again. Su-chen was a little helpless about this. After studying it for a long time, he finally came to a conclusion that Kanna was still growing and ate more. He hunted a wild boar nearby, washed it, and roasted it on a fire. Su-chen sat next to him, turning the food slowly. Kanna squatted next to him, staring at him with her eyes blinking, which made people love her very much. After a while, a wisp of fragrance slowly drifted away. I'm starting to eat. Kanna tore off a thigh and ate it without hesitation. Young man, can I sit here? Suddenly, a voice sounded, and as soon as the voice fell, a figure appeared next to him. Su-chen's heart trembled. Even if he relaxed his vigilance, he would still notice something. When he saw the person coming, he was stunned. This was a short old man, a little bald, but the problem was that Su-chen knew this old man. The other party was the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, Makarov. One of the 10 strongest people in the East Continent. It was a bit unexpected that Makarov appeared here. This was too much of a coincidence. Young man, do you have any objections? Makarov glanced at Su-chen and said lightly. No, just do whatever you want. After knowing that it was Makarov, Su-chen was slightly relieved. The other party was not a treacherous person. His personality made people happy. Oh, what a cute little kid. Your daughter. Makarov was surprised when he saw Kanna next to him, but then he said no, how could you give birth to such a cute child? Su-chen. He felt a little bit that Makarov was out of tune, which made him want to bite him. However, Su-chen would not act rashly without knowing Makarov's purpose. Although Makarov was looking at KANNA-CHAN, he was always observing Su-chen out of the corner of his eye. It was not a coincidence that he passed by, but he went to the far north at the request of the council. Deliura appeared again, destroyed a city, and finally disappeared. He and several S-class wizards split up to investigate the reason for Deliura's disappearance. This demon is very powerful, so ordinary wizards are of no use at all. It's just that when he was in the town before, he suddenly smelled the scent of the devil. It was Deliura for sure. So he followed all the way, wanting to know the relationship between the boy and the devil. As the saying goes, you can't get a tiger cub without going into the tiger's den. So, he showed up directly. In fact, it was through observation that he felt that the two were not evil people. Young man, your cooking skills are pretty good, but the meat is a little tough. You just came out from the far north? Makarov asked casually. Su-chen raised his eyelids and said, "How did the old man guess it? There is a familiar smell on you, which makes people feel uneasy." Su-chen narrowed his eyes and seemed to frown. He vaguely guessed Makarov's intention. However, he really didn't pay attention. After a careful feeling, he did find that there was a faint smell on himself and Kanna. It was not from himself or Kanna, but from Deliera. I think it was contaminated when fighting with him. It attracted Makarov. Chapter 9. Magnolia is a thriving town, with busy streets and a look of peace on every resident's face. In the middle stands a huge guild, which is quite conspicuous in the town, with the guild's logo hanging on it. Fairy tale. At this time, in front of the guild gate. "Suchin, welcome to Fairy Tale." Makarov brought Suchin and KANNA-CHAN to the door, pointing at the guild and proudly said. Then, he slowly pushed the door open. As soon as the door opened, the noise came over us. Inside and outside were like two completely different worlds. Hundreds of members were sitting in the lobby. It was so lively, drinking, quarreling, fighting, everything. Before opening the door, Suchin had already imagined what the scene would be like, but he was still shocked when he saw it. This should not be called a guild, but a bar, and it was an extremely chaotic bar. "Hey, the master is back." Makoto turned around and saw Makarov, and was immediately surprised. "The president is back. This time I came back so soon." "Hey, the president brought people back again? Wait, this little girl? She's so cute, my heart is melting. He must be very pretty when he grows up. I can wait." When Makarov came back, he attracted the attention of many members. They also noticed Su-chen and Kanna, who were following behind Makarov, and they talked about it. Kanna, in particular, looked so cute that she was popular with men, women, young and old. It immediately melted the hearts of the group. If the president hadn't been there, he would have rushed over. "This is Su-chen and KANNA-CHAN. They will be members of our guild from now on. Let's get along well." Makarov stepped forward and introduced them to everyone. "Wow, there's a new member joining. This little girl is so cute. Hello, my name is Macau. My name is Marcus, please give me your advice in the future." A warm welcome suddenly rang out in the guild. The guild is always welcoming to newcomers. Of course, a big part of the reason is that every time a new member joins, a banquet is held. A girl walked up to Su-chen. "Well, it should be Kanna." She stretched out her hand and gently stroked Kanna's head. "Hey, what a cute child. My name is Kanna. Come and let your sister hug you. I will protect you in the guild from now on." Kanna moved away and came behind Su-chen. She slowly stuck her head out and refused no. This action made Kanna love him even more. "Kanna, you scared the kids. Besides, I'll protect KANNA-CHAN." However, before Kanna could make any move, another girl came over. She had long white hair and was dressed like a bad girl. She walked in front of Kanna and said arrogantly, "Myra Jane, do you want to fight? Isn't it just a fight? You're the loser." Mirage and Kanna's foreheads touched each other, their anger grew, and they were about to start fighting if they didn't agree on anything. Do you hate me?" Kanna's eyes were red, tears were rolling, and she looked like she was about to cry. "Oh, no, don't get me wrong, we just like you too much. You, don't cry." Over there, Myra Jane and Kanna, who saw this scene, panicked and waved their hands and feet, not knowing what to do. If the two of them were fighting, they would be good at it, but if they were coaxing a child, they would be at a loss. "Myra Jane, Kanna, please apologize quickly, KANNA-CHAN is about to cry." "Don't cry, Kanna. We will protect you from now on. This is too much." The guild members felt their hearts melt when they saw Kanna crying. "You two should be quiet." Makarov turned his head to look at Kanna, and quickly came up with a smile. "Kanna, Don't cry, Grandpa will buy you what you want, or I will help you beat up these two guys. Looking at the scene where the stile was gradually collapsing, Su-Chen was dumbfounded. Although Kanna's charm was unstoppable, the scene in front of him still made him stunned. Is this still the fairy tale he knew? The stile has collapsed. As for Kanna, do you think a dragon of unknown age will cry? It can only be said that Kanna's appearance is too confusing. But now, he has to come out to end it, otherwise, who knows what it will turn into. He squatted down, picked up Kanna, looked at Myra Jane and Kanna, and smiled lightly. Sorry, both of you, Kanna just wants to be with me. Kanna arched on Su-Chen and nodded her little forehead. Myra Jane looked at this scene, her eyes still unwilling. Well, Su-Chen is very strong, you don't need to worry about Kanna. Makarov stood up at the right time and spoke for Su-Chen. However, it would have been better if he didn't say it. It was okay that everyone's attention was attracted by Kanna before, but now everyone was attracted by Makarov's words. Being said to be very strong by the president is enough to explain a lot of problems. For a moment, everyone looked at Su-Chen. Many people were eager to try, they just wanted to fight. Myra Jane came over as if he had found some new prey, looked him up and down, and raised his chin slightly. The president said, "You are very strong. Let me introduce myself. My name is Myra Jane, and I am destined to be the strongest person in this guild." Chapter 10. Myra Jane is very beautiful, no doubt about it. With long white hair hanging down, clear and bright blue pupils, and a pink bow as the icing on the cake, she is a real beauty, which makes people's eyes shine. She will definitely be stunning when she grows up. But, her strength is also really strong. With a smile, Su-Chen said, "Su-Chen, it is the president's favor. My strength is average." Makarov was very pleased. This child can really talk. He can say that. You must say more. Myra Jane narrowed her eyes, flashing a dangerous light. "I want to challenge you. If you lose, just shout a few times that Myra Jane is the most powerful wizard. How about it?" "Oh, what if I lose?" Su-Chen said with a smile. Myra Jane hadn't thought about this question yet, so she hesitated and said, "Lose? I'll wash your clothes for a month." Later, Elfman and Lysina were a little worried because Su-Chen acted too calm from beginning to end. There was only one possibility, that is, this person was absolutely sure. Okay. Su-Chen agreed, if for nothing else, just to not have to wash clothes for a month. "No, if you want to challenge Lord Su-Chen, you have to challenge me first." Kanna suddenly spoke up to stop the fight. The look in her eyes towards Myra Jane was full of fighting spirit. Anyone who tried to hurt Lord Su-Chen had to get Kanna's consent. No one was allowed to do that. Stared at by Kanna's fierce eyes, Marajana's heart softened again. She waved her hands repeatedly. "Kanna-chan, no, it's not what you think." "Xenia." Kanna jumped off Su-Chen lightly, staring at Mylaja with her eyes fixed on him. "I don't want to fight you, I want to challenge Su-Chen." "No." Kanna refused to give in and stood in front of Su-Chen. "Su-Chen, if you have the guts, don't hide in front of the child. I want to challenge you." Myra Jane felt at a loss and could only shout at Su-Chen behind her. Su-Chen raised his eyebrows. He did have the urge to fight with Myra Jane to test her depth. But now, he changed his mind. It's a good thing that KANNA-CHAN defends herself like this. Otherwise, you and KANNA-CHAN have a fight, the stakes are the same as before. Yet. Kanna nodded repeatedly. "I am very strong. Okay, after I beat Kanna, I will fight you again." Myra Jane said angrily. "Sister, are you really going to do that to KANNA-CHAN? She's still a child." Lysina advised. "Don't worry, I know my limits." Mirage smiled confidently. Soon, everyone in the guild knew that Mirage was going to fight KANNA-CHAN. They all followed. Many people didn't understand why Su-Chen didn't stop him. Letting KANNA-CHAN do whatever she wanted was clearly not on the same level. Kanna took the opportunity to start a game. The odds of betting on Myra Jane to win are 1:0.2, and betting on KANNA-CHAN to win is 1:5. The people in the guild have all seen Mirajana's fighting ability. She is also one of the top in Fairy Tail. Many adults are no match for her. Therefore, most of them started to bet, and most of them bet on Myra Jane to win. Only some people, seeing that KANNA-CHAN had very few people, bet a little bit. I bet 1000J on Myra Jane to win. I bet 1000J on Myra Jane to win. Well, I bet 500J on Kanna to win. Makarov took out 500 and bet on Kanna. I remember the president just bet 2000 on Myra Jane to win. Yes, I just saw it. Su-Chen walked forward, took out all his savings from his pocket and bet I bet 20,000, Kanna wins. He was running out of money, so if someone gave him money, he had to take it. Kanna said in surprise, "Aren't you worried that Kanna will lose?" Su-Chen smiled and said, "I believe her." What a joke, Kanna will lose. In the open space, Kanna and Myra Jane were facing each other, surrounded by members of the guild. Makarov stood in the middle as the referee. Myra Jane grinned, "KANNA-CHAN, don't worry, I will treat you well," and didn't even use the receiving magic. Myra Jane used the receiving magic, which was able to accept the souls of demons. He had powerful strength and was called a demon by people. He was also one of the few S-class wizards in the Fairy Guild in the future. The people around also persuaded KANNA-CHAN to give up this battle. In their opinion, KANNA-CHAN was unarmed and had no combat power at all. Fighting against Myra Jane was basically a meal, not even a meal. Su-Chen shook his head and hoped that you would not be too surprised later. There was no need for too many instructions. KANNA-CHAN knew the limits, unlike Leo before. Begin. Makarov announced the start. Myra Jane walked towards KANNA-CHAN with a grim smile, playing the role of a bad girl to the extreme. "KANNA-CHAN, let me hug you, sister is very gentle." Kanna crossed her legs and spread her 5 fingers on her 2 little hands. She tried to make a ferocious expression on her face, opened her little mouth, and said word by word. "The dragon roars. Ouch. Ah, I'm dead. How can it be so cute? I want to have a baby with my girlfriend." The crowd was all moved, their hearts felt like they were shot by Cupid. Su-Chen. Even he felt like being melted by her cuteness. Let alone the others. KANNA-CHAN was simply too amazing. Everyone was bewitched by her appearance. But soon, the battle style suddenly changed, and everyone was collectively petrified. Chapter 11. On the battlefield, Milage stood there, looking intoxicated. "Oh my god, why is there such a lovely person? How can I kill him?" The dragon finished roaring. Kanna took a deep breath and said, "I'm going to be serious. If you want to challenge Lord Su-Chen, you have to get past me first." After saying that, Kanna's face showed a fierce look, and she glared fiercely. The whole person turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, she appeared above Milage with a clenched fist. She bombarded him without hesitation. Boom! The onlookers only saw a shadow, and Myra Jane flew out. They were stunned in place, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. "I'm getting excited." Myra Jane stood up from a distance and started to get serious. The punch just now made her realize why KANNA-CHAN insisted on fighting with her. Why didn't Su-Chen stop her? It turned out that KANNA-CHAN was quite powerful. The next moment, Myra Jane directly accepted the soul of Satan and turned into a witch. The difference in strength was huge. "Mirage is getting serious," someone in the crowd shouted. Mirage swooped down at an extremely fast speed, with 2 fists falling continuously, and the attack was not weak. Kanna dodged lightly, one by one, and jumped. She appeared above Mirage again, with a calm face, and punched Mirage hard. Bang! Mirage's figure flew out again. Fortunately there were only trees behind him, but even so, wherever Mirage passed, it was as if the land was renovated. Dust rose up. The fairy tale was stunned, including Makarov. All of them were stunned. KANNA-CHAN's power is too strong. This must be a lie. How can a child be so powerful? Myra Jane is almost becoming an S-class wizard. Does KANNA-CHAN want to too? Is KANNA-CHAN going to be the next Gildarts? Ah, my money is all on Myra Jane. Woo, this is my monthly salary. Makarov stared at KANNA-CHAN's petite body in a daze. This was simply unbelievable. It turned out that he was right. Before, Su-chen said that if Deliera was killed, KANNA-CHAN would be given a share, but he didn't believe it. This time, he picked up a treasure. Originally thought it was just one person, but I didn't expect it to be buy one get one free. Ha 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 ha, Makarov, am really smart. I directly added 2 members with S-level strength to the guild. Bang! Myra Jane flew over from a distance, her face excited. KANNA-CHAN, I'm looking forward to the next battle. Come on, sister, Elfman shouted excitedly. Myra, come on for my bet. And mine. As Myra Jane burst out with all her might, the battle began to become complicated and confusing. Myra Jane burst out with all her might and rushed towards KANNA-CHAN. On the other side, Kanna took a deep breath in the face of the aggressive Myra Jane. The dragon roars. Awoo! This time it's no joke, a vortex of lightning appeared and headed straight for Myra. Dark spark. Myra was unwilling to be outdone. Boom! The violent wave swept the scene, blowing people and horses to the ground. This time, the two seemed to be evenly matched. The next moment, Kanna took the initiative to attack. The small fists contained powerful power in the understatement. The two people's fist-to-flesh attack methods made the people present tremble with fear. After a while, Kanna punched Myra again, and there was no doubt that Myra flew out again. The dragon roared. It opened its mouth again and spit out a wave of light, hitting Myra Jane who was flying out. Boom! The forest within 100 meters turned into an open space, and Myra Jane was lying in the middle. The onlookers were sweating coldly. This strength was too strong. If it hit them, they would probably be dead. The look in his eyes when he looked at KANNA-CHAN also changed. This is a wolf in sheep's clothing. No, it is much more powerful than a wolf. Ah! I can still fight. I will definitely be able to defeat Kanna. Myra Jane was shaking all over, covered in wounds, and still struggling to get up. You lose. Kanna glanced at her and said calmly. President, can we announce the result of the battle? Su-chen reminded. The outcome was determined from the beginning. If the battle continues, it will be the same. KANNA-CHAN's strength has not yet been fully exerted. In this battle, KANNA-CHAN wins. Makarov looked at KANNA-CHAN deeply and announced the end of the battle. Sister, the president announced, and Elfman and Listener rushed out and came to Myra Jane. After a look, fortunately, there was no problem, just a rest. After this battle, everyone changed their views on KANNA-CHAN. The same is true for Su-chen. After the battle, someone asked Kanna how strong Su-chen was. Kanna recalled and said, Lord Su-chen is stronger than Kanna. Everyone was stunned. Kanna is already so strong, how can Su-chen be even stronger? No way, this Su-chen doesn't look that big. Su-chen got 100,000 J from Kanna. This time, he can hold on for a while. The waves of the challenge slowly subsided. In the afternoon, Su-chen took Kanna to rent a house and then buy some furniture. After hearing this, Myra Jane, who had recovered, actually volunteered. This surprised Su-chen. Remember to wash my clothes for a month, and Kanna's clothes, too. Su-chen reminded after thinking about it. Such a good labor should not be wasted. Chapter 12. On the street. Su-chen looked a little strange when he saw Myra Jane following behind him. If so, it would be fine if he followed her. But why did she keep glancing at Kanna? Could it be that her hobby was girls? My goodness, KANNA-CHAN's charm was too great. She was popular with both men and women. Su-chen, if you want to rent a house, I know a place where the rent is not expensive and the scenery is also very good. Myra took the initiative to say. Oh, then take us there. Su-chen did not refuse the other party's kindness. After all, it is easy to be deceived when you are unfamiliar with the place. However, for some reason, after he agreed, Miraja seemed to be a lot more excited. Soon, under the leadership of Myra, the group went to the place Myra mentioned. Su-chen observed it and found that it was indeed as Myra said, the location was good and the price was not expensive. It was close to the river, which was very good. Su-chen was very satisfied and paid the rent happily, 50,000 yen a month. If it weren't for Kanna, wouldn't he be unable to pay the rent? Realizing this, he was a little surprised. Oh, is this where we live? Kanna ran around the house happily, like a happy elf. Kanna is so cute. Mirage looked at this scene with a loving expression. Yes. Su-chen did not refute and nodded. By the way, now I know where to live. Remember to come and wash clothes every day for a month. Mirajana's beautiful fantasy was shattered in an instant, and he gritted his teeth and said, I won't break my promise. One day, I will defeat you. I, Myra Jane, will definitely prove that I am the strongest person in the guild. Okay, I'll wait. Su-chen smiled and agreed. Lord Su-chen, Kanna is hungry. Kanna ran for a while, perhaps because the previous battle consumed a lot of energy. She ran to Su-chen and looked at him eagerly. Well, wait a minute. Su-chen fumbled around for a while and took out a bag of potato chips. He got it by signing in every day. He could get anything by signing in every day, including toilet paper, clothes, and even snacks. Oh! It's potato chips, Connor likes it. What a nice smell, what is this? Miraja smelled an alluring aroma and was a little tempted. But she was too embarrassed to speak. She could only watch eagerly. Su-chen couldn't bear it anymore and gave her a pack. After taking a bite, she was immediately intoxicated by the crispy taste and stammered, It's delicious. I've never eaten anything like this before. You look like a nice person, he commented. Su-chen shook his head. The current Mylaja was just a bad girl, totally different from the gentle and sweet Mylaja in his memory. After a while, under Mylaja's lead, he went to buy some daily necessities. In the end, all the money he won today was spent. It seems that I have to do the mission as soon as possible, otherwise, I can't even guarantee my life. There is no other way. You know, before this, Su-chen had no strength at all and could only earn some money by hard work to maintain his life. Not to mention saving money. That night, after the banquet, Su-chen found out that Mylaja lived next door. That's good, it's more convenient to wash clothes. The next day, looking at the fairy tale logo in his hand, Su-chen suddenly felt a warm feeling. It's been a long time since I last saw it. After Mirajana's introduction, Su-chen and Kanna started their first mission. A year later, the door of the guild was pushed open, and the noisy crowd in the guild suddenly stopped. Su-chen walked in with Kanna. I'm back. Kanna raised her hand and announced. After seeing who was coming, the guild was filled with surprise. Yo, Suchin is back, and so is KANNA-CHAN, are you having fun? KANNA-CHAN, I've prepared food for you, come quickly. Kanna, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look much cuter now. In a year. Su-chen and Kanna completed one task after another. With their outstanding strength, all of them were completed 100%, of course, some complaints were inevitable. In this year, Su-chen and Kanna both became S-class wizards. especially during the assessment. Su-Chen and Kanna finally met, and the strength they showed shocked everyone. Almost destroyed the area within a few kilometers. Makarov made a prompt decision and allowed the two to be promoted together. In the next 6 months, the two completed S-class tasks, 10-year tasks, and 100-year tasks together. This time they came back from completing the 10-year task. Su-Chen and Kanna have always been inseparable and have never been apart. It is worth mentioning that in a year, KANNA-CHAN won the hearts of everyone in the guild with her appearance. Knowing what she likes to eat, someone prepares a lot of food for her every time she goes on a mission. This time is no exception. He walked to the food prepared for her with ease and started eating. Su-Chen is back. An excited voice sounded, and a figure rushed to Kanna. It was Myra Jane. In the past year, after getting familiar with Kanna, he always used food to get rid of her and challenged Su-Chen. He was abused every time. He could challenge several times a month. But even so, he never tired of it. As for why, I heard later that it was because Kanna was too cute and he couldn't do it. Su-Chen, I want to challenge you. I, Myra Jane, am the strongest person in this guild. Myra Jane pointed at Su-Chen and announced loudly. Su-Chen grinned and said, "You want to be bullied? I will grant your wish." Chapter 13. The people in the guild were used to it. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Myra Jane staggered in, covered in wounds. "Sister." Listener ran forward to support her. She was used to it. Su-Chen would not use heavy hands. He would just make her lose her fighting power and take a rest. Because of his stability and confidence, the people in the guild trusted him very much. "Where's the president?" Su-Chen appeared beside Listener, looked around, and didn't find Makarov, so he asked. "The president has gone to the regular meeting," Listener said truthfully. He knew that the presidents of each guild would go to the regular meeting every once in a while. Every time, Makarov came back with a gloomy face. Almost every time, the council scolded Chi. No wonder, the members of the Fairy Guild would cause huge damage every time they performed a mission. For example, Myra Jane, after becoming a demon, had terrifying strength and great destructive power. During a mission, she almost destroyed half of the city just to deal with a few members of the Dark Guild. The other members were no exception. Only Su-Chen would restrain himself a little, in order to avoid hurting ordinary people. Kanna is kind-hearted, too. However, she will inevitably cause harm if she gets itchy hands sometimes. At this moment, Makarov walked in from outside. As expected, he looked ugly and angry, with a stack of complaint letters in his hand. He picked out a stack and raised it in his hand. "Mirage, I have told you many times not to damage houses when performing missions, and this time you have destroyed half of the wall of Hajin town." Mirage raised his chin slightly, not caring at all, stepped on the stool, and said, "They still dare to complain? Don't worry, President, next time I will beat them until they dare not complain." "Shut up." Makarov almost fainted. He took out another stack from it and said, "Macau, this is yours. Next time you tease your employer's daughter, I will let everyone in Magnolia know tomorrow." "Ha ha ha, Macao, what would happen if your girlfriend knew about this?" Wakaba laughed. But the next moment, the president threw a stack of coins in front of Wakaba. "And you?" Makarov finished his scolding and looked at Su-Chen and Kanna. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Su-Chen was still reliable. The mission was completed 100% and no one complained. It was really great. Kanna would not mess around with him watching over her. He was most satisfied with them and was very glad that he invited them to join Fairy Tail. "Of course, to hell with all this, we are Fairy Tail." Makarov sneered, lit a fire in his hand, and burned all the complaint letters. Su-Chen slapped his forehead. He knew that things would be like this. However, he was used to it. If he didn't do this, it would not be like Fairy Tail. By the way, this time the council personally issued a mission. They found traces of the Paradise Tower in the sea, a total of 8 were found. The council asked the guild to send people to destroy the Paradise Tower. And we, Fairy Tale, need to be responsible for the 2 Paradise Towers. Makarov announced another task, his face a little solemn. Because the Paradise Tower is not an ordinary thing, but a dark guild. It is full of evil and destruction. Therefore, it requires at least 2 S-class wizards to take action. Tower of Paradise. Su Chen was slightly stunned, and the information about the Tower of Paradise emerged in his mind. As far as he knew, this thing could revive the dead. It was a prop used by the Dark Guild to revive the Black Mage Ziref. There were many times more ordinary people abducted on it. Su Chen, is it okay for you to take charge of one? Makarov's voice sounded, bringing Su Chen back to reality. No problem. Su Chen agreed. It was just the Tower of Paradise. His current strength was far beyond what it was before. In this short period of time, relying on the continuous integration with the Phoenix Dragon origin, plus the things he had obtained by signing in during this period, his strength had become unfathomable. Makarov looked at the others and suddenly felt a headache. There were only a few S-class wizards in the guild. Gildarts was out on a mission, and Laxus was nowhere to be found. After looking around, he saw Myra Jane, who was eager to try. President, let me go. My strength is not much worse than S level. Myra Jane said excitedly. Makarov closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and finally agreed. Ha 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 ha, I am indeed the strongest woman in this guild. Su Chen shook his head and stopped paying attention. Myra Jane is also very strong and will basically have no problem passing the S-level assessment next year. It is not a big problem to deal with this mission. After confirming it, he took the information given by Makarov and led Kanna out of the guild. A year has passed, and Kanna is still as cute as before. She has not grown much. Su Chen can only attribute it to the dragon. As soon as he walked out of the guild, a person came towards him. He stopped and looked around. When he saw the person coming, he was slightly stunned. Laxus. Yes, it was Makarov's grandson Laxus. The strength of the two was known to everyone in the guild, but because of the mission, they had never fought each other. Su Chen, I have been waiting for you for a long time, Laxus said coldly in his windbreaker. Wait for me? Su Chen asked in surprise. Let's have a fight, shall we? Laxus was eager to fight and spoke directly. He had been looking forward to a fight for a long time. Before, the guild had spread the news of the two strengths and who was stronger. But there had never been such an opportunity. Now, the opportunity has come. No problem. Su Chen agreed without hesitation. However, when I come back from this mission, the president personally told me that I don't want to go on a mission exhausted tomorrow. Okay, I promise, I'll wait for you to come back. Chapter 14. The news that Laxus challenged Su Chen to a duel spread throughout the guild like a bird with wings. It caused a heated discussion and everyone was looking forward to it. This would be the strongest battle in the guild. On the way back, Kanna looked back at Laxus with a gloomy look in her eyes. How dare he challenge Lord Su Chen like this? Shine. After returning home, Su Chen asked Kanna to wash up, and after making dinner, he began to rest. He had to carry out the mission tomorrow, so he had to be in a good spirit. At night, just after midnight, Su Chen opened his eyes system, sign in. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for 1 year in Fairy Tale and obtaining a golden treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Today is the time when the 1-year period has arrived. Su Chen has never forgotten the conditions that the system said. Open it. In the system space, Su Chen saw a golden treasure chest, his eyes lit up, full of anticipation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 body strengthening potions, absolute sealing magic, and the source of the dragon race. Listening to the system's voice, Suchen's eyes lit up. These things had never appeared before, and being able to be opened from a golden treasure chest was definitely not comparable to ordinary things. Body strengthening potion can greatly improve body strength, unlimited use. Absolute sealing magic, the strength of the seal is determined by the magic power input. The stronger the magic power, the stronger the seal. It can seal everything, including time, space. The source of Dragon Clan, the source of Dragon Clan, absorption can speed up the integration of the power of the source. If absorbed by the Dragon Clan, it can enhance the power of the source of Qi, without attributes. Looking at the introduction of these three treasures, Suchen knew that it was not a loss. Any one of them is a very powerful thing. The body strengthening potion seems to be just like that. But adding unlimited at the end makes it different. Even if the medicinal properties are not very good, but with the accumulation of quantity, it can also have a very terrifying change. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Absolute seal, it sounds very powerful, it can be sealed together, the stronger the strength, the stronger the seal. Moreover, it is very suitable for multiple people to use together. And this dragon origin is simply too suitable for Suchen. It can speed up the degree of fit of the wind origin in the body, thereby improving strength. Tomorrow is the trip to the Paradise Tower, just in time. Suchen first used a body strengthening potion and took it. In an instant, a scorching feeling came out, as if the body was burning, so hot. Followed by the crazy tearing and reorganization of the flesh in the body. Heart-wrenching pain. A minute later, the pain finally eased. Suchen took a long breath, his eyes were bright, and his figure was taller and more perfect than before. He could feel the terrifying power contained in his body. This is just the strength of the body. Then, Suchen took another one. The potion was more powerful than he could imagine. There were 3 more, but he didn't use them all. Instead, he kept them for later use. Kanna needed one. Suchen was never stingy with Kanna. Suchen also learned the absolute sealing magic, which was deeply imprinted in his mind. He could use it whenever he needed it. Finally, it was the dragon origin. Suchen could feel the desire of his body and the need for this origin. After thinking about it, he integrated it all into his body. In an instant, the origin in his body was boiling, just like dry wood encountering a raging fire, and it suddenly boiled. Then, there was the surging strength. I don't know how long it took. Suchen came back to his senses and felt the surging power in his body, full of eagerness to try. It was several times stronger than before. When he burst out with all his strength, he himself didn't know how powerful it was. The golden treasure chest alone was so powerful, and the supreme treasure chest behind it was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Suchen suddenly felt his body sink, and when he looked down, he found that Kanna had fallen asleep on him without knowing when. After living there for a while, sometimes it was not convenient to collect the rewards. Suchen began to let Kanna sleep alone. But every night, Kanna would come to him in a daze and lie down. Lord Suchen, Kanna lay on him, still whispering. Suchen smiled dotingly, but did not wake her up. Instead, he waved his hand gently, and a ball of dragon origin appeared in his hand. This was specially reserved by Suchen for Kanna. He gave it to her while she was asleep. He integrated it into Kanna's body without hesitation. This is attributeless, so any species of dragons with any attributes can use it. After fusion, they can enhance their strength. After integration, Kanna's body began to become illusory, and a powerful aura brewed in her body. The nearby house. Myra Jane opened her eyes suddenly and murmured, "Such a powerful aura, is it that guy? Still practicing so late, is this why he is so powerful? No, how can I, Myra Jane, fall behind? I am destined to become the most powerful person in the guild." He rolled off the bed and began to practice. P.S. Here are the 10 updates as promised, brothers and sisters. This is the first time I write fairy tale, and I don't have much experience, so my writing is not good. Please forgive me. In addition, you can send me flowers and evaluation votes with just a click of your fingers, all for free. I am very grateful. Chapter 15. The sun rises, the darkness recedes, and it is another beautiful day. Looking at the people coming and going outside the window, the morning sun shines on the body, bringing warmth and hope. Su-chen stretched his body, and Kanna was washing up. Such a day is really comfortable. Dong dong. However, such a pleasant time was ruined early in the morning. When he opened the door, the girl's delicate face appeared in front of him. It was Myra Jane. Come to do laundry. Su-chen looked at her and said something that made people crazy. Myra Jane took a deep breath and kept telling herself to hold it in, as she had to go on a mission. So, she told him why she came today. I'm going to carry out the mission of the Tower of Paradise. I've been waiting for you in the guild for an hour, and you didn't come. Oh, what's the hurry? Nodding slightly, Su-chen asked Myra to come in, and it would be even better if he asked her to wash some clothes. After everything was done, Su-chen and the other two set off for the Tower of Paradise. The Tower of Paradise was in the sea and it would take 2 days to get there. Before the mission began, Myra was with Su-chen. Because, according to the information given by the Council of Representatives, the Tower of Paradise was not very far away. 2 days later, Su-chen and the other two came to a small village by the sea. As soon as the three arrived, they found that something was wrong with the village. There was no vitality at all. In the huge village, there were only a few people living, and they were all old people. Many places were deserted. Kanna kept scanning, and there was some confusion in her blinking eyes. Seeing this, Myra began to inquire about the information. However, the people here were very vigilant. They hid when they saw people. Finally, they found the village chief with great difficulty. This is Rosemary Village. All the people in the village have been captured by the Dark Guild, men, women, young and old. Only a few of us went out and luckily escaped. The village chief looked sad, exuding a strong sense of sadness. Damn the Dark Guild, if I find them, I will make them know how powerful we are. Myra Jane gritted her teeth. Su-chen smiled and said, then don't look for them anymore, this is your chance. What's the meaning? Wait, you mean the Tower of Paradise? Mirage thought about this mission and Su-chen's tone, and suddenly understood. It seems that he is not stupid enough to guess. The Tower of Paradise is a forbidden magic built by the Dark Guild to revive someone, but such a large building would definitely require a lot of labor, so the surrounding villages became affected. Su-chen explained calmly. When he heard about Rosemary Village, he remembered where this place was. It was where the Fairy Queen stayed when she was a child. Damn it, this time I, Myra, will not only destroy the Tower of Paradise, but also let these Dark Guild members remember that I, Myra Jane, am their nemesis. The young girl Myra Jane is confident and outspoken, and she has no idea what restraint is. She is fearless. The Dark Guild is a trade union organization that is not recognized by the council. It accepts unrecognized tasks, and its members are mostly evil people who do all kinds of evil. And the three strongest guilds, the 6 demon generals, the Heart of the Demon, and the Gate of Hades, form the Balam Alliance. There are also many subordinate guilds under it, and they are all very powerful. And this Tower of Paradise is the forbidden magic that the Dark Guild created. And KANNA-CHAN? Kanna raised her hand, eager to try. I forgot to mention that Kanna is a dragon by nature, and she is very warlike. Usually when Su-chen is around, Kanna will behave herself. Yet, Myra Jane narrowed her eyes and nodded happily in response. After asking some more questions, the three of them set off again. On the sea, the breeze blew, stirring up waves. A small boat was traveling at a very fast speed on the sea, and a figure was lying on it. It was Su-chen. Feeling the sun's warmth, he enjoyed it very much. This was the first time he and KANNA-CHAN did a task separately. Kanna also needed to grow up. In addition, he had to protect Myra Jane by the way to prevent any accidents. After all, it was caused by the Dark Guild. After a while, a tower-like island appeared in front of them. It seemed to be a beautiful surface, but it concealed the extreme filth. The Paradise Tower. All the laborers from the nearby villages were captured and brought here to build the Paradise Tower. The members of the Dark Guild supervised here. In the deepest part of the Paradise Tower, countless slave laborers were working here. If they were not careful, they would be beaten by the people of the Dark Guild. People were beaten to death every day. It was extremely cruel. At this time, in the crowd, there was a little girl with red hair and a delicate face full of stains. She leaned against the old man and listened to him talking about the wonderful magic world outside. It was Urza. The little girl's eyes were full of longing, which was a beautiful expectation for the future. Grandpa Rob, can I learn magic in the future? You can do it, Urza is so smart, you can do it. Rob encouraged lovingly. Urza's eyes lit up when she heard this. Snap! A whip came over and hit Rob, leaving a scar. Grandpa Rob, are you okay? Urza was horrified. Old man, work hard and don't be lazy. You still want to learn magic. Let me tell you, you will never be able to leave here, you will never be able to see the light of day again, magic is just a luxury. How about that? Despair, right? Ha 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 ha. When the construction is completed, all of you must sacrifice to the Great Black Wizard. The people from the Dark Guild came forward, their expressions teasing, like a cat playing with a mouse. The more they did this, the happier they felt. Hearing this, Urza showed a look of despair, her young heart felt helpless and lonely. Grandpa Rob, is there really no hope? Someone come and save me. Chapter 16. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise, accompanied by flames shooting up into the sky and dust rising everywhere. The entire Paradise Tower was shaking a little. What's going on? The Dark Guild member asked loudly. Oh no, people from the guild are coming to kill us, someone ran in and shouted. What's going on? Have we been exposed? The Dark Guild members present were discussing among themselves, feeling somewhat uneasy. Why are you panicking? Everyone, come on. We are just a guild, right? Let them know how powerful we are, the Dark Guild's president stood up and said with a gloomy face. Outside the Tower of Paradise, Su-chen looked at the Dark Guild members rushing out one after another, his mouth curled up, a little excited. It was finally time to take action. This time I'll try my hand on you guys, just right, try the enhanced strength. With a fierce slam of his right foot, the whole person burst out, and the next moment, he appeared above the members of the Dark Guild, his eyes shining with golden light, his right hand flexed into a fist, and blasted out fiercely. Surprisingly, there was no sign of magic on Su-chen's fist, it was just pure physical strength. The terrifying power was like dropping a bomb on the sea level, setting off endless waves. Ah! The member who rushed to the front was thrown out and hit the building next to him, lying on the ground without moving. The swift figure swept through the crowd, and people and horses fell wherever he passed. In a short moment, all the people in front of him were killed, and there were corpses lying on the ground around him. They are all jumping clowns, too weak to fight. Su-chen shook his hands. The previous battle was just the strength of his physical body, which was very exciting. This way of fighting is really fascinating. Without hesitation, he walked to the deepest part of the Paradise Tower. He raised his fist, the magic of wind was gathering, and he smashed it hard. Boom! The wind blades gathered, and the huge force directly blasted the barrier open. It was the most primitive way. Dust flew, and gravel splashed. The breeze blew, and the vision gradually became clear. A tall figure stood at the gap. This must be a god sent by heaven. Little Urza was extremely shocked. In her most helpless and darkest moment, this figure was like a candle guiding her direction. Her heart was towards the light. "Hey, are you all here?" After entering, Su Chen was slightly stunned when he saw so many people inside, and then he smiled. "Just right, it saves trouble." There were many captured laborers and villagers from the surrounding area. Each of them was skinny, with a dead look, full of despair for the future. As well as members of the Dark Guild, seeing Su Chen coming, they tensed up and looked alert. "You were able to find this place. It seems you have some strength, but that's all. Come on," the Dark Guild leader said to his members with a fierce look on his face. Dead trees entangled. The flames burn the sky. Thunder half-moon slash. All the guild members attacked together, using all their skills in a dazzling array. From this, it can be seen that this group of people is much more powerful than those outside. They are all wizards. Tisk tisk, a bit weak. Su Chen shook his head and commented that it was weaker than he had imagined. Facing the oncoming attack, Su Chen remained calm and threw a punch, breaking the oncoming attack directly. He was so casual that no matter what the attack was, it did not hurt him at all. How is it possible? These Dark Guild members were stunned. How could it be possible that their attack was broken so easily? How strong is this man? After just one strike, these members were ready to retreat. Facing such a man, going forward would be like sending food to the enemy. Is this magic? It's so powerful. I want to be such a powerful wizard in the future. Urza clenched her hands tightly, her eyes full of longing and determination. It left an indelible impression on her young mind. She will never forget this scene. Next to her, Rob seemed to have seen something and was stunned. This mark. It's fairy tale. He noticed the guild mark on the back of Su Chen's hand, and suddenly, a picture of Mumu emerged from the depths of his memory, and he couldn't help but reminisce. "Xiao Ma, we are meeting again. Grandpa Rob, why are you crying?" Urza happened to see this scene and asked in confusion. "Ha ha ha, little Urza, Grandpa is happy, we are saved, our little Urza can also learn magic." Rob touched Urza's head with a kind face. "Really?" Urza was very happy. On the battlefield, Su Chen didn't want to waste any more time, so he jumped up and rushed out. "Hurry up, this guy is coming." The guys in the Dark Guild were shocked. Just as they finished speaking, a huge fist enlarged in front of them. Bang! The man flew out directly, and with a bang, he was directly imprinted into the wall. At this moment, Su Chen was like a human tank, rushing around, and no one could match him. Such a scene scared the president and vice president. The two looked at each other, turned around and ran away. In a moment, no one was standing inside. Su Chen looked up, but found that the two leaders had already escaped. "Wow, the little mouse runs pretty fast." Turning his head to look at the people around him, he said loudly, "The Dark Guild has been destroyed, you should run away quickly to avoid being affected. These people have been trapped for too long and have become numb." At this time, after hearing Su Chen's words, it took them a long time to come back to their senses, and their eyes glowed. "Are we saved?" For a moment, everyone cried and wept with joy. They had once lost hope in life and could only wait for the end of their lives here. Chapter 17. Deep inside the Paradise Tower, little Urza turned her head and looked at Rob, asking what he meant. Rob withdrew his gaze from Suchin, took little Urza's hand, and smiled. "We'll go too, we'll meet again." "Yet." Little Urza looked back at the figure, her eyes wandering. She would never forget this day. This was the first time she saw him, but it had left a mark in her heart. Unfathomable. Su Chen looked back thoughtfully, but found nothing. He shook his head and ignored it. His mission was to destroy the Tower of Paradise and retrieve some information. The council played a good hand. It didn't have to work hard, but it still got what it wanted. The council has been doing nothing, especially since someone has been trying to destroy Fairy Tale. This has made everyone in the guild very unhappy. Su Chen went up slowly. The Tower of Paradise was a huge magic crystal. If there was huge magic power and sacrifices were provided, incredible things would happen. However, with him here, there would be no problem as long as Ziref was not there in person. Unconsciously, Su Chen slowly came to a huge platform. The two people from the Dark Guild who had escaped were here. Behind him was a huge thing like a crystal ball. At this time, the president of the Unknown Guild was chanting with his eyes closed, as if he was performing some kind of ritual. When Su Chen stepped in here, the man suddenly opened his eyes. "Great Dark Mage Ziref, I am your faithful believer. Please grant me the incomparable power of darkness." The president stretched out his hands, looked up at the sky, and shouted. But after he finished shouting, there was no response at all, and there was silence. "President, what's going on? Why is there no response? Is there something wrong?" Someone behind him hurriedly asked. "No," the president said expressionlessly, "because there is still one step left. Sacrifice." Before anyone could react, he pushed the vice president next to him towards the crystal ball behind him. Gilu. In an instant, the man was swallowed up without even a scream, and became a sacrifice. "Ha ha ha, make the most of your last use. Dark Mage Ziref, please give me your power." Boom! As soon as the words fell, a dark cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, with lightning and thunder, and boundless darkness surged. A low roar was heard, and a hideous shadow slowly emerged from behind this person. Su Chen frowned, and a disgusting breath appeared. He had felt such a breath on Deliera before. In other words, is a demon about to appear? The whole body receives the demon soul of Nazarick. When the Dark Guild president saw this phantom, a mad look appeared on his face. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm finally going to succeed. A wizard from a regular guild, I have to thank you for making up my mind this time. I will leave you with an intact body later." The soul of Nazarick slowly merged with this person. What a powerful force, it's really fascinating. After absorbing the demon soul and the magic power of the magic crystal, I will be the strongest person on this continent. Powerful power always makes people crazy. What a wishful thinking. Forget it, I will personally break your wish. Su Chen sneered and said disdainfully. The soul of the demon of Nazarick has been accepted by him. Black scales appear on his body, and wings grow on his ribs, forming a demon. Just like Marajana's whole body receiving magic. After the transformation, he possesses the power of a demon. "Ah, go to hell!" Nazarick roared, his voice was neither male nor female, like a double mix. With a bang, the ground he was standing on sank, and the whole person jumped into the air, his dark eyes full of destruction, and his demonic arms slammed down fiercely. "It's time to be serious," Su Chen whispered, and the wind surged, endlessly gathering in his hands. He jumped lightly and rushed forward. Bang! The collision of fists caused a sonic boom. After the blow, Su Chen landed steadily, somewhat surprised. This Dark Guild was really good. Its strength was about the same as that of Deliera that he had met before. However, he was no longer the same person he was a year ago. His eyes focused and he shot out. Bang, bang, bang. His fists kept hitting out, and violent wind formed in the air, slowly forming a wind vortex that spread to the surroundings. Fists hitting flesh, a pure confrontation of strength. It was refreshing. How could it be? How are you so powerful? Nazarick was extremely shocked. He had received the devil's soul to gain his current strength. Why couldn't he defeat this man? Is this powerful? Okay, enough of the fun, it's time to end the fight. With a sneer, Su-chen suddenly sped up and threw a hook, sending him flying into the air. He appeared above again. The iron fist of the wind dragon. The wind was dancing wildly, and the wind blades were lingering around him, but they did not hurt him at all. A punch hit him hard on the head. Bang! The demonized body smashed through the Tower of Paradise, all the way to the bottom, and pierced through the Tower of Paradise. When it landed, the Tower of Paradise shook, as if it was about to be destroyed. The roar of the wind dragon. This is not over yet. Su-chen took a deep breath, and the wind element gathered crazily and sprayed out violently. It was like the roar of a wind dragon in his ears. Boom! The Paradise Tower, which had persisted for so long, finally couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed. Chapter 18. The collapse of the Paradise Tower caused a huge wave. Those who had not yet left were stunned. Little Urza looked at the ruins, opened her mouth wide, and said blankly, "Is this his power? Is it really a power that a human can have?" Rob also narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that during the time he was away, the guild would actually produce such a powerful wizard. Xiao Ma-chan seemed to have worked hard. "Little Urza, do you want to join his guild?" "Can I?" Little Urza's eyes lit up and she was very excited, but soon she hesitated again. "Of course, Grandpa will take you to find him." Rob smiled and said confidently. "The waves are coming, let's go too." In the ruins. Wind. With a soft hum, the surrounding wind immediately gathered and lifted Su-chen up, floating in the air, and moving freely, just like on land. With the origin of wind, it is easy to drive the wind, as easy as driving an arm. Su-chen paused as he was about to leave, looking down with a suspicious look. The uncomfortable aura had not yet disappeared, but became even stronger. He frowned, raised his hand slowly, and waved. Wind blades. Wind blades fell like a rain of arrows, clearing the ruins and revealing the body of Nazarick. "Well, this is a reception failure." "No, it's about sacrificing one's soul." Looking at this perfect devil, Su-chen guessed what happened. The previous Dark Guild leader directly sacrificed his soul to Nazarick, and the real devil appeared. It's really a headache. The series of changes made him a little irritated. Roar. After Nazarick really appeared, it roared continuously, and its target was Su-chen. It opened its mouth and sprayed out a purple laser. Easily dodging it, Su-chen muttered to himself, "The power has increased a lot. But the game is over." The next moment, his eyes turned cold, his body dropped rapidly, the wind blade exploded, and the sound of sonic boom resounded. Bang! A punch hit Nazarick's forehead heavily, and the powerful force sent it flying into the ruins again. Roar! Nazarick flew out again, and its huge claws attacked Su-chen. The huge body looked very intimidating, and the terrifying aura was enough to scare people. It was much stronger than Deliera, who Su-chen and KANNA-CHAN had killed together before. But the next moment, Su-chen did not hold back, and his iron fist surged, and he flew out again. How he came back? He went back the same way. The aura around Su-chen suddenly became violent, and each punch was stronger than the other, and each punch was enough to destroy the previous Paradise Tower. He had no patience anymore, and he rushed forward, punching out with both fists continuously. The iron fist of the wind dragon. Roar! You're still yelling. Bang bang bang. Roar! Bang, bang, bang. Roar! Come again, bang bang bang. The violent force eroded the ruins and turned them into flat ground, about to be submerged by the sea. Below, after being beaten by Su-chen for such a long time, Nazarick was covered with wounds and lay on the ground, dying. He opened his mouth and let out a low whimper. Having absorbed the soul of the previous man, the one who appeared in front of him was now a real demon. Another demon created by Zeref. Only destruction and damage. Su Chen raised his hand, wanting to make a final blow to completely annihilate it. He stopped halfway. It seems that mileage can accept the demon soul, maybe it can be useful. It can be felt that a thick smoke of vitality is emerging from the demon's body, constantly repairing its injuries. In this state, mileage should have no problem accepting it. For some reason, he really wanted to see mileage accepting this demon soul. As soon as he said it, Su Chen formed seals with his hands, and a complex magic circle slowly appeared in front of him, complex and full of sacred brilliance. Absolute seal. Soon, a holy halo slowly enveloped Nazarick. The paired seal can seal everything, even time, space, and life force. As long as enough magic power is given, it can even seal a world. Once the absolute seal appeared, the space and time around Nazarick stopped flowing. It was as if time had stopped at this moment. Very good, even though it's the first time I use it, it doesn't seem to be effective yet. Su Chen was very satisfied with this masterpiece. He moved his fingers, and the absolute seal slowly shrank until it became the size of a small glass ball. This way it could be put away. I'm so smart. Wind. With a whisper, Su Chen rode the wind and flew towards the shore with the demon soul. They agreed to meet in the previous village, but he didn't know what the situation was like there. When he arrived at the village, Su Chen looked down and found a familiar person. Red hair, one eye covered with an eye patch, a young but resolute face. Isn't this Urza? No, it should be little Urza. Did he just save little Urza inadvertently? It seems that they are destined to be together. In his memory, Urza is an S-class wizard of fairy tale, and she is very powerful. Some information about Urza emerged in his mind. Thinking of this, Su Chen fell down. Chapter 19. Little Urza stayed with an old man, looking towards the direction of the Paradise Tower. Grandpa Rob, can I really join his guild in the future? Little Urza looked up, her clear eyes full of expectation, her little face filled with innocence and a hint of timidity. Hee, little Elsa has asked this more than 10 times, don't you believe in Grandpa? Little Elsa shook her head repeatedly. Haha, Grandpa keeps his word. Rob laughed heartily, as if he sensed something. He turned his head and saw Su Chen standing quietly behind him. He was stunned for a moment, then smiled kindly with gratitude in his eyes. Little Urza, look back. Little Urza turned her head suddenly, her red hair flying and falling lightly. After turning her head, she felt as if she had been electrocuted, her mouth opened wide, and she froze in place. It was him. It was him, who had descended beside her like a god when she was most helpless, pulling her out of the endless abyss. Little Urza didn't know why, but her heart beat faster. Urza, go ahead, go bravely, don't resist your heart anymore. Rob saw what little Urza was thinking and smiled dotingly. When we were young, everyone had someone to admire. Can I? Little Urza was a little timid because she was imprisoned in the Tower of Paradise, but at this moment, with Rob's encouragement, she finally took the first step. She took small steps and timidly came to Su Chen. That. Su Chen opened his eyes and looked at the fragile appearance of little Urza. He wanted to laugh. No one could have imagined that the famous fairy queen of fairy tale would look like this when she was a child. He showed a gentle smile. What's wrong, little Urza? Hey you, how do you know my name? Little Urza took a half step back in shock. But then she thought, he is as powerful as a god, so it seems normal for him to know her name. Perhaps it was Su Chen's gentle tone that made Urza stop, take a deep breath, muster up her courage, and speak. Hello, my name is Urza, thank you for saving me and Grandpa Rob. Su Chen laughed, stroked her red hair, and said calmly, this is my mission, saving you is just a byproduct. Besides, everyone has the opportunity to choose their own destiny, and every life deserves respect. Everyone has a time to choose their destiny. Urza whispered this sentence softly. The seeds in her heart also sprouted and took root at this moment. She wants to choose her own destiny. A firm look appeared on her little face, and she said in a sonorous voice, I want to be a wizard, I want to learn magic, can I join your guild? As she said, little Urza looked at him expectantly, her little hands nervously intertwined. Su Chen was stunned, and then laughed. This is the Urza he knows. In fact, whether she says it or not, she will join the guild as she wishes. But now, the situation is different. Good. Yet. This simple word made Urza burst with joy. She quickly ran to Rob and said excitedly, Grandpa Rob, did you hear me? I joined his guild, and I can learn magic in the future. I can take you to fly in the sky in the future. Urza was very excited. She didn't expect that things would go so smoothly that she couldn't imagine it. Yet, little Urza is the best. Rob smiled kindly, looking at Urza, feeling extremely satisfied. Little Urza. Su Chen came over and looked at Urza. Because of escaping from the Tower of Paradise, she was still shackled on her hands and feet, which made it very inconvenient to move. In Urza's puzzled eyes, Su Chen grabbed the shackles and exerted force. With a snap, the shackles broke into pieces, and the same was true for the feet. Little Urza covered her mouth in surprise. Just relying on the strength of her hands? Then, Su Chen unshackled Rob. The two of them were completely relaxed and moved their hands and feet. Big brother, can I know your name? Little Urza found that she didn't know Su Chen's name, so she plucked up the courage to ask. Remember, my name is Su Chen, and I am a wizard from the Fairy Guild. Su Chen showed the guild logo in his hand so that he could remember it firmly. From now on, you are also a wizard of the Fairy Guild. Little Urza nodded solemnly. After answering Little Urza's question, Su Chen frowned slightly. According to the time, Kanna and Myra Jane should be back soon. Is something wrong? At this moment, Su Chen sensed two familiar auras approaching slowly. I'm back. He breathed a sigh of relief. If something went wrong, it would be hard to explain to the president. After a while, Kanna and Milage appeared in the field of vision. A pair of white wings grew behind Kanna, which were pure white and bright. Her petite body matched with the white wings, which made people feel sympathetic. However, when Su Chen saw the two people's situation, he was a little stunned. Milage was held by Kanna's shoulders and flew, with wounds all over her body, as if she was seriously injured. Master Suchin, seeing Suchin, Kanna put Myra Jane down and rushed to Suchin, hugging him tightly, nodding her head, very attached. Suchin gently patted Kanna's body and asked, What's going on? Myra Jane got up from the ground, her pretty face flushed, and she seemed to be unable to speak. Chapter 20. Kanna, tell me, what happened? Seeing that Myra Jane was unable to speak, he gave up and asked Kanna directly. Oh. That's it. Kanna told the general story in a childish voice. The reason why Myra Jane was like this was because he underestimated the enemy. When he saw the Tower of Paradise, Marajana's nature was completely released, and he wreaked havoc, just like the Dark Guild. After knocking down these Dark Guild members, just like Su Chen faced, he summoned a demon soul, which was received by the Dark Guild members. Myra Jane took a look and thought, I'm familiar with receiving magic. After transforming, he stopped Kanna's help and fought with the demon soul. However, Marajana's strength was still a little bit lacking, and he was beaten bloody. At the critical moment, Connor still took action. Kanna violently shattered the demon soul, but also detonated the crystal of the Tower of Paradise, causing a huge explosion. This delayed some time. Humph, give me some more time and I will be able to defeat it. I will use all my strength. Maraja still insisted. Su Chen slashed her head with a knife, causing her to bar her teeth and look at Su Chen viciously. The bad girl's attributes broke out again, pointing at Su Chen and saying, Su Chen, I want to challenge you, I want to prove that I am the strongest person in fairy tale. Bang! Su Chen rolled his eyes and knocked him to the ground with a heavy punch. It's so noisy. Are they also members of the guild? Urza looked at Kanna and Myra Jane and thought to herself. At this time, Myra Jane, who had been teased by Su Chen, also quieted down. Su Chen took the opportunity to introduce them to a few people. KANNA-CHAN and little Urza got along quite well. It was KANNA-CHAN's charm that made little Urza unable to resist. Perhaps it was Mirajana's words that she wanted to defeat Su Chen that made little Urza remember them. The two of them had a tendency to target each other. Su Chen didn't bother to care. When everyone was there, he took them back to the guild. On the way, as they got along, the few people gradually became harmonious. As for the council, the requested R system files. They have sunk to the bottom of the sea. If you want them, go and get them yourself. In fact, except for Suchin and Mirajana's team, other guilds have experienced a fierce battle. Every Tower of Paradise seems to have a sacrificial ceremony, and there are special demon souls waiting for them. Without S-level strength, it is impossible to cope with it. Even so, other guilds suffered heavy casualties. As for the R system files, they were submerged in the sea with the Tower of Paradise, and it is difficult to see the light of day again. 2 days later. Fairy tale. A group of people stood in front of the gate, and little Urza and Rob had complicated thoughts. Kanna is hungry. Kanna happily pushed open the door of the guild and walked in. Little Urza looked in expectantly and was petrified on the spot. Inside the guild, Makeo and Wakaba were at loggerheads, and their tempers were rising. Want to fight? Okay, come if you want. Crackling. Next to them, Kanna was holding a barrel bigger than herself and drinking. Stools and tables were flying everywhere, and the scene was noisy. How could this be a guild? It was even busier than a vegetable market. Everyone, be quiet. A chair suddenly flew out and hit Makarov on the counter. He was furious. One of his hands suddenly grew bigger, and with a bang, he knocked down several people in the fight. At this time, Kanna walked in, raised her little hand, and whispered, "I'm back." Although the voice was not loud, it attracted everyone's attention. Is it KANNA-CHAN who is back, or Su Chen, and Myra? Myra, when you were not around, the president was worried every day. Hey, who are these two people? Makarov was relieved to see that they had returned safely. Su Chen and Kanna had nothing to worry about. Their strength was there, mainly because of Myra Jane. President, we are back. Su Chen shouted, and KANNA-CHAN went directly to her exclusive seat and started eating. Xiao Ma Zhang. At this moment, a figure came forward from behind Su Chen, his eyes full of tears and his voice trembling. You are Xiaobu Chan. Makarov was struck by lightning when he saw this person. His face changed drastically and he jumped off the counter. He walked quickly to Rob. Pony sauce. Xiaobu sauce. Where have you been all these years? The two old friends met and couldn't help crying. The people around them were all stunned. They had never seen the president lose his composure like this. Like little Urza, they stood there in a daze, their minds blank. Grandpa Rob, he was originally a member of our fairy tale, but he went out on a mission and never came back. Su Chen explained. Brother Su Chen, you knew it a long time ago. Little Urza was very smart and thought of it immediately. He also remembered it after hearing the name Rob. There was indeed such a person in his memory, and he had a good relationship with the president. However, after hearing the names of Makarov and Rob, the corners of his mouth twitched. Xiao Ma Chan, Xiao Buletin Chan? Could it be that the president had some unknown things in the past? Xiao Ma Chan, let me introduce you to little Urza. After the two of them finished their story, Rob pulled Urza over and introduced her. Urza, this is Makarov, the president of the Fairy Guild. Hello Grandpa. Ha ha ha, welcome to join fairy tale. Makarov smiled and made a classic gesture. Chapter 21. With Makarov's welcome, little Urza was much happier. Then, with Su-chen's encouragement, she bravely stepped forward and introduced herself to everyone. My name is Urza, please give me your guidance. Welcome little Urza, I am Makao, please give me your guidance. My name is Elfman. I'm Lysina, please give me your advice. Fairy Tale is very welcoming to new members. Once you join Fairy Tale, you become a family. You share the hard times and the happiness. Hey, Urza, don't you have a last name? Lysina asked in confusion. After Lysina reminded them, the others realized the problem. Little Urza's eyes were a little dim. She didn't know who her parents were since she was a child, let alone what her last name was. Otherwise, let us pick one for you, maybe call you Paydosa. I might as well call him Staffet. You and I are all helping Urza to choose a surname. This scene makes little Urza feel very warm inside and cherish this guild even more. However, she looked up at Su-chen with her eyes full of expectation. Brother Su-chen, can you help me choose a last name? Whatever it is, as long as you choose it, I like it. Su-chen curled his lips. Urza is so nice, but you have to add a suffix. Don't you find that I am the same? However, facing the expectant eyes of little Urza, Su-chen still softened his heart. He thought of Urza's name in his memory. He blurted out Urza Chocolito. Chocolito. Little Urza's eyes lit up, and she whispered her own name softly, becoming more and more happy the more she heard it. My name is Urza Chocolito. She announced it again in front of the guild, and this time, everyone smiled kindly. So, let's hold a banquet to welcome little Urza. Someone immediately proposed. Everyone agreed, and they just took the opportunity to hold a banquet. As everyone cheered, a figure walked in from the guild gate, looking so arrogant. Is it Laxus? Could it be? Seeing the newcomers, the guild instantly fell silent, their eyes wandering between Su-chen and Laxus, full of excitement. Before Su-chen went to the Tower of Paradise, the two had an agreement to fight upon their return. Now that Su-chen is back, the appearance of Laxus makes everyone excited. This will definitely be a historic moment. Before Su-chen joined the guild, apart from guildarts, Laxus was the strongest person in the guild. And the strength shown after Su-chen joined was not weaker than Laxus at all. If these two collided, what kind of sparks would be created? The people in the guild felt their blood boiling just thinking about it. Only Urza looked at everyone in confusion, quietly came to Lysina, and asked softly. Hehe, these two are the top fighters of our guild. Before they set out, they agreed to have a duel after they came back. We have been looking forward to it for a long time. Lysina explained with a smile. Little Urza nodded ignorantly, looked at Laxus, who had an expressionless and somewhat arrogant face, and then looked at Su-chen. She believed in her heart that Su-chen would definitely win the duel. There was no reason. I have been waiting for this day for a long time, I hope you didn't make me wait in vain. Laxus said calmly. Su-chen chuckled. Oh, I'm different, I never expected it. Never expected it, which means that Laxus has never been regarded as an opponent. Many people present understood this sentence. The smell of gunpowder is very strong. They started to compete with each other. This made them more excited. Who is stronger? Humph, I'll wait, Laxus sneered. At this time, KANNA-CHAN suddenly came out, staring at Laxus with a very unfriendly look. Xinei. Lord Su-chen, let me do it, Kanna won't lose. Looking at Kanna, everyone subconsciously didn't want her to participate, it was too sorry for this cute appearance. You are responsible for being silly and cute. But the strength is so strong. With the strength Kanna has shown now, it seems that she is indeed not weak. Laxus turned his head away and didn't look at Kanna. Su-chen, if you let Kanna play, I will look down on you from the bottom of my heart. If the opponent is Kanna, he seems to be able to take action. Urza next to him was a little surprised. From the expressions of everyone, it can be seen that the cute Kanna has strong strength. Kanna, let me do it. It's a good opportunity to stretch my body. You just watch from the side. Su-chen casually took out a bag of snacks from his pocket and threw it over. Oh! KANNA-CHAN took the snacks, her eyes lit up, and she came to the side without looking back, and started eating the snacks attentively. Now it's our home court. Su-chen smiled and looked at Laxus. A group of people came to the place specially for members to challenge, and everyone walked away tacitly. The two of them shook each other, and a strong aura was brewing in the middle. It made people feel palpitating before it even started. Hey, I have to be serious. I have to attend the welcome party for little Urza later. Su-chen raised his chin and chuckled. Fight! Laxus glared, and the whole person shot out, like an arc of electricity. The next moment, the war broke out. Have fun reading books on May Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 22. Zizi, the sound of electricity came from Laxus' body, and the whole person was engulfed by the current. Facing Su-chen, he did not dare to be careless. Swish! His body turned into lightning, disappeared on the spot, and instantly appeared beside Su-chen. The two fists covered with lightning slammed towards Su-chen's face. The speed was so fast that the people around him only saw a residual image. Su-chen raised his eyebrows slightly, his face was calm, and he blocked it, taking a head-on confrontation. Stupid! Laxus sneered when he saw this scene. His hands were full of lightning, and he dared to fight with his body. He was simply courting death. Really? Su-chen smiled mysteriously, which made Laxus very uneasy. The next moment, his pupils shrank suddenly. Lightning wrapped around Su-chen's hands from his fists and slowly spread all over his body, but he seemed to be fine, as if he was not affected by the lightning. Aren't you afraid of thunder and lightning? Laxus thought to himself. Before he could take the next step, Su-chen gathered wind blades with his fists and punched him. Bang! Laxus hurriedly raised his fist to respond. The powerful force shocked him. The wind blades were constantly rotating and intertwined with thunder and lightning. After resisting a move, he took a deep breath. Thunder and lightning surged, and his fist turned into an afterimage. The sound of flesh colliding spread all around, as well as the sound of wind and thunder and lightning intertwining. The guild members were stunned. Each punch contained extreme power. If it were them, they might not be able to take even one punch. In the field, except for Makarov and Myra Jane, there was also KANNA-CHAN. Others couldn't even see their movements clearly. Little Urza's eyes flashed with light. This kind of powerful power was exactly what she was pursuing. With her fists clenched, she secretly vowed that she would become such a wizard in the future. In the field, Su-chen seemed to be at ease with Laxus's attack. As for thunder and lightning, his strengthened body could basically ignore it. It was just a little numb. Damn it, Laxus frowned and retreated quickly. Aren't you afraid of thunder? I'll give you a taste of it. Jaw of Thunder Dragon. ZZ. Endless lightning flashed, as if turning into a sea of lightning, slowly gathering on the fists, forming a ball of lightning, and smashing towards Su-chen with all its strength. The lightning was scorching, illuminating one side, and just looking at it gave people a strong sense of oppression. Laxus is called an S-class wizard and he does have some skills. Su-chen's face did not change. He stretched out his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and said coldly, "Hurricane, disperse." Whoosh! The wind was gathering, and endless wind blades formed, rotating and cutting around Su-chen. In an instant, a hurricane formed out of thin air. The strong wind blew, and the people around almost couldn't open their eyes. Thunder and lightning struck, and the next moment, what shocked everyone was that Laxus's jaw of thunder was 1 meter away from the hurricane, and it couldn't move forward, as if it was constrained by something. What? Laxus's face changed slightly. Is it the wind? But he understood the reason. CHAPTER changed the direction of the wind, and the hurricane continued to blow outwards. The wind blades continued to wear out the power of lightning. Unless it was broken by absolute power. Damn, how profound is his understanding of the wind. Outside the hurricane, the power of the jaw of thunder was dissipating. After a few breaths, it completely dissipated. Many people didn't understand this move. But, it's over if it's powerful. With a sneer, CHAPTER looked at Laxus indifferently. You don't think it's over like this? The next second, he shouted coldly, Hurricane, disperse. Buzz. The hurricane formed by the wind blade suddenly stopped, turning into countless wind blades, floating around. It suddenly burst out in all directions. The wind blades whistled and attacked indiscriminately. Makao and others were so scared that they changed color and couldn't even dodge. At the critical moment, KANNA-CHAN stretched out her little hand and said indifferently, the barrier of the Thunder Dragon. A barrier covered CHAPTER and Laxus, and the wind blades bursting out everywhere were also blocked by the barrier. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards Laxus. Countless wind blades kept cutting Laxus, making him cry out in pain. After a while, the wind blades stopped. Laxus was panting, his body was covered with scars, but not fatal. He looked at CHAPTER with a serious look. Because from the beginning, he had always taken the initiative, even so, he had been suppressed. If this continued, he would definitely lose. In this case, let's decide the outcome with one move. Solemnly said, you are very strong, but I will not admit defeat. CHAPTER did not comment. He knew Laxus a little bit, that is, he was a little arrogant, seemingly aloof, but just wanted to gain recognition from others. At least he was not annoying. In that case, I will also be a little serious. This is the greatest respect for Laxus. Laxus took a deep breath, no longer hesitated, and burst out the magic power of his whole body. Tsitsizi. The lightning around him suddenly became violent, and the whole body was filled with golden lightning, blooming with blazing light, like a small sun, hot and strong. Hey! It was not easy for Laxus to use this move, as it put a great strain on his body. After all, he was still young, and it was already abnormal enough for him to reach S-level strength. Being young meant unlimited potential. Moreover, he had only used this move on his enemies, but now, he had to go all out. Dragon killing secret, ringing thunder. Endless golden lightning struck, each lightning bolt was much more powerful than the previous one. Hee. The wind dragon's collapse fist. With a faint smile, CHAPTER also used the dragon killing magic. Chapter 23. Boom. The two terrifying forces intertwined, the golden lightning and the wind slowly formed a new storm. Boom. At the end, it suddenly exploded, and the wind and lightning intertwined. The guild members who were watching were startled and subconsciously wanted to escape, but they found that the barrier in front of them did not move at all, so there was no need to worry. Laxus actually used all his strength. I wonder who won between the two. This is terrifying. Such power can easily destroy a town. Is this the power of S-level? The guild members were stunned. In comparison, they were nothing. Makarov retracted his gaze. He had known since the beginning of the battle. Then, looking at the Thunder Dragon's barrier, he couldn't help but look at KANNA-CHAN more. From beginning to end, he had never seen KANNA-CHAN use her full strength. Maybe, when she uses her full strength, she might shock everyone. Xiaoma-chan, the guild has produced some good talent. In time, Fairy Tail might be able to shut up those guys in the council. Rob said with his hands behind his back. Haha, this is Fairy Tail. Makarov smiled. In the field, the thunder and lightning stopped, the wind also died down, and the vision became clear again. Laxus stood with his arms hanging down, panting heavily, and barely stood up. Damn it! On the other side, Su-Chen was as calm and elegant as ever. It's over. I lost. Although Laxus was unwilling, he knew that he no longer had the strength to fight. On the other hand, the other party's breath was long and he didn't look like he had ever fought. He originally thought that even if he lost, he wouldn't be much worse. Now it seems that he still overestimated himself or underestimated Su-Chen. He even didn't use his full strength yet, which made him feel a little sad, but it aroused his desire to win. If it doesn't work now, then he will improve his strength until he can defeat him one day. Wow! The crowd was stunned when they heard Laxus admit defeat. The arrogant Laxus would admit defeat? But it is undeniable that Su-Chen won. The challenge was over, and the party to welcome little Urza started as scheduled. Urza was very excited. It was the first time she had seen such a lively scene since she was a child, especially since it was held for her. During the party, everyone was making loud noises and drinking, and it was very lively. Only in the corner, Laxus sat alone, exuding an aura of strangers. The people around him would not make themselves bored. Su-Chen saw Kanna, who was concentrating on eating, and turned to Laxus. Have a drink. He raised the glass in his hand and said with a smile. I will not have any contact with those weaklings because of you. Weaklings will always be weaklings, Laxus said coldly. However, after a moment of silence, he still clinked glasses with Su-Chen. Because Su-Chen was stronger than him. Su-Chen looked at him quietly, sat down, looked at the lively crowd, and said to himself. Sometimes I also have such troubles. Because I am too strong, no one can beat me. In the guild, only guildarts can arouse my interest, but that is just interest. It's so cold when you are taller than him. Laxus looked at him coldly. If he couldn't beat him, he really wanted to punch him. Is this human language? But Su-Chen sneered, and then said people can't live alone. It's good to be like this now. We can talk and laugh together. Why live so hard in this world? If the sky falls, there will be someone taller to hold it up. Don't worry about what others think. If you treat others sincerely, everyone will respond sincerely. Laxus, if you want to get rid of the title of the grandson of the president, then try to integrate with them. Time will give you the answer. Besides, the president is also paying attention to you, but he is a little tough. This is very similar to you. Try to understand from one aspect, to understand the bond of fairy tale. Laxus's expression was uncertain, and his heart was no longer calm. Over the years, he has always been the grandson of the president. No matter how hard he worked, it was taken for granted in the eyes of others, but few people cared about his inner thoughts. This made him feel very uncomfortable, so he was determined to build the strongest fairy guild and let those people see clearly that he, Laxus, was more than just the grandson of the president. He wanted to be recognized by the guild members. Think about it, why not give it a try? Su-Chen patted his shoulder and left. As for how Laxus will behave next, it depends on the individual. He is not his father, who can take care of his food and burial. This not in his heart, as long as he is given time, he will naturally figure it out. Su-Chen came to sit next to KANNA-CHAN. As soon as he sat down, a small hand reached out, holding a piece of cake on it. Lord Su-Chen, ah! Ah! Su-Chen smiled and accepted Kanna's feeding service with peace of mind. At night, the stars were twinkling and the moon was high, illuminating Magnolia. Su-Chen held Kanna's little hand and walked on the way home. He felt very peaceful. Such a life is really comfortable. Of course, it would be nice if there was no little tail behind him. Su-Chen glanced at the little Urza following behind him. From what he saw, little Urza looked nervous, her face was tangled, her index finger kept entangled, and her little eyes blinked. Urza, what's wrong? Didn't the president arrange a place for you and Grandpa Rob to live? Well. Urza took a long breath, pursed her lips, hesitated for a while, and finally plucked up the courage to say, Brother Su-chen, can I learn magic from you? Chapter 24. In the night, little Urza bravely expressed her feelings, her eyes full of expectation. Hearing this, Su-chen was surprised and chuckled. It's very hard to learn magic from me, are you sure you can accept it? Little Urza did not hesitate at all. I can accept it, no matter how hard or tiring it is, I can accept it, as long as you can teach me magic. She landed with a sound, her eyes were firm, and her hands were tightly grasping the corners of her clothes, showing her inner uneasiness. Kanna looked up, neither persuading nor stopping. Okay. Su-chen hesitated for a while and agreed. He just happened to have something suitable for Urza. He would just train a playmate for KANNA-CHAN. Come with me. Yeah, Urza nodded excitedly and quickly followed Su-chen's pace. After returning home, Su-chen first asked Kanna to wash up, and then go to bed obediently. In the room, Su-chen looked at the pretty Urza, looking her up and down. Well, where to start? Urza, take off your clothes first. Ha! Well, I'm still young, Urza said coquettishly. His face turned red, he stammered. He raised his hand and hit him on the head with a hammer. What are you thinking about? Do you want to learn magic? Su-chen's mouth twitched. What was he thinking about? Was he such a picky eater? He was so young, he had no interest in it. Oh, me, right away. Hearing this, Urza breathed a sigh of relief, but she couldn't stop feeling shy inside. Show it to Lord Su-chen, it's okay, come on Urza, you can do it. As Urza slowly took off her clothes, Su-chen took out a bathtub from the system space next to her. Yes, it was a bathtub. Then, this. Su-chen had an extra bottle of potion in his hand, the magic affinity potion. After adding water, it can increase people's perception of magic, and can make people have magic talent in the shortest time. Go in. Su-chen turned his head and ordered after pouring the medicine into it. He took a look and thought, tisk tisk, it's too small after all. Urza also became serious and stepped into the bathtub. As soon as she entered, she felt her body light as if she was flying. Close your eyes and feel the magic elements carefully, Su-chen said. As time passed, he had no idea how many things were in his hands. The bathtub and magic affinity potion he had just obtained were obtained by signing in. However, he couldn't use many of them. With his current strength, only items above the gold level can work. It's just that such items are difficult to obtain. So far, the number he has obtained is also very few. However, although he can't use these things, he can give them to others. For example, Urza. Half an hour later, Urza opened her eyes, as if she had realized something. Seeing this, Su-chen poured another bottle of magic affinity potion into her. An hour later, Urza opened her eyes full of joy. She could feel countless magic elements surrounding her. As long as she could absorb these magic elements, she would be able to learn magic. Brother Su-chen, I succeeded, she immediately announced the good news to Su-chen. Yes. Su-chen nodded. If he still couldn't succeed under such conditions, then there would be a problem. Now let's start the next step. It will be a little painful, so bear with it. With a flip of his palm, a small bottle appeared in Su-chen's hand. He opened the stopper and poured it directly into the bottle. The body strengthening potion was similar to the previous body strengthening potion, but the effect was diluted a lot. However, for Urza now, it was enough. Ah! It hurts so much. As soon as the potion was poured, Urza felt a piercing pain that kept coming. It seemed to tear herself apart. But thinking of her previous experience, she said that she would use magic to take Grandpa Rob to fly. With magic, no one would dare to bully her and Grandpa Rob in the future. For this reason, she gritted her teeth and endured it. The pain came in waves, continuously. After an unknown amount of time, Urza rolled her eyes and fainted. Su-Chen took a look and moved away. It's better to faint, so you can't feel the pain. After the effect of the medicine wore off, Su-Chen put it in KANNA-CHAN's room. The next day, Su-Chen saw Urza, with a joyful face, making breakfast for KANNA-CHAN. "Brother Su-Chen," Urza shouted in surprise. "Yet?" Su-Chen responded, and asked Kanna to wash up. After washing up, it was almost time for dinner. Looking at Urza, Su-Chen wondered if he had ever lacked cooking. He could do it, but didn't want to. Before, he took Kanna out to solve it. Especially after tasting it, it tasted pretty good. "Forget it, let's talk about it later." Looking at Urza with an expectant look on her face, he pondered for a moment, and then said, "Your body is different from before, and you can sense the magic elements. You can start learning magic now. It's up to you to decide what magic you want to learn. The magic you learn will be different depending on each person's situation. If you don't know, you can go to the guild's magic library to look for it." Arisa thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out what magic she wanted to learn, so she had to go to the magic library to look for it first. Chapter 25. After dinner, Urza ran to the guild in a hurry. She was going to choose magic. She couldn't wait any longer. She had been waiting for this day for too long. Su-Chen smiled and ignored it. No matter what kind of magic it was, he could teach it. No, he could teach it. Just like that, 2 days later, Urza finally chose the magic of changing clothes, which was similar to space magic. The armor was placed in the space, and the armor was instantly changed to gain the bonus power of the armor. The appearance of Urza's magic of changing clothes also made people aware of her potential. In just a few days, she was able to awaken magic. She was an absolute genius. If they knew what Su-Chen used, they might not say so. In the next few days, Su-Chen slowly taught Urza magic, using a segment potion every day. Su-Chen was not disappointed. In just a few days, she learned it well. When Myra Jane saw this scene, she was disdainful and envious at the same time. During this short period of time, Su-Chen was very relaxed. He trained Urza and teased Myra Jane every day. He lived a comfortable life. However, such a life was broken by the appearance of a group of people. Fairy tale. Looking at the 3 people, Su-Chen was a little surprised. "Why are you here? Brother Su-Chen, we finally see you. And KANNA-CHAN, why are you still so young?" Leo and Gray greeted happily. Yes, it was Wooloo and his 3 disciples who came. He was not surprised that Gray and Leo came here. But why did Wooloo come too? Did he let it go? At this time, Wooloo explained, "I think you are right. After you left, I thought about it seriously. I couldn't give up hope, so I went back to look for it, and I found some clues. So, I decided to leave the far north. I believe Ultiya is not dead, I want to find her." Ultiya's eyes were firm and full of hope compared to before. "That's right, we will also help the master find his sister." Gray and Leo vowed. However, it would be better if they both wore clothes. Gray, Leo, clothes. Wooloo reminded with a headache. Ever since she asked the 2 to take off their clothes for training, they have developed this habit. "Ah, my clothes, when did you take them off?" Gray and Leo were shocked. Hearing Wooloo's words, Su-Chen smiled and said lightly, "It's great that you think so." Beside him, Makarov, who had been silent all the time, spoke up. He announced, "From now on, the 3 of them are members of our guild. There's a newcomer. Welcome, welcome. Wooloo, you are so charming that I can't help falling in love with you the first time I see you." Let's have dinner together tonight, shall we? Makao said. Damn it, let him get there first. Wu Lu's mouth twitched, and she said helplessly, I have a daughter. Then do you mind changing the father for your daughter? Wu Lu. She was a little overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the guild members. It was only when Su Chen stepped forward and punched Makao that things got quieter. However, now that Wu Lu was 28 years old, she was the most attractive woman. She was really pretty good, but Su Chen didn't like her. The next moment, Leo and Gray went to find KANNA-CHAN. KANNA-CHAN, our strength has improved a lot, we want to challenge you. Su Chen's mouth twitched, and it can be imagined that the guild will not be quiet recently. The next moment, Myra Jane came over in a suspender skirt and a white ponytail, with a vicious expression on her face, one foot on the stool, looking down at the two of them. Gray and Leo, right? If you want to challenge KANNA-CHAN, you have to get past me first. Urza, who was about to teach these two a lesson, retracted her steps when she heard this and watched the show from the side. Gray and Leo confronted them without any hesitation. Sister, who are you? Big sister. Myra Jane almost went berserk, her eyes became even more ferocious, and she gritted her teeth and said, My name is Myra Jane, and I am destined to be the strongest person in the guild, and you will pay the price for this. Tisk tisk, everyone around showed a gloating expression. Myra Jane was angry, but it was very scary. Su Chen found it very interesting, turned his head and said to Wu Lu, who wanted to stop it, Don't worry, Myra Jane knows her limits, and there is motivation only when there is an opponent. Wu Lu was very skeptical about Su Chen's sense of limits, because Leo was beaten by Kanna and was only left with one breath. However, seeing Su Chen's eyes, he agreed inexplicably. Next, the bad girl Myra Jane showed Gray and Leo her strength close to S level. Although Gray and Leo have improved compared to before, they are still far behind Myra Jane. The two were pressed to the ground and rubbed. Myra Jane is like a king of children. Urza is not her opponent now, and no one among the children can be her opponent. Don't care about these things anymore. Beside, Su Chen looked at Wu Lu and said, Tell me, what have you discovered recently? Wu Lu must have discovered some important news. That's why she came here. Wu Lu pursed her lips. She was obviously younger than herself, but she showed a maturity that was not in line with her age. Many times, she even felt that she was just a little girl. After hesitating for a while, she murmured, After listening to you, I went to the Magic Research Institute, which has become a ruin. After asking around, I got to know some inside information. Chapter 26. Wu Lu was talking slowly, and Su Chen was listening quietly. Kanna sat beside him without knowing when, found a comfortable position, and lay on him. After much inquiry, I found out that this Magic Research Institute is used to transform people, often in the name of healing. I actually believed it at the time. Wu Lu said, tears fell uncontrollably, and her eyes were red. For this, she had felt guilty for a long time. And because of this, she was more and more sure that her daughter was still alive. In fact, it was true. I heard that someone had seen someone who looked like Altair in the Tower of Paradise, but when I went there, I found that the Tower of Paradise had been destroyed. At this time, we just heard the news about you, so we came here. Wu Lu slowly told her recent experience. KANNA-CHAN obediently handed over a piece of paper. Don't worry, since you have joined Fairy Tale, your business is our guild's business, and we will help you find Altair. Su Chen comforted. Yet. Kanna nodded seriously. Thank you, I believe it will succeed. After being comforted by the two, Wu Lu felt much better. Su Chen is right. Since we have joined the guild, we are a family. Your daughter's business is also our business. Makarov appeared beside him at some point and said solemnly. Wu Lu was stunned for a moment, then smiled randomly. She joined the guild just because she felt that there was a platform that would allow her to better access information in this area, and she did not intend to use the guild's hand. Su-Chen did not care at all. Because this is fairy tale. In the following period of time, under Su-Chen's guidance, Erza completed her first mission. And Su-Chen also completed an S-level mission. 1 year later, Erza's dress-changing magic has made great progress, and she can already complete A-level tasks alone. Her growth is somewhat amazing, after all, she has Su-Chen's irrigation. After the strength was improved, Myra Jane and Erza started to fight each other. The two of them were like this a year ago, but Erza was not strong enough. But now, they are no longer afraid. At the same time, the three of Ulu, the master and the apprentice, made a big splash. To be precise, it should be Ulu's level combat power, ice modeling magic, and 100% completion of the mission. Let everyone in the guild be shocked, and Myra Jane had challenged Ulu before, but Myra Jane was defeated, which made her depressed for a long time. The door of the guild was suddenly pushed open, and Makarov walked in with a gloomy face, holding a stack of complaint letters in his hand. Seeing this scene, the guild members couldn't help but shrink their necks. Every time at this time, it was time to be scolded. As expected, Makarov started to scold, but this time Gray, Leo, and Erza were also there. The three of them didn't know who influenced them, and when they fought, they wanted to destroy a city. Every time they carried out a mission, not to mention the reward, but they had to pay for it. Every time he went to the regular meeting, Makarov felt exhausted, and sooner or later he would be pissed off by these people. Humph, Gray, it's always because you're too much of a hindrance that this happens, Leo pouted and mocked. It's you who didn't listen to orders, didn't act according to plan, and was impatient. Gray immediately retorted. Not convinced. Let's fight, let me show you who is the senior brother. That's exactly what I meant. If I win, I will be the senior brother from now on. Too noisy? Let's go fight. Makarov's hand quickly grew bigger and knocked the two men down. Only then did he feel much calmer. Willow cast a helpless look at the side. This year, she gradually integrated into the guild and was accustomed to this scene. However, she noticed that the president's face looked a little strange. President, is there any trouble? Sighing, Makarov took out a notice from the council and handed it to Su-Chen. His eyes flashed. Su-Chen took the notice, saw the content on it, and sneered. A few wind blades shredded it into pieces and flew away with the wind. What happened? Wu Lu frowned and asked worriedly, suddenly remembering something. Could it be about KANNA-CHAN? Su-Chen's eyes were cold and he didn't speak. Makarov was also a little angry and said, yes, the council issued a notice to arrest Kanna and detain her. This matter started a few days ago. Myra Jane secretly got an S-level task list, and after thinking about it, for safety reasons, she used snacks to trick Kanna. This is nothing. It's just that when the mission was being carried out, people from the Dark Guild showed up to make trouble, and their strength was not weak. Kanna didn't stop, and with a Kamehameha, the port of Hagen town was gone. The council took the opportunity to make trouble. So there is the current incident. This kind of thing has happened more than once, but this time, the council took this opportunity to arrest Kanna. Humph, there must be something shameful about this. Lord Su-Chen, Kanna tugged at the corner of Su-Chen's clothes and looked up at Su-Chen, looking pitiful. I don't want to be separated from Lord Su-Chen. Su-Chen smiled and stroked her long hair. Don't worry, no one can take Kanna away from me. At this time, the people in the guild also knew the decision of the Council of Representatives. While they were indignant, they were a little silent. That was the Council of Representatives. The Council of Representatives was composed of the 10 strongest people in Ishgar. Although his usual behavior was criticized, his strength was daunting. Myra Jane walked forward with her head down, her face full of apologies. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I shouldn't have taken Kanna out. Shaking his head, Suchan said calmly, this is not your fault. Even if this didn't happen, the Council of Representatives would take the opportunity to make trouble. Since the council wants to play, I will wait for them. With his fists clenched, Suchan sneered. They'd better not mess with me, otherwise. Are you sure? Makarov said solemnly. Old man, don't you know me? Well, I will go crazy with you guys, Makarov laughed, not caring at all. It was just a trick of some villains in the council. And me? Wu Lu also said firmly. Chapter 27. Suchan didn't care too much about KANNA-CHAN's affairs. Isn't it just the council? Makarov's reaction was also within his expectations, but Ulu's statement was indeed beyond his expectations. In the guild, except for the president, everyone else was silent. After all, it was the council. Only Myra Jane was upset for a while, and it took a lot of persuasion to persuade her. At night, Suchan and KANNA-CHAN strolled in the night, and both of them enjoyed such time. Myra Jane followed behind Suchan and KANNA-CHAN, with her head down and her hands intertwined, not looking like a little girl before. Suchan, KANNA-CHAN, I'm sorry. Why don't you just beat me up, or I'll feel bad? After following for a long time, she was about to get home, so she mustered up the courage to speak. Kanna shook her clothes and said in a childish voice, Milazan, Kanna is fine, Master Suchan is here. Didn't I say it before? This is not your fault. Even if there is a mistake, it is the fault of the council. Suchan said helplessly. Why can't this girl figure it out? He never blamed her at all. But, Myra wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Suchan. If you feel bad, please cook for me for a month. Oh, Kanna likes this. Myra Jane cried with joy as she looked at their backs. It felt so good. At night, Suchan asked Kanna to go to bed first, while he waited for midnight to arrive. System, sign in for today. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in and punching the card in Fairy Tale for 2 years and obtaining a diamond-level treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Open. Diamond-level treasure chest, Suchan is looking forward to it. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the god-level summoning card, the Origin of Nature Dragon Asira. The system voice sounded, and soon 2 items were found in the system space. Needless to say, the god-level summoning card can summon characters from all the heavens and worlds. And the Origin of Nature Dragon Asira. Asira, the Dragon of Nature, a super powerful being who appeared in the Age of Dragons. She is born with the ability to be close to nature, to weave dreams, to connect reality, to make people indulge in it, to possess its origin, and to possess all its abilities. After reading the introduction, Suchan became interested. This super powerful being from the Dragon Age. With this origin, he could have all the abilities, which made him very excited. The Wind Dragon origin had already improved his strength so much, and now with the addition of the Natural Dragon origin, his strength would probably increase by leaps and bounds again. System, will there be any problem if I fuse the 2 origins? However, Suchan was not carried away. A dragon only has 1 origin, but if 2 origins appear in the body, it is not certain what will happen. To be on the safe side, he still asked. Host, please rest assured that the 2 origins are both produced by the system, so there will be no rejection. The host can use them with confidence. After receiving the affirmation of the system, Suchan breathed a sigh of relief. Absorb the essence of the nature dragon Asira. After the words fell, the void in front of him rippled, and a green essence slowly merged into Suchan's body. Warmth, a feeling like a spring breeze came over him, making him feel as if he was in nature. Very friendly. The magical power filled his body, and there was no conflict with the essence of wind in his body. He breathed a sigh of relief. He stretched out his hand and lightly touched it, and a green light emerged. Go! Su-Chen sensed Kanna next to him and lightly tapped. The little green dot slowly floated over. In an instant, Kanna was immersed in a dream. The power of fabricating dreams is well deserved. Su-Chen was very satisfied. After integrating this natural dragon essence, he had a lot more abilities about Asira in his mind. However, his use was not as powerful as Asira's own use. Not only can it fabricate dreams, but it can also buff people, control the power of nature, and even transform into a dragon. It has all the abilities of a dragon, and its combat power is also very strong. With a thought, tear. From behind Su-Chen, a pair of colorful wings slowly emerged. With a slight flap, he flew up directly. Yes, the speed is much faster than before. Su-Chen experienced it for a while before reluctantly putting it away. The nature dragon Asira made his combat power increase a lot. At this time, another summoning card appeared in his hand, a god-level summoning card. He silently said, "System, use the summoning card." After using it, Su-Chen began to look forward to it. As soon as he finished speaking, a starlight vortex appeared in front of him, full of depth and mystery, very mysterious. Who is it? Su-Chen couldn't wait to look over. Yes, there are two horns and a tail. After a while, the light converged, and Su-Chen looked over quickly. When he saw it, his eyes widened immediately. Dragon maid? In front of him, a woman with two horns, long yellow hair, a tail behind her, her hands folded on her belly, and wearing a maid outfit appeared. Xiongda was simply able to accommodate the world. Thor! Su-Chen exclaimed. It was the dragon maid Thor? Damn, was he too destined to be with dragons? Kanna was a dragon, Thor was also a dragon, and he also obtained the origin of the natural dragon. Master Su-Chen. Thor appeared, his pale yellow pupils narrowed instantly, and he rushed over. Master Su-Chen, Thor misses you so much. The people summoned were 100% loyal to Su-Chen. And there would be no sense of strangeness. Su-Chen subconsciously reached out and couldn't help but take a breath. At least there is AD. After getting along with so many little girls, I suddenly feel that the dragon maid is pretty good. Don't move. Su-Chen stopped Thor from moving around on his body. Who could bear this? After a while, Thor stood in front of Su-Chen, his eyes full of surprise. Why are you wearing a maid outfit? After thinking for a while, Su-Chen asked the first question. P.S. Thor appears, what do you want her to do as the protagonist? Chapter 28. This one. Thor pulled the hem of his clothes, looked down, and chuckled. I wore it according to what Master Su-Chen thought. Hey! My! Su-Chen was a little dumbfounded. Did he really have this idea? But, who cares? This is it. How beautiful it is. The art of the maid. Hey, where's KANNA-CHAN? Thor looked around and asked in confusion. She is sleeping now. Su-Chen pursed his lips and pointed to Kanna's room. Hee. Thor rolled his eyes and laughed. In Su-Chen's surprised eyes, he jumped onto the bed and got in. You, what are you doing? Su-Chen glared, unable to keep up with Thor's pace. Thor showed his eyes from under the quilt and said in a muffled voice, it is Thor's duty to warm the bed for Lord Su-Chen. Hiss. Su-Chen took a breath of cold air. This maid is so terrifying. However, thinking of the feeling just now, he couldn't help but feel a little distracted. How can I refuse someone who is delivered to my door? Thor said it easily, but when the powerful and fascinating breath came to his face, he couldn't help but feel shy. His pretty face was flushed, and his watery eyes trembled slightly. At the critical moment. Click! Su-Chen paused when he heard the sound of the door opening. At this time and in this place, only one person would come in. Turning his head, he saw Kanna poking her head in, blinking her little eyes, and using her hands as binoculars to stare at the two of them. "Hentai." The little hand pointed, and the childish voice came. "Master Su-chen is a henpecked man." KANNA-CHAN repeated. Thor quietly shrank into the bed, pretending not to see it. Su-chen was a little embarrassed. Although Kanna was probably hundreds or even thousands of years old, she had such a cute body that made people feel guilty. "Kanna, why are you here? It's a bad night tonight, and I feel very uncomfortable," so Su-chen turned his head and asked. Kanna put her little arms in front of her and whispered, "I just dreamed of Lord Thor, and I missed Lord Thor. So you came to me." Su-chen looked up and realized that it was all because of his own clumsy hands. He took a long breath, patted Thor on the shoulder, and whispered, "Thor, you sleep with Kanna today, and you can reminisce about the past. I'll clean up a room tomorrow." Thor wanted to say no, but when he saw Kanna and then Su-chen, he nodded. He got up and took Kanna back to the room. After the two left, Su-chen fell directly on the bed, no longer in the mood to sleep. He was neither up nor down, and felt very uncomfortable. He took a shower, but still felt uncomfortable. Su-chen got up, put on his clothes, and went out directly. He had to find something to do. Flutter. Colorful wings stretched out from his back. Su-chen flew quickly in the air and soon landed in front of a house. He went forward and knocked on the door. After waiting for a while, the door slowly opened. Little Urza rubbed her eyes and suddenly became alert when she saw the person coming. "Brother Su-chen. It's so late, what's the matter?" Little Urza asked in confusion. Su-chen's face was embarrassed. He couldn't say it was a physiological problem. "There is a solution to the problem I was thinking about some time ago," Su-chen thought for a while and said. "Real? Urza had an eye accident because of the Tower of Paradise. So when her hair grew longer, she had long bangs to cover the other eye. Some time ago, Makarov said he could help her restore her eyesight, but there would be defects, so Su-chen promised to help her heal her eyes. It was a little short of the mark before. Now that the essence of the natural dragon has been integrated, there is a way. Then come in, brother Su-chen." The excited Urza quickly invited Su-chen in. After starting the mission, Urza lived alone, and Rob lived in the place arranged by Makarov. After coming in, Su-chen said lightly, "Lay down, no matter what happens, you have to bear it." Yet, Urza believed in Su-chen very much. No matter what he said, she believed it. She lay down neatly. Su-chen took a deep breath and started to be serious. He stretched out his hand, and the surging natural force surged out and surrounded Urza's eyes. The next moment, there was something in his hand. It was the reward for signing in, the Eye of Delusion, which could ignore illusions and find flaws. If you want to have such eyes, you must first replace the previous eyes. That is, take off the previous eyes. He didn't have such a habit, and the level of this Eye of Delusion was a bit low. And Urza was just right. First, use the wind blade to remove some of the damaged tissues before. Urza could clearly feel the movement of her eyes. Although it hurt, it was not as painful as when she was learning magic before. She gritted her teeth and held on. Then, she slowly put the Eye of Illusion in. Then, she used the regenerative ability of the power of nature to truly fuse them together. The power of nature surged over, and her eyes were slowly merging. It felt itchy and very comfortable. After a while, the fusion was complete. Urza felt like she had been walking in the dark for a long time, and finally a ray of light shone in. She slowly opened her eyes, and her vision suddenly became clear, completely different from before. Her eyes are really healed. Urza reached out and gently touched her eyes, a little unbelievable. It's really healed. I am really fine, brother Su-chen, thank you. Urza smiled sincerely, burst into tears of joy, and rushed over. Everything she has now was given by brother Su-chen. It's okay, this is also your opportunity, cherish it, this is not an ordinary eye, this is the pupil of delusion. The originally calm heart almost made a mistake again. Su-Chen hurriedly supported her. After seeing that Urza had no adverse reactions, he was relieved. With it, Luce's combat power will increase a lot. Now that I'm calm, it's time for me to go back. Well, it's time for me to go too. The next day, Su-Chen brought Thor and Kanna to the guild. Someone from the council came. Chapter 29. Fairy Tale. The Magic Council came with hundreds of Crescent Knights and surrounded the guild. The leader was Laharl, the captain of the Magic Council's 4th Force Supervision Unit. President Makarov, you should know the consequences of defying the council. Lahar pushed his glasses and said coldly. Makarov had a blank expression on his face and didn't care about the other party's threats at all. I naturally support the decision of the council, but this matter is still under discussion. I can't let my child be wronged. The council is getting more and more shameless. With us here, don't even think about taking KANNA-CHAN away. Myra Jane gritted her teeth and said angrily. Urza also stood up, and the magic of changing clothes was activated. Her shining armor had already explained her decision. Laxus appeared behind everyone at some point, with his arms folded, looking at Lahore coldly. Ulu, Grey, and others also stood up. Although the council is strong, Fairy Tale will not be afraid of it. Lahore frowned and said slowly, President Makarov, do you think you can resist the council with these people? Don't do anything stupid, and hand them over quickly. To avoid tensions, which may lead to misunderstandings. Please go back. I will go to the council to negotiate in person. Makarov shook his head slowly, asking the people behind him to be calm. If it was something else, the arrest would be just a formality, but he got the news that someone in the council was targeting KANNA-CHAN. How could they push the child into the tiger's den when they knew it was ahead? Makarov, before I came here, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar told me that if Fairy Tale refused to let me go, then... So what? In the crowd, Suchin walked in with Thor and Kanna. As soon as they arrived, they heard the people from the council speaking harshly. They came to Makarov and nodded. Are you Suchin? Lahore pushed his glasses, looked at Suchin, and looked at Kangna who was following behind him, and immediately guessed his identity. You are indeed a hero of your generation, and the people in the Council of Advocates also praise you highly. I'm really sorry, Su-Chen said coldly. You just said, what will happen if they don't let us go? Su-Chen stared at him quietly, and an invisible pressure emanated from him, causing Lahore to tremble all over and feel inexplicably fearful. Lahore suppressed his fear and said, if Fairy Tale doesn't let us go, then the council must maintain its dignity and cannot be challenged. Those with serious circumstances may be classified as dark guilds. Hee. What a bunch of hypocritical people. Darkness and light are just a matter of words from them. Su-Chen sneered. Seeing that the Fairy Tale was so uncooperative, Lahore waved his hand and said, take them away. Someone from the Crescent Knights behind him immediately stepped forward, ready to take Kanna away by force. Thor's pale yellow pupils shrank, and anger surged. If it weren't for Su-Chen's order, he would have killed these people long ago. Extremely long-winded. The people from the Crescent Knights flew away before they got close. It was Su-Chen who took action. You have to think clearly, this is Fairy Tale, not the council, and you are not allowed to be arrogant. Su-Chen's eyes turned cold, and murderous intent emerged in his eyes. If he insisted on doing so, he didn't mind killing him. Surrounded by murderous intent, Laharl seemed to fall into an endless abyss, and his back was wet. You, are you really going to go against the council? At this moment, Lahore had completely lost his previous demeanor. He had never thought that Fairy Tale would actually dare to take action. You know, the Magic Council represents absolute authority in Ishgar, and no union dares to openly resist the council. But now, We are here on the orders of the Heavenly King. Do you still want to disobey him? What about the order of the king? No one can take Kanna away from me, not even the king himself. Sachin said coldly. He didn't have any good feelings towards the Magic Council, they were all hypocritical people. Moreover, Kanna and Thor were his own people, whoever dared to move would be his enemy. He didn't care about the council. At worst, he would just tear it down. Thor's eyes flashed. Lord Sachin at this time made people very tempted. Makarov didn't want the matter to get too big, and he knew that Sachin really dared to kill people, so he solved it quickly before it got out of hand. So he said, Lahore, this matter ends here. I will go to the council in person to explain the situation. If anything happens, I will take responsibility alone. Ha ha ha, Makarov, I haven't seen you for a while, you're a lot more arrogant, you even dare to disobey the order of the council, an arrogant voice came from the crowd. Then, a man in a purple magic robe with a sinister smile on his face walked over, followed by two expressionless people. President Joseph Pola, Lahar was delighted when he saw this man, and his confidence rose again. Josephala, why are you here? Makarov frowned and asked in confusion. Haha, the council asked me to take charge, but I didn't expect you, Makarov, to actually resist. Although we have known each other for a while, we can't pretend that we can't see each other. Yasipala showed a weird smile, which was very creepy. Josephala, it's him. At this time, someone in the guild also recognized the identity of the person who came. The president of the Phantom Ruler Guild, he is also one of the 10 holy wizards of Ishgar, like the president. He is good at dark magic and is very powerful. The 10 holy mages. Mirage, Urza and the others looked extremely solemn. Everyone took a deep breath. You know, the 10 holy mages are one of the 10 strongest people in Ishgar. Each of them is very powerful. Unexpectedly, it was just a small matter, but the 10 holy mages were printed out. What is the council going to do to Kanna? They actually sent out the 10 holy mages. Chapter 30. Jose Pola. It's him? When Su Chen heard the name, he thought of the information about this person. The president of the Phantom Ruler Guild, and Makarov don't like each other, which explains why the other party would appear here. If there is a chance to step on someone, he will naturally not let it go. It seems that the council also wants to use him to restrain Fairy Tail. In Su Chen's memory, as hatred accumulated, this person directly let the guild attack Fairy Tail and fought with Makarov. In the end, he was slightly defeated and was expelled from the council. However, it is obviously not a good thing to show up now. Sure enough, Jose Pola immediately revealed the purpose of his visit. Makarov, hand over the child, and the matter can be ignored. However, if you refuse, the council will consider whether to include Fairy Tail in the category of dark guilds and impose sanctions. What is your purpose that you must take KANNA-CHAN's child? Makarov asked gloomily. You have to ask those heavenly kings. I am only responsible for the execution. Yasipala grinned, his eyes full of darkness. Makarov, you don't want the Fairy Guild to be destroyed in your hands, right? Are you worthy of the previous president's instructions? You. Makarov's face was uncertain. As he said, he didn't want to see Fairy Tail being called a dark guild. Once it was called a dark guild, it would be targeted by all guilds and hunted down. If that happened, he really didn't have the face to face President Mavis. The members behind him were also silent. The council was like a mountain pressing down on their hearts, making them breathless. Master, what should we do? Urza asked with a frown. Do you really want to watch him take KANNA-CHAN with him? Wu Lu frowned and said worriedly. But do we really want to disobey the council? Matteo couldn't help but remind him. Humph, the sorrow of the weak, in the face of absolute strength, black and white are just a name. Laxus snorted coldly, showing disdain for the performance of some people. Ha ha ha. Joseph laughed and walked around Makarov, came to Su-chen, stared at Kanna behind him, shook his head, and said, "What a cute little guy, it makes me reluctant to kill him. I'll try to be gentle." "How can I repair it, Master Su-chen? Let me beat him to a pulp," Thor said with blazing eyes and gnashing teeth. "Master Su-chen," Kanna grabbed the corner of Su-chen's clothes tightly, looking pitiful. Su-chen shook his head and stopped Thor. He wanted to do it himself. "Let them know that if you touch my people, you will pay the price. I have always been the one bullying others. Stop it, this is my fault. If you want to arrest someone, arrest me." Miraj's clenched fists were shaking, and he couldn't help but rush out, blocking Josephala and shouting, "Little girl, get out of the way, be careful not to get hurt." Joseph laughed even more happily. This was exactly what he wanted to see. The more people stood up, the happier he was. "Stand back, leave this to me." Su-chen put his hand on his shoulder, pulled him away, stepped forward and looked at Joseph indifferently. "President Joseph, I heard that you are a Holy Ten magician." "Su-chen, right? I've heard of you. You're a very powerful magician, but the power of the council is not something you can contend with. Get out of the way, otherwise, I will judge you on behalf of the council." Joseph grinned, his attitude was very unpleasant. "That's perfect, I just want to see the power of the so-called Holy Ten Mages." Su-chen grinned. "Su-chen, don't take risks." Makarov frowned and advised. The others also found it incredible after hearing this. "You know, this is one of the 10 holy mages, representing the 10 strongest people in Ishgar, and their strength is extremely powerful. Although Su-chen is powerful, in their opinion, there is still a gap between him and the 10 holy mages. After all, Su-chen is too young. They can't help but feel a little worried." Myra Jane felt deeply guilty. All this came from her. If she hadn't pulled Connor out, this wouldn't have happened. "President, this is my business. I can bully others, but if someone bullies me, then I will punish him." Su-chen said with a faint smile, but in an instant, a strong murderous intent enveloped Joseph. The fighting spirit was high. "Very interesting, I haven't met such an interesting young man for a long time." Yasipala seemed to find something interesting. A terrifying power was ready to be unleashed between the two of them. It was heart-pounding. At this moment, the two people brought by Jose Pola also came up. Jose frowned, but said nothing. However, 3 figures walked out of the crowd. It was Ulu, Milaj, and Urza who blocked the two people. "I will reluctantly cooperate with you this time," Urza, wearing bright armor, glanced at Myra next to her. "Humph, as long as you don't get in the way, it's fine," Myra responded. Ulu blocked one person alone. Seeing this scene, Makarov didn't say anything. This was all his own choice. Looking around, he said, "Everyone retreat, don't be affected." Whether it was the people of the Crescent Knights or the fairy tale, they all retreated far away. They couldn't bear the aftermath of the Battle of the Holy Ten. "Stop it, don't destroy Magnolia!" Makarov yelled. On the battlefield, Su-chen smiled faintly at Josephala, eager to try. This was his first time fighting a Saint 10th level person. It was a bit exciting. "The president is right, don't destroy Magnolia." After saying that, Su-chen fluttered behind him, stretched out a pair of colorful wings, and flew into the sky. Interesting. Yasipala took a look and followed him. Below, Ulu, Milaj, and Urza faced 2 expressionless people. A big battle was ready to start. Chapter 31. Joseph sneered and looked at Su-chen with disdain. It's okay for young people to be conceited, but they have to know their limits. Raising his hand, a thick dark aura covered his hand, and the dark aura surrounded him. He slapped his palm towards Su-chen, and a black magic circle appeared out of thin air. Endless darkness attacked, and several groups of auras that made people feel uncomfortable at a glance surged up. With endless negative emotions, ordinary people would probably fall into endless darkness after just one look. The wind is rising. Su-Chen flapped his wings gently and said, "Hey!" The ground suddenly blew up, and then a strong wind blew. Under Su-Chen's control, it met this breath and easily blew away this dark breath. Wind blades. Around Su-Chen, several wind blades formed, streaking through the void and rushing over. Arrogant. Joseph sneered, raised his hand slightly, and a black magic circle appeared. Bang! Several wind blades hit the magic circle, but only caused a ripple, like cutting on steel. He didn't care about the result of the wind blades. In other words, from the beginning, neither of them was serious, but just testing each other. But now, he has a bottom line. Su-Chen grinned. The test is over, I can't wait. Natural blessing. First, he put a buff on himself, and then added a buff to the 3 people below him, which can increase recovery, reduce consumption, and strengthen magic power, which has a significant bonus to strength. Even if the 3 people are not opponents, they will not be defeated quickly. Very good, I am beginning to be interested in you. How about you, are you interested in joining my guild? Joseph's eyes lit up, he saw the effect of Su-Chen's move just now. It can actually improve combat power, which is a great help to the guild. Hee. Su-Chen sneered and ignored him, then flapped his wings violently, bursting out at an extremely fast speed and rushed over. The iron fist of the wind dragon. The magic power of the wind was surging and gathering on Su-Chen's fist, as if it was swallowing up the world, containing terrifying energy. At this moment, Su-Chen seemed to have transformed into a wind dragon, roaring and punching out. Ghost arrow! Joseph shouted coldly, his fingers flew, and wisps of dark energy formed a black magic circle. The next moment, the numerous dark energies gathered and formed arrows that burst out. Boom! How is it possible? The ghost arrow shattered in an instant in Joseph's surprised eyes, and the fist suddenly enlarged in his eyes. However, he still formed a defensive magic circle in front of him without haste. He was still confident in his strength. However, the next moment, his fist hit the magic circle heavily. With a crisp sound, the magic circle in front of him shattered, and a huge fist smashed over. Bang! The huge force knocked it several kilometers away. Damn it, I was careless. Joseph cursed inwardly and rushed forward again, this time with full vigilance. From the 2 attacks just now, it was proved that Su-Chen's strength was not weak at all. However, he was still a little worse than himself. I admit that you are strong, but today, I will show you what a Holy Ten Mage is. Joseph's face was gloomy, and a dark aura permeated his body. Su-Chen ignored him. He had obtained the origin of the natural dragon, but had not used it yet. It was just right to test it today. The power of the wind around him dissipated, and was replaced by a strong natural force. Under the care of this force, the vegetation below grew wildly. Haha, just in time, I'm very upset today, and you are the one who is taking my anger out on me. Su-Chen's eyes flashed green. The natural dragon may seem like an auxiliary, but in fact it has a powerful force. Otherwise, how can he be called a strong man in the Dragon Age? In an instant, Su-Chen disappeared from the spot. Joseph's pupils shrank, and a fist had enlarged in his sight. Too fast. It was completely different from before. Didn't he just use his full strength, or even half of his strength? Several layers of magic defense array were deployed. As soon as they were deployed, the defense array exploded, and a fist hit him in the face. The terrifying power was like a mountain, and Joseph flew backwards fiercely. Go, faster and farther than before, and who knows how many buildings were destroyed. Boom! A gap was left on Magnolia, which was created by Joseph's body. Below, the people in the guild and the council were dumbfounded. The one who was just knocked away was one of the 10 saints. The first time could be said to be underestimating the enemy, but the second time they saw clearly that Joseph seemed to be no match for him. Does that mean that Su-Chen already has the strength of the 10 saints? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but gasp. How old is Su-Chen? Laxus folded his arms, with a very complicated feeling in his heart. It seems that he held back last time. Makarov narrowed his eyes. He was also shocked by Su-Chen's strength. His strength was comparable to Joseph's. Doesn't that mean that he is no longer Su-Chen's opponent? Thinking of this, Makarov grinned. Who cares, he is a wizard of fairy tale anyway. Not far away. Urza swept over with 2 swords in her hands, forcing the expressionless man to retreat, and looked up. She muttered to herself, is this his true strength? When will I be able to catch up with him? It seems that I am not working hard enough now. Clang! Myra Jane blocked the attack with her demonic claws and said to her unhappily, hey, stop being a fangirl and focus. Urza blushed. She was actually distracted during the battle. Even though you saved me, I won't thank you. Humph, let's see who defeats her first. Myra snorted coldly, and then the 2 of them went into the battlefield again. With the buff given by Su-Chen, their strength was greatly improved, and it was much easier to deal with. Chapter 32. Boom! Magnolia trembled violently, and a piece of the building was directly destroyed. Joseph was embedded in the ground, looking a little embarrassed. The huge humiliation made him look a little hideous. He was one of the 10 great magicians of the Holy Land. Ah! With a roar, he rose from the ground, surrounded by a monstrous dark aura that almost engulfed half of Magnolia. His hands kept jumping, forming a Kamehameha gesture, gathering endless dark energy. A huge dark magic circle emerged. Death Storm. Joseph spat out word by word, and in an instant, it seemed as if the world was plunged into endless darkness. A terrifying shock wave erupted, destroying everything in its path. Su-Chen flapped his wings, his eyes calm, watching the approach of the shock wave. Then, he took a deep breath, and made his hands into a trumpet shape. Endless natural forces gathered around him, and he shouted the brilliant flame of the natural dragon. Green brilliant flame spewed out. Unlike ordinary brilliant flame, the temperature was not scorching, but it was more terrifying and could destroy the vitality of all things. The power of nature, since it gave birth to life, could also destroy life. Boom! In the eyes of many people, the green brilliant flame instantly penetrated the darkness and bombarded Joseph. Ah! How could it be possible? How could I lose? Joseph's body fell from the sky with a bang. The brilliant flames were like the first rays of the morning sun at dawn, dispelling all the darkness around him. It's a pity that the 10 holy mages don't seem to fight hard. Su-Chen chuckled. Below, the members of the guild and the people of the council were stunned. Joseph, one of the 10 holy mages, was defeated like this? Even Makarov couldn't defeat Joseph, who was also one of the 10 holy mages. Doesn't it mean that Su-Chen's strength is already above the president? Lahar, who was beside him, broke out in a cold sweat. What a ruthless man! Absolutely ruthless man! Joseph represented the council, and Su-Chen didn't care about the face of the council at all. Such behavior was undoubtedly a slap in the face. In this way, it seemed that he had been very kind to himself just now. He would never come to this guild again. Who the hell can stand this? On the other side, the battle between Ulu, Myra Jane, and Urza was slowly coming to an end. The 2 people who had never changed their expressions from beginning to end, in the shocked eyes of Ulu and the other 2, turned into 2 long swords and fell to the ground. What's going on? Even Wu Lu was a little shocked. Why did a living person turn into 2 long swords? Is it some kind of magic? How is it possible? If she has S-level strength with just 1 magic, How powerful must she be? Mirage shook her head and denied it. Su-chen also noticed this. But he was different. After seeing this scene, his eyes kept patrolling around. He knew the person who cast this magic. Soon, he saw a figure standing on the tallest building in Magnolia. He wore a strange hat on his head and held a magic wand like a deer antler. His long crimson hair fluttered and his face was cold and ruthless. Feeling Su-chen's gaze, a sneer appeared on his cold face. The magic wand in his hand pointed in the direction of Su-chen, and a crimson magic circle appeared. Several houses around floated beside him. He pointed from a distance, and several houses turned into a stream of light and smashed over. After doing all this, he was ready to float away. Boom! Boom! With a loud bang, several houses exploded in an instant. The body paused, and in her somewhat surprised eyes, Su-chen punched over, very quickly. In surprise, his right hand twisted and turned into a huge dragon claw, and rushed over. Bang! There was a bang in the sky, and the air exploded. After the attack, Su-chen did not attack again, and the man did not attack again. It was a very beautiful woman, mature and charming, with a cold face like a queen high above. Her pretty face was very similar to little Urza. But Su-chen knew that this woman was Urza's mother, Irene. A figure from 400 years ago. Now she is one of the 12 holy shields of the Albaraz Empire. With a chuckle, Irene, I didn't expect that you were behind this. Irene's beautiful eyes were slightly raised, and she was a little surprised that Su-chen actually knew her. She could confirm that she had never seen this person. A hint of curiosity appeared on her cold face, but she still said in a cold tone, you have successfully aroused my curiosity, but I don't have time to play with you now. We will meet again. After saying that, Irene floated away. Su-chen did not stop her. After knowing that she was Irene, he never thought of keeping her. Moreover, do you really think that your punch is so simple? The power of the natural dragon is not in vain. He is also looking forward to meeting next time. Su-chen's mouth curled up, revealing a somewhat evil smile. However, there is one thing worth pondering. Irene is not a member of the council. Why did she target Kanna? What was the purpose? However, there is nothing to worry about. If Kanna's power is fully erupted, I am afraid that I may not be her opponent. I just don't know who is stronger than the Black Dragon. He didn't want to try this. Once the estimate is wrong, the consequences will be serious. However, it seems that this magic council is really incompetent. The enemy's hands have reached into the top group of people in the council. It seems that the betrayal of the king ranked first in the 10 saints was not accidental, but has been invaded. Master Su-chen, who was that just now? Thor and Kanna also flew to Su-chen and asked in confusion. Master Su-chen actually let him go. An enemy, an interesting enemy. With a faint smile, Su-chen brought Kanna and Thor back to the guild. At this time, the people from the council had already left with the seriously injured Joseph. The eyes of the people around him when they looked at Su-chen changed, and they were no longer as reckless as before. This is the minimum respect for the strong. Will there really be no problem? Makarov hesitated. Su-chen shook his head. Irene's appearance has already explained a lot of problems. By the way, Thor, restore the city of Magnolia. Su-chen said hurriedly, slapping his forehead. Chapter 33. Magnolia. After a great battle, about 1/3 of it was destroyed. This is the result of Su-chen trying his best to fight in the air, otherwise, Magnolia would probably be destroyed. After receiving Su-chen's order, Thor flapped his small black wings, came into the air, and cast magic on the destroyed place. In the surprised eyes of everyone, the destroyed Magnolia is slowly recovering, as if the previous battle no longer existed. Everything is back to normal. Makarov looked at Thor's ability and shone. If Fairy Tail had such magic, it would not have to pay money every time it carried out a mission. Would the guild still be short of money? He also forgot about the previous affairs of the council. He came to Su Chen eagerly and asked in a low voice, Su Chen, who is this? Seeing Makarov's eyes, Su Chen immediately knew that he had bad intentions. I am Thor, the loyal maid of Master Su Chen. Without waiting for Su Chen to answer, Thor answered actively. Maid. Makarov's eyes widened. It seemed as if he was saying, where can I find such a good maid? I will go find one too. Don't listen to her nonsense, she is Kanna's sister, and she came here specially to take care of Kanna. Su Chen held his forehead helplessly and found an excuse to prevaricate. Ha ha ha, since you are Kanna's sister, you are naturally a member of our fairy tale guild. May I ask if the magic you just cast was time magic? No longer paying attention to Makarov, who was disrespectful to his elders, Su Chen came to the front of Mileage and the other two. This time, the three of them were able to stand up bravely, and he would always remember it in his heart. He could unceremoniously regard them as his own people. Thank you for this time. Urza and the others smiled when they heard this. Su Chen thanked them. This was something that had never happened before. They could feel that the relationship between them was rapidly getting closer. Su Chen, who is the last person to appear. I can feel that he is very powerful. Ulu said with serious eyes. Urza and Myra Jane also looked over. Su Chen smiled and shook his head, paused slightly on Urza's face, and then said, just an interesting enemy, you will meet him in the future. Don't tell Urza about this for the time being. The hidden story is a bit complicated, and the premise is to untie Irene's knot. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. The Magic Council headquarters. The 4 heavenly kings of Ishgard, sitting in a meeting room where only the 10 holy mages are qualified to appear. A young man who can defeat Joseph suddenly appeared in Fairy Tale. Is this because of our lack of intelligence, or is the other party hiding too deeply? One of the 4 people, the old man wearing a beret and glasses, suddenly spoke up. It was Eurifalheim, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Very energetic young people, how long has it been since someone dared to challenge our council? The vampire-like Habelion sneered. In my opinion, the majesty of the council cannot be challenged. If you dare to challenge the council, you must be prepared to be wiped out. As for Fairy Tale, it has been too presumptuous in recent years. It's time to give it a lesson. Hehe, it's good to be young. We in the Kingdom of Fiori need young people like this. Don't impose your stubborn and corrupt side on the next generation. If you train them well, it will be a blessing for us in Ishgard. Volodchinkin held a different opinion. Wolodchinkin, I remember you seemed to be one of the founders of Fairy Tale? Why are you protecting your juniors? Haberion taunted. I'm not like you, who takes face too seriously for just a small matter. That's enough. At this moment, the god Serena, who had been sitting in the middle and had not spoken yet, suddenly spoke. As soon as he spoke, the other 3 stopped talking. This matter ends here, said the god Serena lightly, with a sneer on his lips, which was inexplicable. Interesting young man, it wouldn't hurt to be more tolerant. Fairy Tale, just now, Thor, who was somehow persuaded by Makarov, announced that he would join Fairy Tale. It immediately caused a carnival. Unlike Kanna, Thor is a very protruding girl with a great figure and a maid outfit. The guild raised a wolf howl, but what happened next surprised everyone. Thor would only provide services to Suchen, and others who approached to talk would be punched away. Sir Su Chen, will Thor's actions bring you any trouble? Thor was gently massaging Su Chen's shoulders and asked with his head tilted. No, just be happy, don't worry about it. If someone provokes you, just beat them up. Su Chen shook his head and said. If there is trouble, it must be because of lack of strength. Just like in modern times, you have a lot of troubles, and the root cause is poverty. Don't refute, because you can't experience the happiness of rich people at all. Yet. Thor responded happily after hearing Su-chen's words. Thor really likes the feeling of being with Lord Su-chen. I think this is love. Su-chen. Not far away, Urza and Myra Jane looked at Thor with envy. Then he looked down and thought. Isn't it just a little bit bigger? Humph, I will grow up too. After this battle, Fairy Tail seemed to have changed a little. Everyone worked harder than before. They worked harder than before to complete the tasks and practiced harder than before. After seeing Su-chen's power, they deeply realized that they had always been weak. Including Laxus, they were all working hard to improve their strength. Among them, Urza and Myra Jane were the most diligent. The two fought every 2 or 3 days. After the fight, they asked Su-chen for comments, and their strength increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Another week passed. A piece of news once again set off the guild. The S-level assessment is about to begin. The data has not increased recently, and I am a little panicked. If you can still watch it, you can move your fingers. Flowers and evaluation tickets are free. Support me. Chapter 34. 3 days later. Makarov came back from the council. He brought good news and a child with short red hair and a white scarf. But after entering the guild, he found that the guild had changed a lot. Thor was smiling sweetly at the guild counter, as if he was helping out. This was nothing, the point was that these people sat in the guild obediently, without any noise or fighting. Even Myra Jane and Urza were like this. Makarov rubbed his eyes, as if he couldn't believe that this was Fairy Tail. Hey, the master is back. Makao's eyes lit up when he saw Makarov coming back, and he couldn't help but say. How can it be repaired? Master Su-chen is sleeping. Thor rushed over with gritted teeth, punched him out of the guild's head, and then used magic to repair the guild. His skillful technique was astonishing. There was no sense of missing people at all. The people around were sweating all over. Makarov's eyelids were also twitching. Well, now he found the reason. Looking at Su-chen who was sleeping soundly next to him, Makarov's mouth twitched. This is the culprit. Recently, for some reason, Thor began to help out in the guild. Usually, it was nothing. They got along very well. He could destroy as much as he could. After the destruction, a magic spell would be restored. However, when Su-chen needs absolute quietness, Thor will become crazy, and the emotional card is useless. He will punch one by one. The problem is that no one in the guild seems to be able to beat her. Some time ago, Kanna and Thor fought for a while, which shocked everyone. In comparison, it seems that few people are opponents. With a long sigh, Makarov raised the letter in his hand. There is good news. The council will not hold Su-chen responsible. Kanna's matter ends here. Ha ha ha, does the House of Council also have times when it gives in? Wouldn't our guild have 2 holy 10 mages in the future? Also, our Fairy Tail is the first to defy the council and get away with it. Upon hearing the news, the people in the guild immediately became excited. Thor did not try to stop them and smiled. If the council dared to take action again, she would not mind turning it into ashes. Su-chen woke up at some point. It was not too surprising. It was within his expectations. After all, this matter itself was the people of the Western continent making fun of. If the council still insisted on having its own way, then there would be no need for it to exist. After cheering, everyone looked at Makarov with anticipation. Everyone was waiting for the critical moment. Makarov coughed dryly and took out a list from his body. On it was the list starting from the S level this time. Only those with sufficient strength could be nominated. Everyone in the guild hoped that they could be nominated. Even if they did not pass in the end, it would be an affirmation of themselves. Finally, under the attention of everyone, Makarov began to announce. There were only 4 people in total. Myra Jane, Urza, Kanna, and Leo. The people who were announced cheered, while those who were not selected sighed. Myra Jane and Kanna had participated before. But before, Suchan, Kanna, and Ulu were eliminated twice, which was very depressing. Without these abnormally strong people this time, they will feel much more relaxed. In fact, Thor could also go with her strength, but she didn't want to go. It was meaningless. It was more interesting to be with Lord Suchan. Ah, why does Leo have it all? What's wrong with me? Gray was very depressed because he was not selected. Otherwise, how can I be your senior brother? Junior brother, just accept your fate. Leo said with a cocky look on his face. Why do I have to fight? I want to prove that I am the most qualified candidate. Leo, Gray, clothes. Willow covered his forehead and reminded. Ah, my clothes, when? Is my sister going to fight Urza? I wonder who is stronger between the two of them. Lysina said with some anticipation. That must be my sister's strength. Elfman said as he made a fitness move. Libby was also a little disappointed. I still didn't win this time, even though I tried so hard. Libby, don't be sad. As long as we work harder, we will definitely be selected next time. The other two members of the three-person team encouraged her. Yet, sparks flew between Myra Jane and Urza, neither of them gave in. Just wait and see, I will be the S-class wizard this time, Myra Jane stared at Urza and said forcefully. Let's see who can fight to the end. Urza refused to give in. Their foreheads pressed together, and their anger was surging. Su Chen realized it later. It was time for the S-level assessment again? So soon? However, Makarov soon announced something that made him feel very troubled. The examiners this time are Suchan, Kanna, and Ulu, and those who pass the final exam will be S-class wizards. The S-class exam is on a nearby volcanic island. 4 people go up the mountain in 4 directions. 2 of them will meet Kanna and Ulu halfway. As long as they pass the 2's tests, they can go to the top of the mountain. If they pass Suchan's test, they will pass successfully. The other 2 will meet halfway, and only one of them can continue to move forward. This also forced the 2 to decide the winner. As for who will win, it depends on luck. The rules are very simple, that is, strength plus luck. But in the end, it still depends on strength. After hearing that the final test is for Suchan, the 4 people who were selected couldn't help but get nervous. They all cherish this decision, which is hard won. But it is not easy to pass Suchan's test. In comparison, Kanna and Ulu's tests will be much simpler. Thinking of this, Urza and Myra Jane looked at Suchan and made a decision in their hearts. Before starting, the strength must be improved. Tonight. Chapter 35. The arrival of the S-level examination brought excitement to the guild. Everyone was talking about who would be the new S-level wizard, and Kanna took the opportunity to open the market, and everyone placed bets. It's really lively here. Thor narrowed her eyes and smiled. She also liked this kind of atmosphere. So when she had nothing to do, she would help out in the guild. The most important thing was that she could always stay with Master Su Chen. Lord Su Chen, give me money. Kanna raised her head, her eyes twinkling, her hands tugging at the corner of Su Chen's clothes, interpreting the word cute to the extreme. Kanna, why do you want money? Su Chen asked. It's not that he didn't have money. In fact, after completing the S-level mission, he never lacked money. It's just that Kanna never asked him for money, which made him a little curious. Place a bet, it looks like fun. Kanna gestured with her hand. Hey, Kanna, do you know who will pass the test? Thor turned his head and looked at Kanna. Su Chen was also curious about what Kanna would choose. No. I am the examiner. As long as I defeat the others and only one is left, that's it, Kanna said in a low voice. Su Chen. Thor. What Kanna said made sense, but I always felt something was wrong. However, if this were the case, it would incur public outrage. Su Chen shook his head and laughed, and gave her some money as he wished. As for the assessment, Kanna still knew the limits. Natsu, who was beside Makarov, was watching this scene with great excitement. He opened his mouth and spewed out a stream of fire, jumping up and down. Wow, so lively, I like it, I am burning. After a while, Makarov announced the joining of Natsu. Wearing a white scarf, Natsu happily introduced himself. Hello everyone, my name is Natsu Dragneel, please take care of me. With the joining of new members, the guild warmly welcomed them again. With the joining of Natsu, there is one more child. Now, the guild is almost like a children's shelter. However, these are the fresh blood of the guild. Immediately, someone asked about Natsu's life experience. My father is Igneel, a dragon, but he disappeared. I have been looking for him. When Natsu talked about Igneel, he was very excited, but then he was silent. Igneel's departure was obviously a big blow to him. Dragon. The members of the guild were all surprised. Natsu was actually raised by a dragon? There are dragons in this world. More than 400 years ago, the dragons ruled this continent, but as time passed, they gradually disappeared in the long river of time. Nowadays, no one has seen the Dragon Ball. Thor and Kanna looked at each other and were curious because they were also dragons. They had heard from Su Chen before that there were many dragons in this world 400 years ago, but a black dragon began to slaughter the dragons, and only a few dragons survived. Could it be that this person was raised by one of the dragons? Don't worry, it's not a big deal, you will know later. Su Chen saw the expressions of the two people and knew what they were thinking. But, Master Su Chen, this is a dragon. Thor wants to see what the dragons in this world look like. Thor blinked his pale yellow eyes, touched his red lips with his bare hands, and said curiously. Well, the dragons have disappeared. Su Chen could only say this to dispel the two people's idea. Now the strength of the black dragon is unknown, so it is better to be cautious. Moreover, the Fire Dragon King may not like them. After all, this is a plan that has been planned for 400 years. I see. Thor and Kanna nodded and stopped asking. At this time, after hearing what happened to Natsu, everyone in the guild came to comfort Natsu. Myra Jane suddenly came to Su Chen, her silver hair flying, biting her lips tightly, her hands on her lower abdomen, her index finger kept spinning, her face was extremely tangled. What's the matter? Su Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at her. What was she trying to do with this tangled look? Su Chen, I want to become stronger, I want to pass the S-level assessment, can you help me? Mirage hesitated for a while, and then slowly became firm in his tone. Hearing her request, Su Chen smiled and said meaningfully, want to become stronger? Of course, but if you want to gain power, you always have to pay a price. I can accept any price. Myra Jane thought of the time when Urza was trained by Suchin. It should be the same. It's just a little harder. Okay. Come to my room tonight, I'll wait for you. Su Chen stretched out his hand and pinched his chin, his tone was a little light, which made people think about it. Come to your room. Myra Jane was stunned for a moment, a blush quickly climbed up her pretty face, and she couldn't speak clearly. All the previous remarks were thrown behind her. In her mind, the days spent with Su Chen made her feel safe, down to earth, and handsome. Thinking of this, she no longer resisted. If this is the price of becoming stronger, then let the storm come more violently. Thinking of this, Myra Jane nodded firmly, I promise you. After that, she fled away. Some people are ashamed to face. Master Su Chen, Thor can do it too. Thor said with a look of reluctance and a little shyness. Humph, Master Su Chen is a pervert, Kanna gave him a look of contempt. Su Chen was confused. What did you seem to have misunderstood? Night fell quietly, and the moon was high in the sky, illuminating the continent. There were almost no pedestrians on the street. Myra Jane stood at the door of a house, her heart pounding, her face burning, and her blushing ears. When she thought about what was going to happen next, she felt very shy. From this morning till now, she has been preparing herself mentally. This is all to improve your strength, Myra. Come on, you can do it. Myra took a long breath and finally went forward and knocked on the door. Chapter 36. Myra Jane knocked on the door in anticipation, anxiety, and nervousness. Click. Come on, the door opened. Su Chen stuck his head out, saw Myra Jane, and pulled her in. Why are you so anxious? Mirage was caught off guard and was almost dragged away, but it was precisely because of this that her heart beat faster. Su Chen brought her all the way to his room, slammed the door shut, and locked it. He casually asked, "Are you ready? It might hurt a little later, just bear with it." After thinking for a while, he added, "When the time comes, keep your voice down. Thor and Kanna are both asleep, and it would be bad if they were woken up." Looking at Su Chen's anxious look, Mirage's face turned red to the extreme, as if water could drip out. Although she was well prepared when she came, she was still very shy now. "Okay, let's get started." Su Chen turned around, not knowing what he was doing. Myra finally stopped hesitating and reached out to start taking off her clothes. "Well, this thing was sealed last time, and now the seal is lifted, but now is the weakest time. You try to accept it, it should be fine." A golden ball of light appeared in Su Chen's hand, and inside it was a demon soul. But when he turned around, he was stunned. You, why are you naked?" Mylaja said in a mosquito-like voice. "Not only how." Su Chen was confused. "I need to be naked to accept the devil? What a weird condition. Receive the demon." It was Mirajana's turn to be confused, but when she saw the demon soul in Su Chen's hand, she seemed to understand a little. So this is what he was talking about? Wasn't it a misunderstanding, and a mistake? Myra Jane covered her face with her hands. "Woohoo, I'm too embarrassed to see anyone. How can it be repaired?" Outside the door, Thor lay on the door, quietly listening to the conversation inside. Crack! Because of anger, the door directly cracked, and debris flew inside the room. Su Chen didn't think much. It doesn't matter if he's not wearing anything. He's too young, and he doesn't look like anything. Although he's small, he's still underage. Then, he took out a bathtub and poured some magic affinity potions and body forging potions into it. "You can go in now. It will be a little painful, but you have to bear it." Mylaja also became serious and followed Su Chen's instructions and stepped in. "Ah!" After entering, Myra Jane gasped and felt a sharp pain. But at the same time, she could also feel the changes in her body. She was slowly getting stronger, a feeling she had never had before. Half an hour later, Myra Jane regained her composure, with significant improvements in both her physique and magic power. Seeing that it was time, he slowly handed over the demon soul in his hand. He said in a deep voice, "Prepare to receive it." This demon soul was collected by him when he was in the Tower of Paradise before. It was quite powerful, and it was just right for Myra Jane now, greatly improving her strength. Myra Jane did not dare to be careless, and began to concentrate on receiving this demon soul. With Su Chen by her side, there would be basically no accidents. What's more, this demon soul had been sealed by Su Chen for such a long time, and its strength had not been restored, so it could not cause any trouble. "Receive it with your whole body." After Mylaja began to receive it, some demonic characteristics began to appear on her body. Her aura completely changed. If she was a little immature before, now she was like a demon, full of mystery. Her strength also increased rapidly, far surpassing the previous Satan soul. An hour later, Milage successfully received it, opened her eyes, and felt the terrifying power in her body. It was unbelievable, it was so simple. Su-chen, thank you, for this, he sincerely thanked. At the same time, he also hid the feelings in his heart. The gap between the two was too big. Su-chen nodded calmly. This is also the result of your own efforts. Miraja talked about the assessment for a while and left. Before leaving, he hesitated and asked, well, do you like big ones? Su-chen laughed dumbly. It seems that this girl still cares about. Myra Jane left, and Su-chen was about to go to bed. There was another knock on the door. Su-chen opened the door and said, any questions? After saying that, he saw a pretty person standing outside the door, with long red hair and shiny armor. Urza. How did you come? Did I bother you? Urza said hesitantly. No, come in. Su-chen stepped aside to let them in. It was a bit strange. Why did these two people choose to come at night? Aren't they afraid that he would do something to them? After coming in, Urza quickly explained her purpose. I want to pass the S-level assessment, I want to become stronger, can you help me? Su-chen nodded, helping one is helping two is also helping, so he didn't care. Besides, those things, I can't use them. Keeping them will only take up space. Well, let me think about it. Su-chen pondered for a moment. Urza used a lot of magic affinity potions and bodybuilding potions. If I use them now, the improvement will be limited. Hey! I seem to have obtained something suitable when I signed in some time ago. So, he moved his mind. A gorgeous armor appeared in front of him. Pieces of phosphorus armor flashed with light, very dense, but quite beautiful, like a work of art. This is dragon scale armor, which is made of dragon scales. It has strong defense and attack power. Su-chen explained. Dragon scales? Urza was shocked. That was a dragon. But she really liked it. If you like it, take it, Su-chen said. After getting Su-chen's consent, Urza was no longer polite. Change clothes magic. Urza shouted, and in an instant, the dragon scale armor was put on her body, shining brightly, and it was also equipped with a dragon sword. Very strong. Arisa could feel the improvement in strength. This was something the previous armor had never given her. With this armor, she had more confidence in this assessment. At night, somewhere in Ishgar, Irene woke up from her sleep with a startled look on her face. This dream again. Was it some little devil's trick? But when did it happen? Since that day, she had dreams every night. In the dreams, the young man was like a god descending from heaven, as terrifying as the abyss, and he was her master, so she had no intention of resisting. It was like this every night. After a long time, she was horrified to find that she could no longer feel hostility towards him. She soon realized that this must be the trick of the young man before. But she had never discovered it, and she couldn't find the source. It made her feel a sense of crisis. If this continued, she might really become like the one in the dream. Is this a hypnotic magic? Looks like I have to meet you. Chapter 37. The next day, the S-level assessment began. The 4 selected contestants set out from the guild and headed all the way to the volcanic island. The volcanic island was to the west of the guild, and the journey was a bit far. This was also part of the assessment. The final assessment criteria had not been announced, but the 4 of them subconsciously felt that whoever reached the volcanic island first would have a greater chance, so the 4 of them started to compete with all their strength. Myra, didn't you take the test? Why do you still look like a novice? Urza asked on the way, somewhat puzzled. The content and standards of each assessment are different, so go all out. Mirage thought for a moment and replied. Thinking of the previous 2 encounters, she felt a little depressed. Originally, it was okay to have Su Chen, the pervert, but who knew that the second time, Wu Lu appeared again and beat her up. This time, she would never allow any accidents to happen. This time, she was full of confidence. After all, she had paid so much last night. After all, they had been in the same room and met each other frankly, so she would let go. In that case, I'm going to start exerting my strength, Urza said, and started to speed up. Haha, I've already booked it this time, Myra Jane sneered and began to exert his strength. Leo and Kana did the same. The four of them moved very fast. The volcanic island slowly enlarged in the eyes of the four of them. Not long after, the four of them arrived at the volcanic island. Looking at the towering volcanic island, they began to step onto the volcanic island one after another. Halfway up the mountain, Myra Jane met KANNA-CHAN. Urza met Hulu, and Kana met Leo. KANNA-CHAN? Myra Jane looked at Kana in front of him and smiled knowingly. If she met Hulu or someone else, it would be harder to deal with her, but KANNA-CHAN. Kana, can I come over? I have your favorite potato chips and ice cream here. Marajana's eyes flashed with cunning. She had made all kinds of preparations long before. Hehe, it finally came in handy. Oh. Kanna's blue eyes widened and blinked. She was a little tempted, but still said firmly no. Lord Su Chen said that he can't let you go up easily. Al. Myra was stunned, but then she turned her eyes and stuffed all the food she had on her body onto Kanna. Then she said righteously, Kanna, let's start. Receive it with your whole body. Myra Jane accepted the soul of Satan without hesitation. Looking at the snacks in her hand, Kanna tilted her head and thought for a while, okay, but it's just one move. If you stick to it, you can get through it. Good. Myra Jane raised her lips, and it turned out to be the roar of the thunder dragon. But the next moment, Kanna took a deep breath, and the power of thunder and lightning spurted out from her mouth, sweeping in all directions. Myra was dumbfounded, and had no time to complain. Her whole body of magic power burst out, forming a huge shock wave, and rushed forward. Boom! A violent vibration came, and Myra Jane was directly knocked out and slid on the ground for a long distance. Hey, Kanna, are you going to kill me? Myra jumped up from the ground in frustration and said angrily. You took my snacks. Kanna opened the snacks and said calmly, Smimasai, I bet on Urza to win before. Nanny. Myra Jane was dumbfounded. If it weren't for these snacks, she would have to stay here today? She looked at her angrily and then walked up. On the other side, Urza faced Hulu. The two started fighting directly, but Hulu obviously would not use her full strength. The magic of changing clothes, armor of the Wheel of Heaven, the whole body is made of steel armor, and there are 4 steel wings behind it, wrapped in silver, surrounded by many sharp swords, like a Valkyrie. When fighting Wulu, you can't go into battle, you can only take the long-range attack method. Heavenly Wheel, Sword of Chaos. Instantly, dozens of long swords appeared around her, one circle after another, like a halo. Ordinary people had no chance of dodging. Hey! Urza shouted, and the sharp sword rang through the sky. Ulu's eyes showed a hint of admiration. Urza was much better than her 2 apprentices, and she had only been practicing for a short time. Ice shape, shield. With a cold shout, the air around her was freezing cold, and ice chips quickly climbed up the surrounding terrain, even though this was a volcano. Crackling. In front of her voice, an ice shield made of ice quickly appeared. Boom! Sword shadows were chaotic, and ice chips flew everywhere. The long sword summoned by Urza disappeared, and the ice shield in front of her shattered. Ulu chuckled, very good strength, it won't be easy next. Ice shape, blades. Around Ulu, countless ice blades appeared, condensed out of thin air, and whistled towards Urza. Heavenly Wheel circular sword. looking at the whistling ice blade. Urza's face showed a solemn expression, and she summoned many long swords again. Boom! The area where the two were located shook violently, as if it had been hit hard. Dust flew up, and ice and dust flew up, blocking the view. A breeze blew by, and the view was restored. Urza and Ulu were facing each other from a distance, and they were full of fighting spirit. Urza took a long breath and wanted to fight again, but she heard Ulu smiled and said, "You passed. Your current strength has reached S level. You should save some to deal with Su-chen." It was a test in itself. If she could not get Ulu's approval, she would naturally not be able to move forward. Urza nodded excitedly. "Thank you, Sister Wulu. Okay, go ahead." Mountaintop. Su-chen has been waiting for a while. I wonder who will arrive first? I am a little bored here. I should have brought Thor with me earlier. Soon, he saw a figure walking in. It was Myra Jane. "I'm here, let's get started." After arriving, Mylaja said with high spirits, intending to pass the test before others arrived. "Start? Start what? No one is here yet." Su-chen rolled his eyes and continued to stare at him boredly. "Hey!" Mylaja was stunned. Chapter 38. After Myra Jane arrived, the other two also arrived. Urza was the second to arrive. She looked a little embarrassed. I think she had been in a big battle before. In comparison, Myra Jane was much better. "Humph, I didn't expect you to be ahead, what a mistake." Urza saw Myra Jane take the lead and said angrily. "Don't worry, I will definitely beat you down later." Myra Jane said bluntly. The third person to arrive was Leo. It seemed that KANNA lost to Leo. I couldn't help but think of KANNA's experience, poor child. Seeing that everyone was here, Su-chen slowly stood up and looked at the three people calmly. "Since everyone is here, let's start. Finish the fight early and go home for dinner early." "Wait, you haven't told me how to fight yet," Mylaja said quickly. From Su-chen's tone, it seemed that the result would be beyond their expectations. "Didn't the president tell you?" Su-chen was stunned and asked in surprise. Everyone shook their heads. Su-chen spread his hands. He had no choice but to repeat the rules. The rules are very simple. After 3 minutes, those who are still standing will pass. In other words, you three have to survive in my hands for 3 minutes. Of course, in order to prevent any of you from not working hard, I will focus on those who are lazy. At that time, it will not be as simple as whether you can pass or not. After hearing this, the three of them were silent. So it's to test our teamwork ability? But, yes, this is indeed in line with the president's personality. Mirage muttered softly. This situation has also occurred in previous exams. In this case, the three of us should work together. Urza said solemnly. Humph, although I really don't want to cooperate with you, as long as you don't hold me back, it's fine. Myra Jane glanced at him and said disdainfully. Well, are you going to fight with Brother Su-chen? Just hearing this makes my blood boil. Leo clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. Facing Su-chen, the three chose to fight together. They also knew that Su-chen's strength was terrifying. There was no hope for them to fight alone. Okay, let's go. Urza changed into the black feather armor, holding a long sword, flapped her wings behind her, and rushed forward. Black feather moon flash. Miraja quickly followed and received the soul of Satan, and his strength sword. Dark spark. Ice shape, cavalry charge. Leo also exploded, and the ice shape magic formed a cavalry shape and launched an attack. The three people chose to attack together at the same time, 1 close combat, 2 long-range attacks, and the coordination was pretty good. Su-chen also took a high look, and in a flash, Urza's attack arrived, with a sharp sword across the sky, revealing murderous intent. Su-chen stretched out his hand lightly in tangle. I saw a layer of something like a tree root wrapped around his hand, covering the entire palm. Dang! Urza slashed down with his sword, and with a clang, it was like a stone, very hard. Without waiting for her to make the next move, Su-chen grabbed the long sword with his backhand, swung it up, and threw it downwards, and Urza was also thrown out with the other end of the sword, which was the ice cavalry formed by Leo. Boom! The cavalry was hit hard by Urza and directly shattered into ice chips. At the same time, Marajana's attack also arrived. It was still the same hand, and with a light grip, the dark power was directly shattered and annihilated in the air. The attacks of the three people were easily resolved by Su-chen, and he only used one hand, without even moving. It can be seen that the gap between the three people. Now, it's my turn. Su-chen smiled faintly, his eyes fixed on Mileage Wind Blade. With a wave of his hand, several wind blades formed in the air in an instant, rushing away at an extremely fast speed. Mileage didn't even have time to dodge, so he had to quickly form a magic barrier in front of him. Boom! As expected, the defense was shattered in an instant. Bang! Mileage took several wind blades and flew backwards. Fortunately, Su-chen didn't use his full strength, otherwise this blow would probably have seriously injured him. Let's go together. Mileage struggled to get up from the ground, his face solemn. At the current situation, it would be difficult for them to last even 1 minute, let alone 3 minutes. The other two nodded. Only by taking the initiative can there be hope, but passive defense means waiting for death. The attack of the three came again, with sharp swords across the sky, darkness entangled, and ice shapes. The three arrived at the same time, at different positions above and below. It seemed that they wanted to catch Su-chen off guard. Su-chen shook his head, took a deep breath, and exhaled sharply the roar of the wind dragon. Countless wind blades formed a vortex, roaring towards the three people. The wind blades were so strong that they hurt people's faces. Bang! Below, Leo's ice shape was the first to break, turning into countless ice cubes, mixed with the power of the wind blade, and seemed to be strengthened. Then, Marajana's dark entanglement lasted for a few breaths before it was declared broken. Urza was a close combat, so she received the most attacks. She flew out directly. She was covered with wounds. The other two were not in a good situation either. At the critical moment, Leo quickly formed an ice shield on the ground, which continued to thicken. Later, Myra Jane pulled Urza in and temporarily hid. Outside, the sound of the ice shield breaking continued to sound. It lasted for more than 10 breaths before it slowly stopped, and only a thin layer of ice shield remained. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Their eyes were all solemn. Just a casual attack had such strength. If it burst out with all their strength, it would probably be at the level of destroying the world. This won't work, we have to find a way. Urza suggested. You guys go all out, I'll try to contain them, whether it will work depends on this one time. Leo thought about it and said with gritted teeth. Urza and Myra Jane had no objection. They took a deep breath and change clothes, dragon scale armor. Full body reception, Nazarick. Instantly, the two of them changed drastically. Urza wore armor made of dragon scales, and Myra Jane received the demon soul Nazarick all over her body. Chapter 39. Dragon Scale Armor, Demon Soul, this is the strongest power that the two can currently unleash. Leo smiled bitterly. It was obvious that his strength was the weakest among the three. However, he did not give up. He slammed his hands hard. His face was solemn, and a chill emanated from his body. The cold air was as if summer had turned into winter in an instant. Ice shape, Rose Garden. Endless coldness radiated from Leo as the center, and a thick layer of ice spread out in all directions. Wherever it went, there was a world of ice and snow. Crack, crack. The ice spread and reached where Su-chen was in the blink of an eye. Su-chen did not choose to hide, and was covered by the ice. He had used this trick in URU before, and it was quite powerful. Seeing Su-Chen being frozen, Myra Jane and Urza's eyes lit up, and they immediately seized the opportunity and launched an attack. Dragon's Reverse Feather. Urza's dragon sword swiftly swept across the sky, and a sword energy appeared, flashing a cold light. It was extremely powerful, and wherever it passed, the ice was directly shattered by the sword energy. It was like a storm entering the country, destroying everything in its path. Dark Arrow. A dark magic circle appeared in front of Mileage, and a black arrow shot out, carrying a powerful dark force. The two attacked one after the other, roaring in the air, making people palpitate. Boom! The attack landed on Su-Chen, who was frozen in the ice, and it exploded. The ice exploded. The three people looked at this scene nervously. What was going on? As for defeating Su-Chen, they had never thought about it. Joseph, who was one of the 10 saints, was definitely not someone they could defeat. In fact, it was true. Su-Chen endured the attacks of the two. He just relaxed a little, and the natural force covered him. After a few breaths, he was fully recovered. Yes. Su-Chen's figure still stood there. I don't know whether it was an acknowledgement of the recovery ability of the natural force or an acknowledgement of the cooperation of the three. However, looking at Myra Jane and Urza, I was a little speechless. You used what I gave you to deal with me. I don't know what they were thinking. How is it possible? When the three saw Su-Chen, who was unharmed, they were shocked. Even if you are strong, you have to know your limits. The three of them had already used all their strength. The result was just like this? Just like this? It was too depressing. There are still 2 minutes left. Have you figured out how to spend it? Su-Chen had a faint smile on his face, with a cat and mouse look on his face. Gather the wind. Disperse. A cold voice sounded, and a hurricane composed of wind blades formed in front of Su-Chen. As soon as the words fell, the hurricane shattered, and countless wind blades flew together and whizzed past. The indiscriminate attack made the three people's faces change, and they could only use the strongest means to defend. Boom! The entire volcanic island trembled violently, making a roar, and dust and smoke rose. After a few breaths, the battlefield was like being cut by dense knives, and there were traces of wind blades everywhere. Urza put down the shield in her hand, and a thick layer of ice was walking in front of it. Obviously, something special had just happened. Mileage and Leo walked out from behind Urza. Although they were embarrassed, they were fine. Just now, the three of them chose to deal with it together tacitly. Leo's ice shield, Urza's defensive armor, and Mileage's defensive magic combined into one, maximizing the defensive ability. This minimized the injuries of the three. The situation on the scene surprised Su-Chen a little. This old man's assessment method is really good. However, if this continues, it will be unreasonable for all three to pass. It can be seen that the strength of the three of you is basically up to standard, so we will play something special. Su-Chen grinned, and a green light flashed in his hand. The three people secretly thought it was not good, but they still couldn't escape. The dream made up by the natural dragon, and this time Su-Chen made them return to the most fearful moment in their hearts, where the fear in their hearts would be infinitely magnified. If they could not come out within the specified time, they would be declared to have failed the assessment. If all three of them passed, he would also accept it. At this moment, Urza and the other two stood there, stunned. If you look closely, you will find that the three of them are trembling slightly. It seems that they are in fear. Urza's body shook, and she found herself back in the Tower of Paradise, which is always full of blood, tyranny, and death. Hurry up, stop dawdling, why don't you get to work? At this moment, a long whip came over and hit her hard, leaving a long blood mark on her body. Little Urza, are you okay? Rob came over and comforted her. Urza was a little dazed. Wasn't I taking the test? Why did I come back here? On the other side, Myra Jane suffered the same treatment. Her body suddenly shifted and she found herself in a town. People around her pointed at her and she looked like a demon. She saw fear, disgust, disdain, and murderous intent in the eyes of these people. Monster, get out of here, we don't need you here. Yes, monsters, please leave. Murderous demons, let's drive them away together. Sister, what should we do now? Lysina and Elfman looked at her weakly and helplessly. Myra Jane remembered that this was the time when they were the most helpless and weakest. Because they didn't know how to receive magic, they remained in the state of demons and were despised and hated by everyone in the town. Leo found himself back in his childhood, when his home was destroyed and his parents were killed. Time passed slowly, and Su Chen looked at the three people silently. This dream did not need him to weave alone, but he used the fear in his heart to directly magnify this fear and turned it into a dream. Of course, he could also weave a brand new dream by himself. The content could be made up at will. But that would be boring. At the same time, he was silently calculating the time in his heart. 3 minutes passed quickly. At this time, Myra Jane and Urza in the field opened their eyes almost at the same time, took a long breath, and felt a little heavy. What was that just now? They both saw the shock in their eyes. Dreams? Also, congratulations, you have successfully passed the test within the specified time. Su Chen saw the two people wake up and explained with a smile. Chapter 40. Passed the test. Hearing Su Chen's words, Myra and Urza were full of confusion. They seemed to have experienced a dream, a nightmare. The two tried hard to control their fear. Now they woke up from the dream and passed the test. They were a little dazed. They even thought they were going to fail. In the dream, it seemed like a long time had passed. Brother Su Chen, are you saying that from now on, we are already S-class wizards? Urza asked uncertainly. Kindness. That's right. Su Chen nodded. The power of dreams can magnify the fear in people's hearts. The more fearful you are, the greater the power and the longer you will be trapped. But as long as you control your fear within the specified time and break out of the dream, you will naturally pass. He nodded and motioned the two to look to the side. At this time, Leo frowned, sweating on his forehead, and was surrounded by fear. He was still immersed in the dream. This. Myra Jane and Urza looked at each other, both of them were shocked. Such means often caught people off guard, especially when it magnified the fear in their hearts. It was simply too powerful. Even the two of them had the idea of collapse in their dreams. This was simply too powerful to use against the enemy. At the same time, if the two could not wake up within the specified time, it would mean that the assessment failed. Both of them were very fortunate. This kind of test did not require strength, but required a high state of mind. But isn't there only one S-class wizard? Myra asked quickly. It stands to reason, but the rules are dead, and the president has no objection. Of course Su Chen knew this, but both of them passed their own assessments, and both of them had reached their strength and state of mind, so they were well-deserved S-class wizards. Haha, that means, I, Myra Jane, am finally an S-class wizard. Finally reached S rank. Humph, we didn't win this time. I will definitely defeat you next time. I'm waiting. After they realized what was happening, the two of them became excited and started to argue with each other again. Leo also woke up at this time. After knowing that he had failed, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, he was not depressed, because he knew the gap between himself and Urza and the others, so he had the motivation to succeed next time. Fairy tale. The door was pushed open, and Su Chen, Urza, and others appeared. The members of the guild immediately started to make noise. Yo, finally back, who is this year's S-class wizard? Urza or Myra Jane? My guess is Myra. Kanna is a possibility too, or is there none at all? Su-chen, who passed this year's assessment. Everyone was talking about it, guessing the result of this assessment. Myra Jane and Urza were silent, looking at Makarov in front of them, waiting for his announcement. Leo and Kana smiled bitterly. It can only be said that they were unlucky to meet Urza and Myra Jane. Cough, cough. Makarov coughed twice, and everyone immediately quieted down, looking at him expectantly. Well, this S-level assessment ends here. Those who passed the assessment are Myra Jane and Urza. As soon as these words came out, the guild immediately became excited. Ha ha ha, I knew it was Myra Jane. The power of a demon is terrifying. Urza is amazing too. She has grown so fast in just a few years. But soon, everyone was stunned. There were only 2 people who passed this time? Wasn't it just one person? Makao immediately asked Master, isn't it one person per year? I decided it. Su-chen looked over in the direction of the voice, narrowed his eyes, and said in an unfriendly tone, I decided it, do you have any objection? No, no. Makao shook his head repeatedly. Ha 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 ha, Makao is giving in now, Wakaba immediately laughed. Everyone, let's have a party to celebrate the 2's successful promotion to S rank. Elfman raised his hand and shouted. Hold the party. Everyone cheered. Everyone agreed that today was a good day, double S. Soon, everyone started to get busy preparing for the party. Lord Su-chen, Kanna is hungry, heard the banquet. Kanna, who was following Su-chen, stretched out her hand and tugged at the corner of his clothes and whispered. Okay. Thor. Su-chen turned his head and looked at Thor, asking him to help prepare food. With Thor, many things became much easier, such as preparing food, handling housework, etc. Hi. Thor is ready. Thor, who had been prepared for a long time, brought out the food he had prepared and placed it in front of the 2 of them. Thank you for your hard work, KANNA-CHAN. Thank you for your hard work, Master Thor. Oh, I'm starting to eat, Kanna said happily, with a mountain of food in front of her. However, Su-chen was stunned when he saw the colorful food in front of him. This didn't look like real food at all. Would it kill anyone? Thor, what is this? Su-chen saw Thor's eyes wandering, and knew that it was Thor's doing, so he asked. This is dragon meat. Tuoer was stared at by Su-chen and said with a guilty conscience. Dragon meat? Where does it come from? Su-chen had a bad feeling and looked behind Thor. There was no tail. Kanna knows, this is Thor's tail. Kanna next to him raised her hand and said. Kanna. Thor, who was exposed, was a little angry and embarrassed. But he soon lost his temper. So, he lowered his head and explained in a low voice, last time I heard Lord Su-chen say that he wanted to eat a dragon, so Thor made it for Lord Su-chen. Ha! This time, Su-chen was stunned. When did he say he wanted to eat a dragon? Did he have such a strong taste? Wait, was it that time? But the dragon he said was not the same as the dragon he said now. This dragon is not the same as that dragon. Those who understand will understand. Forget it, Thor, don't do this again next time. Su-chen shook his head and warned. If it was any other dragon meat, he would eat it, but this was Thor's tail, and he felt disgusted and couldn't eat it. Hi! Thor ate the dragon meat on the plate with some disappointment, and his tail grew out again. Su-chen was surprised and had the urge to lift up her skirt to see what was inside. What Su-chen didn't know was that dragon meat could also arouse people's desire. This was Thor's plan. Chapter 41. After rejecting Thor's tail meat, Myra Jane handed over a plate of food. Seeing the familiar color, Su-chen felt relieved. How can it be repaired? Thor saw this, his face darkened instantly, staring at Myra Jane, the plate in his hand was crushed into pieces with a snap. Despicable human, first used the body, and now used food to seduce Lord Su-chen, it's so abominable, Lord Su-chen is mine. Myra, who was standing aside, felt an extremely resentful look, which gave her a very dangerous feeling. She looked back, but found nothing. Afterwards, the banquet was held as scheduled. Everyone cheered and celebrated, drinking big gulps of wine. Seeing this scene, Leo and Kanna's lost mood also recovered. They joined the crowd and started to get lively. Myra Jane and Urza, as the protagonists, drank a lot and were very happy. To become an S-class wizard is not only a recognition of strength, but also a recognition of oneself by their partners. I feel that all the efforts I have made for this are worthwhile. But there is naturally a big gap with someone. Correspondingly, the responsibility will be more arduous. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Just like Gildarts, who can be called the strongest S-class wizard, it is precisely because of this that Fairy Tail has been growing stronger. They also have to issue slaves for the growth of Fairy Tail. Damn it, Leo, I won't lose to you next time, I will definitely pass the next test. Kanna picked up an oversized barrel and poured it into her mouth. I'll wait. Leo was a little drunk, his face was slightly red, and his eyes were a little drunk. And me, I will definitely join you next time, so that even Wooloo won't be able to recognize you, Gray said coolly beside him. As a man, I must become an S-class wizard. Elfman said with a firm look in his eyes. And Lysina, you must not fall behind your sister. Su-chen sat at a table nearby, with Wooloo, Kanna, and Thor sitting next to him. Wooloo looked at the lively crowd and smiled gently. Everyone is really passionate, it makes people excited. Wooloo is not going. Thor turned his head and asked. I can't, I'm too old, Wooloo waved her hand. Su-chen glanced at her. Wooloo was at her most charming now, not even 30 years old. It was just an excuse, probably because she wanted to live in peace. Thinking about how Wooloo had lived in the far north with Gray and Leo for so long before, it seemed understandable. Bang! Just then, the door of the guild was suddenly slammed open, and an excited voice came in. Look everyone, I found a huge egg. It was Natsu who ran in, holding a huge blue egg in his hands, very excited. Look, everyone, I picked it up. Natsu's words attracted everyone's attention. Turning around, they saw that it was not an ordinary egg. It was half the height of Natsu now, and it was blue. Natsu, this egg is really special, it tastes good when roasted, said Makeo with a big laugh. I suggest steaming it. Gray suggested, stroking his chin. You are so abominable. This is my egg. Maybe a dragon can be hatched out of it. Natsu felt the malice from his teammates and said stubbornly. He held the egg in his hand tighter, fearing that it would be taken away, steamed, or roasted. Everyone was amused by Natsu's appearance. Hatching a dragon? This is simply impossible. Natsu's eyes turned, and he quickly ran to Su-chen and raised the egg in his hand high. Brother Su-chen, can you help me see if this is a dragon egg? In his opinion, Su-chen is undoubtedly the image of a big brother in the guild. He is not only good at fighting, but also can convince others. It is right to ask him. Su-chen was slightly stunned and turned his head to look at Kanna and Thor. They were both fine, expressionless, and did not react much. He was afraid that the two of them would suddenly slap the egg and smash it, which would be fun. He naturally knew what was inside, a silly cat. He just looked at Natsu's little eyes, pondered for a moment and said, Natsu, I think it tastes better if steamed. Natsu was stunned for a few seconds, wow, and cried. He felt the deep malice from the adults. Ha ha ha, poor Natsu. Poor kid, it tastes better when steamed. The people in the guild saw Su-chen speaking seriously, but the result surprised everyone. They all burst into laughter, but Wu Lu couldn't stand it anymore, so she stepped forward to comfort him and told him some precautions for hatching. Master Su-chen, are steamed eggs really delicious? Kanna stretched out her hand and poked Su-chen, blinking her little eyes. So that's it. Thor knows. I'll make steamed eggs for breakfast tomorrow. Thor's eyes lit up and he became excited. Su-chen. I was just saying it, but you guys took it seriously. I know. Seeing Su-chen was silent, Kanna walked towards Naz after saying this. Just when Su-chen thought she was going to grab the egg, Kanna said a few words to Naz and then went out. What did Kanna do? Su-chen was a little confused about Kanna's actions, but Thor guessed a little. He lightly touched his cheek with his finger and speculated, I think Kanna went to look for eggs. Make steamed eggs. Don't worry, Kanna knows her limits. Thor said with a smile. After hearing Thor's explanation, Su-chen finally understood that before, Kanna had asked Natsu where he got his eggs. It's just that eggs like this are not local eggs. However, after thinking about it, he let her go. After a lot of effort, Kanna found something that interested her. However, at this moment, Magnolia shook, and everyone present felt it, as if the entire continent was shaking and moving. The crowd was silent for a while. Someone exclaimed, it's Guild Arts mode. It's Guild Arts back. Chapter 42. Guild Arts mode. This is a mode specially built for Guild Arts in Magnolia. In this mode, Guild Arts can go all the way from the city gate to the guild gate. It can be said that this is the only one of its kind. Guild Arts is back. I am so excited. He has been gone for several years. The last time was 5 years ago. I almost forgot about this guy. I wonder if this guy brought back any local specialties, he. The members of the guild looked towards the door expectantly. Guild Arts. Su-chen pondered. He had been in the guild for a few years and had never seen Guild Arts. It was said that he was on a 10-year mission. He was quite curious about Guild Arts. Because this guy was known as the strongest person in fairy tale. Guild Arts? I didn't expect him to come back, Wolo came over and said in a deep voice. Ulu, do you know this Guild Arts? Thor asked curiously. Recently, the two of them have been chatting very well, and their relationship is growing day by day. Ulu smiled and said, it's not that I know him. I heard of this name when I was in the far north before. He is a very powerful person. It is said that he is the most powerful member of Fairy Tale. The strongest member, Chi Kexiu, dared to be sent above Lord Su-chen. Thor immediately said unhappily. Hehe, Wolo laughed awkwardly and stopped talking. She knew Thor's fighting power was ridiculously strong. She was no match for him. Compared with Guild Arts, it was hard to tell who was stronger. Soon, in the expectant eyes of everyone, Guild Arts finally appeared. He was wearing a dark green cloak, a big belt tied around his waist, messy hair, and a small stubble, giving people a lazy feeling. Yo, Guild Arts is back, but I haven't seen you in a while. Did you bring us some local specialties? He, you know what I mean. The president has been waiting for a long time. Seeing Guild Arts, the guild members greeted him. Hey, Macau, I heard you found a girlfriend. Are you still dating now? And Wakaba, you are still so arrogant, haha. Hey, there are so many new people in the guild now, it's much more lively than before. Guild Arts responded with a smile. Looking around, he found many unfamiliar faces, many children. The 3 Myra Jane sisters, Urza, Natsu, Gray and Leo, etc. Really full of energy. Guild Arts exclaimed, and approached Natsu who was hatching eggs, and observed him carefully for a while. Then, he noticed Su-chen next to him, his eyes lit up, and he walked over quickly. With a smile on his face, he chuckled and said, you must be Su-chen, I heard about the battle with Joseph before. He was very powerful, worthy of being a young man. I am not as good as you in this respect. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, not to mention that Su-chen had no grudge against him, and smiled and responded, you are not bad either. I heard about your deeds when I first joined the guild. He is very strong, we can have a chance to compete with him. Okay. Guildarts nodded in agreement. It was just a sparring match. The surroundings instantly became quiet. Are these two going to challenge? Just like Su-chen and Laxus back then. Hot news, if these two fight, Monolia will probably be destroyed. You know, Su-chen is a man who can beat even the Holy 10 Mages, and Guildarts is also very strong. If the two fight, it seems that no one in the guild can stop them. However, the two did not seem to be angry, but were communicating in a friendly manner. Guildarts was still very curious about Su-chen. He was so young, but he had such terrifying strength. I don't know where the old man found him. Guildarts. Just then, the president came in, his face serious, as if something important had happened. Master. Mission accomplished. Both of them were very serious, as if it was a major handover ceremony. Fortunately, I have accomplished my mission. Guildarts said solemnly. The next moment, the scene suddenly changed. Guildarts put down the backpack behind him, and the two of them smiled in unison. Hey hey hey! Master, this is the photo magazine I have collected along the way, but I think the previous one is still better looking, the quality seems to have declined. You know shit, look at the curves, and then look at this, the figure is definitely good, this one, I want it, you can keep the others. Okay, President, when will you show me your collection? The two smiled like old drivers, which made the people around them shudder. Their serious appearance surprised everyone and petrified them on the spot. Kanna in the corner also gnashed her teeth. This bastard! Su-chen also slapped his forehead. The style of the painting changed too quickly. Crack, crack! Suddenly, a chill came, as if they were in the cold winter. In an instant, Guildarts and the president were frozen in place. Ulu came out from somewhere and roared, at least you should pay attention to the place. There are so many children here. Crack! Guildarts broke the ice with a slight shake, and his eyes lit up when he saw Ulu. My beautiful lady, have we met before somewhere? This may be God's arrangement for me to meet you here. Ulu glanced at him coldly and snorted. Guildarts threw all the magazines away and said righteously, President, I brought back the magazines you wanted. Although it was not my will, you are the president. Get these things out of my sight and pollute my pure heart. This is a beautiful lady. Before he could finish his words, Guildarts was frozen in place again. Ulu turned around and walked behind Su-chen, turning a blind eye. In comparison, Su-chen was much better. He was handsome, strong, and considerate. He was simply a woman's Prince Charming. A perfect match. Chapter 43. Unsurprisingly, Ulu directly rejected Guildarts. Everyone couldn't help but start laughing, and Su-chen also smiled a little. He didn't expect Guildarts to have such a side. He knew that he would completely transform into a daughter slave later. Looking at Kanna in the corner, she really looked gritting her teeth, and Su-chen didn't intend to point it out. He shouldn't get involved in the affairs between the father and daughter. He has been here for a few years, and he will be able to sign into the Supreme Treasure Chest in a while. By then, his strength may be able to improve again, and facing the Black Dragon should not be a problem. He is still looking forward to it. And after that, what will the system be like? Now, with Kanna and Thor by his side, his life is very comfortable. If possible, he would rather continue like this. Su-chen, come here for a moment. Wu Lu suddenly came over and said solemnly. Su-chen was surprised for a moment and walked over. Thor behind him hesitated for a moment and followed him. What's wrong? Seeing Wu Lu's serious expression, Su-Chen asked. It's about Ulti-Ya. I've been asking about her recently. Someone saw her in the Paradise Tower before. Then I asked around and found out that it was not until 2 days ago that Ulti-Ya looked complicated. She paused and calmed down. Then she said, I kept asking around, and later heard that someone had seen her in the Dark Guild. I am so worried about her now. What if someone from the Dark Guild does something excessive to her? Will they abuse her? Ulu's expression became very nervous and uneasy. She didn't even notice that the guild had slowly quieted down. However, it was understandable. After all, as a mother, she was always worried about her children. He frowned. He knew a little about Ulti-Ya. She would show up in the future, but it had been too long. Once she showed up, she would be an enemy and she had hatred for her mother in her heart. Now is the time for her character to change. If she can be rescued, resolving the conflict would naturally be the best. Su-Chen asked, do you know that Dark Guild? Ulu nodded quickly and said, the intelligence said it was the Devil's Heart. Hearing the answer, Su-Chen said in his heart, the Devil's Heart, it turned out to be this guild. In his memory, this Dark Guild almost brought the fairy tale to the brink of extinction. And Ulti-Ya also appeared as one of its members. The Devil's Heart, one of the Balamu allies, is not easy to deal with. Gildarts appeared out of nowhere, rubbing his chin, thinking. You. Wu Lu frowned, but said nothing. Su-Chen said calmly, the Devil's Heart is the strongest guild in the Balam Alliance. The strength of its members is needless to say. Even the council has tried to clear out the other party many times, but to no avail. Its president Hades is as powerful as the 10 holy mages. That's right, Gildarts said. Ulu sighed. That was why she hadn't taken any action. She was not a reckless person, otherwise she would not be able to save her daughter, but would have put herself in trouble. The Devil's Heart was one of the largest dark guilds in Ishgar. It was almost impossible for her to do it alone. Haha, don't worry, I'll compensate you and go with you, Su-Chen patted her shoulder and promised. Yes. Wulu's eyes lit up. If Su-Chen was willing to take action, then there would be no problem. The success rate would be greatly increased. And me, Thor couldn't wait to express his opinion. After she heard about Wulu's experience, she began to sympathize with him. And me, Gildarts also stood up. And us. Wulu, how could we not be involved in this kind of thing? That's right, I've always wanted to fight those people from the Dark Guild. Master, don't worry, Gray and I are already very strong, and we will definitely beat the Devil's Heart to pieces. Suddenly, all the members of the guild stood up, with firm expressions, looking at Wu Lu with encouraging eyes. You are you, this is your business, but also our fairy tale's business. Don't forget that you are also a member of the guild. Makarov walked over slowly and said lightly. Isn't it just a dark guild? We must believe in the power of our bond. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, we can overcome it. Everyone. Seeing this scene, Wulu's heart was shaken, a warm feeling kept her warm, and she cried with joy. Su-Chen grinned, just for this scene, after rescuing Wuluxia, he must train her well. However, there is still a problem now. Su-Chen looked at everyone and then said. Do you know where the Devil's Heart is? This is not to dampen everyone's enthusiasm, but it is a fact. The Devil's Heart is known as the strongest dark guild, and its location has always been a mystery, otherwise it would have been besieged by the council long ago. Therefore, before that, we need to find the location of the Dark Guild. Or, take Ultera away when she comes out to perform a mission. No matter which option is chosen, it requires the support of intelligence. Sure enough, when this question came out, everyone was stunned. Yes, if we don't know the location of the Dark Guild, what's the use? Leave this to me, I'll ask around. At this time, Gildarts took the initiative to say. I have been on missions for many years, so I know some people. Milaja put her hands on her hips and said, don't forget us, we should get to know you too, and we can help you find out. Thank you. Wulu said sincerely. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, she is very grateful for everyone's heart. She does not regret joining Fairy Tale and knowing these people. Okay, don't think too much now. Wuludiyaki has her own destiny. She will be fine. Su Chen comforted her. Yes, yes. Wu Lu nodded solemnly. This was the only way now. It was a major discovery. At this moment, Kanna walked in from outside. There was a little tail behind her. Chapter 44. Kanna walked in, followed by a little girl. The little girl looked about the same age as Kanna, and she gently pulled the corner of Kanna's clothes with her little hands. She had long blue hair and a light yellow dress. She looked a little disheveled, and there were tears on her face. Seeing this scene, Su Chen was a little surprised. Kanna went out to pick up eggs, and picked up a little girl. So he asked, "KANNA-CHAN, who is this?" Kanna looked up, pulled her to the front, and said softly, "Wendy." Kanna found her in the forest that Natsu mentioned, and brought her back. Wendy Mabel. Su Chen was slightly stunned when he heard it, and a cute face immediately emerged in his mind, slowly overlapping with the little girl in front of him. At this time, the members of the guild also found Wendy following Kanna. Guildarts was surprised and said, "What a cute child! Kanna, did you kidnap this girl from outside?" "Kawi, it makes people's heart beat." Libby's eyes are full of stars. "It seems like something has happened to her." "What a heartbreaking child," Wu Lu smiled kindly. Everyone was instantly attracted to the cute and petite Wendy. They were all curious. At this time, Wendy's eyes were filled with tears. She was also scared because of being watched by everyone. Her little hands tightly grasped the corner of Kanna's clothes. Her fragile appearance was lovable. "Wendy is in trouble, Lord Suchin, please help Wendy." Kanna tugged at Suchin's clothes and said. With a gentle smile, Suchin squatted down, came to Wendy, stretched out his hand and gently rubbed her long blue hair. He asked softly, "Wendy, can you tell me what problem you are facing?" I, my Xiaolulu was kidnapped," Wendy said with a tearful voice, her face full of anxiety. Xiaolulu. Su Chen immediately recalled who this Xiaolulu was. She was also a cat, and a little bit arrogant. Then, Wendy slowly told the story. A few days ago, Wendy took Xiaolulu and secretly went out to perform a simple task. On the way, they were spotted by a member of the Dark Guild. Especially after knowing the dragon-slaying magic used by Wendy, they tried to capture Wendy and force her to join the Dark Guild. Wendy escaped the first few times, but in the last chase, the Dark Guild sent out its main force. At the critical moment, it was Xiaolulu who took the initiative to lead them away. This allowed Wendy to escape. After that, Wendy wandered around in a strange place alone, confused herself, and unknowingly came to the nearby area. By chance, she was discovered by Kanna. Then she was brought back. After listening to Wendy's story, the people around her were all indignant. They all felt sympathy for Wendy. At the same time, the angry Dark Guild actually attacked such a young child. It was so infuriating. "Wendy, don't worry, we will definitely help you and rescue Xiaolulu." Milaja took the lead in expressing his opinion, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. "And me, Wendy, leave this matter to us," Urza said, patting her armor. Looking at Wendy, she couldn't help but think of herself before. If it weren't for Su Chen, she might not be living a hellish life now. What she hated most was attacking children and dark guilds. This time, both of them happened. She couldn't hold back any longer. "As for us, we have long wanted to let the people of the Dark Guild know how powerful we are." Gray swung his clothes and a piece of clothing flew out, as if he hadn't noticed. Everyone expressed their opinions. Wendy had tears in her eyes and was shocked by the scene before her. After a long while, she bowed in gratitude. Wendy, do you remember the place you were in before? What was the name of that dark guild? Su-Chen rubbed Wendy's blue hair and asked. Well, I got lost before, but I know that the dark guild is called Iron Forest. Wendy looked thoughtful and said coquettishly. Iron Forest. Su-Chen was a little surprised when he heard the name. This dark guild would confront Fairy Tail in the future. However, since they have met now, there is no future. This guild is not strong. It is a subsidiary guild of the Six Demon Generals Guild. In memory, it was defeated by Urza and others. Iron Forest. I know where this place is. Just as everyone was wondering where the Iron Forest was, Wulo came out and said. I heard it by chance when I was looking for information a few days ago. Wu Lu explained when everyone was looking at her. After hearing this, everyone felt relieved. Wu Lu was able to find out that her daughter was in the Devil's Heart, so it was obvious that she had some means. This was not surprising. In this case, let's pack up and help Wendy rescue Xiaolulu, and destroy this dark guild at the same time. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Su-Chen said after a moment of silence. At the same time, this operation was participated by Myra Jane, Urza, Gray, Leo, and Natsu. Hearing Su-Chen's words, everyone present understood his plan. This is to train these young people. Only after the conquest of blood and fire can they become truly strong. And this time, with Su-Chen and Yu-Lu responsible for looking after them, there will be no problems. The Iron Forest is a good training object. The action was the next day. That night, Wendy followed Kanna and returned home together. Along the way, Wendy and Kanna seemed to have become very good friends. Maybe because she was saved by Kanna, Wendy also relied on Kanna. After returning home, Thor made something to eat for Wendy. Maybe she was really hungry, and she wolfed it down. Then, he washed her and put on Kanna's underwear. Don't be too cute. Kawi, Thor said, smiling and examining him. Kanna, get along well with Wendy tonight. Su-Chen arranged for Wendy to sleep with Kanna. The two children had something in common. If Kanna was considered a child. Chapter 45. The next day, Su-Chen just woke up and smelled a fragrance. He got up, dressed, and went out to see that Thor really did what he said. There were several bowls on the table, filled with steamed eggs. Sir Su-Chen, come and try the steamed egg made by Thor to see if it tastes good. Thor immediately greeted Su-Chen when he saw him. Not long after, Kanna and Wendy also came out. Oh! Kanna wants to try it. Kanna's eyes lit up, and she ran over with her short legs. Wendy followed timidly behind her. She was still a little shy. However, Wendy's personality is really likable, and it is easy to arouse people's desire to protect her. Even Kanna is very friendly to her. After eating, the group went out. With Su-Chen and Kanna following, Thor chose to clean the house at home and wait for the meal at home. As expected of a maid, she is professional, and Su-Chen is happy with it. Recently, he found that Thor's eyes looking at him became more and more resentful. He thought, should he find some time to sublimate this relationship? Let's get back to the point. When we arrived at the guild, everyone else was already waiting. They are all new forces in the guild. Myra Jane, 3 sisters, Grey brothers, and then Urza and Natsu. Now Urza and Myra Jane, with the equipment given by himself and after his training, their strength has long surpassed that of ordinary people. Even if they fight against Yu-Lu, they will not be defeated quickly. They are very strong and are confident that they can deal with a dark guild. After determining the candidates, Su-Chen and Yu-Lu set off with the group. The group sat in a magic car, which is a means of transportation like a carriage. You only need to supply magic power into it to turn it into power and drive it forward. This is a bit similar to the car CHAPTER-1 has made. The only difference is that one refuels and the other adds magic power. The speed is also much faster. As long as you give it enough magic power, it can run faster than you. The desired speed. And Ulu was leading the way ahead. Dark guilds are usually better hidden, because they are not recognized by the council. Once exposed, they will be hunted down by the council and many regular guilds. However, dark guilds will still accept commissions. After all, it is a guild, and the commissions required are 1 or 2 levels less than those of regular guilds, and most of them are commissions that cannot be seen in the light. This is the dark side of this continent. This is why the dark guilds have been able to survive. On the way, everyone already knew that the guild that Wendy joined was called the Demon Cat Inn. At the same time, Wendy was also raised by a dragon. Like Natsu, the dragon that raised them suddenly disappeared. And the time of disappearance was the same, both of them want to find the dragon that raised them again. Others may not know, but CHAPTER-1 knows it very well. All of this is a big plan. However, this has nothing to do with him at the moment. There is no need to expose it. Just pretend you don't know. But this Demon Cat Inn. CHAPTER-1 thought about the origin of this Demon Cat Inn, and sighed. It seems that after this time, some things have to be done in advance. However, it is not a bad thing. After driving the magic car for a long time, Wu Lu suddenly stopped, pointed to the town that appeared in front, and said it's in front. The iron forest is in the town in front. It is hidden inside, but there are more people, and they are not very friendly to the residents of the town. They are often oppressed. When we have a conflict later, try not to hurt ordinary people. Several people nodded solemnly. After that, CHAPTER-1 and Wu Lu did not participate. The next step was handed over to these people. Urza and Myra Jane looked at each other, and there was a faint spark between them. This was another competition of strength between the two. This time, let's see who can defeat more dark guilds, Urza said with high fighting spirit. That's exactly what I meant. Mileage snorted, and no one gave way to the other. Gray and the others behind him pretended not to see it. At this time, anyone who stepped forward would definitely be targeted. The best way is to ignore it. Can you rescue Xiaolulu first? At this time, Wendy suddenly said. Wendy is right. If we don't have hostages, we can let go and not be restrained. Gray analyzed. Natsu said excitedly on the side the fight is finally about to start. I can't wait. Why can't I just defeat everyone? Why make so much trouble? You shut up, Gray turned his head and roared. What? You want to fight? Natsu excitedly ignited a flame in his hand. The two of them didn't know when they started to quarrel with each other every day. It seemed that fire and ice could not coexist. Be quiet. Urza angrily punched the two men one by one, knocking them down. Then, after a pause, she said, let's make an action plan first. Myra Jane, the others, and I will stay outside to hold them back. Gray, and you and Leo will go look for Xiaolulu. Yeah. Wendy nodded solemnly. Let's get started. After that, the team split into two groups. Myra Jane, Urza, and Elfman walked towards the town. Kanna led Wendy, Gray, and others to sneak in. Soon, the group entered the town and began to act separately. The arrival of the Iron Forest Guild. Myra Jane, Urza, and others immediately attracted attention. Hey, who are you? Little brat, get out of here quickly, or I'll ask you to talk about life. The two people from the Iron Forest Guild immediately said with a sinister smile. You're so long-winded. Urza rushed forward with two swords in hand. A sharp sword energy directly submerged the two of them and broke into the door at the same time. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Such a big commotion immediately alarmed the people of the Iron Forest. In an instant, hundreds of members emerged from all directions. They looked at Urza and others fiercely. Chapter 46. Urza and the others broke into the iron forest and shocked the entire iron forest. Many members quickly gathered around, probably hundreds of people. A closer look revealed that most of them were junior wizards with little magic power. They all joined the Iron Forest for various reasons and became members of the Dark Guild. Who are you? Why did you break into our guild for no reason and injure our members? The leader, seeing Urza and the others coming aggressively and with considerable strength, suppressed his anger and asked. Humph, anyone can kill the Dark Guild, do they need a reason? You are causing trouble to the town and oppressing the people. Do I need a reason to kill you? Urza scolded coldly. The Dark Guild is under the control of everyone, and we cannot wait to kill them. Today, we will end the fate of the Iron Forest. In order to buy opportunities and time for Grey and others in the dark, several people deliberately said so. However, what they said was not wrong. The Dark Guild is under the control of everyone. The leader showed a sinister smile. You are a bunch of guys, you are so arrogant, knowing that this is the Dark Guild, you still dare to break in, but since you are here, then stay. The president has ordered that no one should be let off. Yes. Many guild members immediately showed sinister smiles. What they like most is to teach those ignorant people a lesson and let them know the dangers of life. Kill. Keep these women here and have fun with your brothers. Urza, Myra Jane and others were not intimidated by this. Dress up magic. Receive the whole body, Satan's soul. The two of them also became serious. Behind them, Elfman and Lysina were also on high alert. This battle cannot afford to fail. After all, Su Chen and Wu Luk were still watching outside. Very good, let's go. Hundreds of people rushed up together, looking quite impressive, a black mass, all kinds of magic flying. At this time, Urza jumped into the air, holding two swords, and with a thought, she summoned circles of sword shadows around her, like a crescent moon made up of sword blades, bright and dazzling, full of murderous intent. The members of the Iron Forest below paused. The crescent-like existence in the air was dazzling and full of murderous intent, and the sharp sword energy made people hesitate. Heavenly wheel, moon-stirring style. Urza's cold voice spread, and the surrounding long swords burst out with a bang, and thousands of swords were fired at the same time. Boom! Ah, my magic wand! Damn, I just bought these boxing gloves. I can't stop it, it's amazing. After one move, at least 1/3 of the Dark Guild members who rushed up were gone. The rest were all stunned in place, stunned, their calves trembling. Is this a human? One move wiped out 1/3 of their people. This is too powerful. Doesn't it mean that they will be gone with 2 more moves? Is there any fun in this? After Urza made the move, she did not continue to attack, but looked at Myra Jane next to her provocatively. As if to say, you scum. Myra Jane naturally refused to admit defeat. She transformed into a demon, her body was covered with dark energy, and her imposing manner was overwhelming. Darkness entangled. He stretched out his hand, and a dark magic circle emerged, forming a huge palm made of dark energy in the air. Boom! In the horrified eyes of many members of the Dark Guild, it crashed down. The terrifying energy exploded. Under this dark energy, half of the people were directly crushed into slag. The number of people was reduced by half again. It's okay, if the people are a little scattered, maybe they can be wiped out. Myra said lightly. You guys. The leader was no longer as arrogant as before. What kind of pervert came to our guild? They started fighting over a disagreement. At least give me a reason. Who are you? Long-winded. There are still some people, deal with them quickly. Urza ignored this person and rushed forward with a long sword in hand. Rushing into the crowd, like a wolf into a flock of sheep, there was basically no enemy. Myra Jane also rushed in. Elfman and others behind him were dumbfounded. It seemed that they were really redundant. With these two people here, no matter how many people came, it would be useless. I couldn't help but mourn for the Iron Forest. If you mess with these two people, you are doomed to be destroyed. Let's go too. We can't leave too many behind. Lysina came back to her senses and offered. Yet, several people attacked together, and the remaining people didn't last more than a minute before the battle stopped. Up to now, we haven't seen the main force of this guild. Before, they were just some small minions. In the hall, Urza recalled and felt that everything was too simple. Maybe he ran away after getting the news. Elfman said, rubbing the back of his head. Everyone rolled their eyes at him and ignored him. Haha, it turns out to be the Fairy Tale Guild, no wonder they are so confident. Just then, a gloomy voice sounded in the hall. Several people followed the voice and finally found the person above the hall. He was carrying a sickle like the god of death in his hand, his eyes were very cold, and he stared at the people below. Demon Myra Jane. There is also S-Class Urza. Fairy Tale really thinks highly of our Iron Forest Guild and actually sent out 2 S-Class wizards. Eligary sneered, slowly stood up, and the breeze lifted him up. I would like to formally introduce myself. I am Eligary, the leader of the Iron Forest Guild. Today, I welcome you all to the Iron Forest, and in return, I ask you all to stay here forever. Chapter 47. The Iron Forest Guild. With the appearance of its president, Eligary, the atmosphere at the scene became more solemn. Eligary? Urza and the others were stunned, and they sneered at this person's bold words. But they did not underestimate the enemy. Eligary, surrender, you will not be able to escape today. Myra Jane put her hands on her hips, looking fierce. Are you stalling for your time? Or are you waiting for those little mice? Eligary sneered and directly exposed their tricks. I really didn't expect that a little girl would cause such a big trouble, but after all, she brought it to the door herself. Arisa frowned, feeling a little uneasy. I don't know whether it came from Eligary or Grey and others. No matter what, now, what we have to do is to make a quick decision. Once Eligary is solved, everything will be easy. Coincidentally, Myra Jane also looked over, and the two nodded implicitly. The next moment, 2 figures suddenly shot out, and the target was Eligary above. The long sword crossed the sky, the sword energy flashed, and a little cold light flashed. The darkness was like a soul, like a shadow, entangled, one bright and one dark, urging dazzling. The speed was so fast that it was hard to keep up. Eligary's heart jumped suddenly, his scalp was numb, and the death sickle in his hand turned quickly. A hurricane quickly condensed, and the wind blade burst out. Boom! The next moment, there was a loud noise above, and the whole building shook, as if it had been hit violently, and rubble and debris kept falling. The surrounding walls were full of cracks. Great, so fast! Elfman and Lysina were stunned. They only saw 2 figures rising from the ground, and then a terrifying energy burst out, almost blowing them away. Is this their strength? Too strong. They are totally incomparable, the difference is too big. Is this an S-Class wizard? In the air, Urza, Myra Jane and others were facing each other, and Eligary was opposite them with a solemn expression. In the previous battle, he seemed to be at a disadvantage. With a serious face, he said, your strength is not comparable to that of ordinary S-Class wizards. But then I won't be polite. Add, strengthen. Eligary was shocked, his body began to tremble violently, he was a little crazy, his eyes were bloodshot, and the momentum around him also became violent. Ah! With a long roar, Eligary suddenly moved, and disappeared almost instantly. The next moment, he appeared above Myra Jane, slashing down with his sickle wrapped in wind blades. Be careful! Arisa's eyelids jumped. Dark barrier. At the critical moment, it was still Mirajana's mind that moved, and a dark barrier emerged. Bang! Mirage flew out and hit the wall, leaving a big hole. However, there were not many problems. Why did his strength suddenly increase so much? Mirage frowned and asked in confusion. Urza analyzed it carefully for a while and explained softly it should be some forbidden magic that makes him fall into a violent state and paralyze his 5 senses, so as to improve his strength in a short time. Let's go together. Facing the enemy, the two chose to fight together. At this time, Su Chen and Wu Lu were standing at the highest point of the town's church, with the breeze blowing on their faces, warm and comfortable. Boom! The movement not far away can be clearly felt here. There seems to be a familiar smell. After carefully feeling it, Wu Lu frowned and pondered. It seemed that he had felt this breath somewhere before, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Hearing this, Su Chen curled his lips and said meaningfully, "An old friend, but I didn't expect him to appear here." His eyes fell on a certain place in the town intentionally or unintentionally. There, he felt a familiar breath and the power of dreams. There was only one person who could make him feel this way. Irene. You watch here, I'm going to meet this old friend. Su Chen warned Wu Lu, and flew in that direction. In the Iron Forest, Urza and Myra are enough, not to mention Kanna. In a house somewhere. Irene was following the progress of the battle. Capturing Wendy was just a spur-of-the-moment decision for her. Because Wendy is one of the few dragon slayers, she got interested and just conquered a dark guild. Unexpectedly, it was just a casual move. It attracted Fairy Tale. Involuntarily, a majestic and sacred figure emerged in her mind, which has been influencing her subtly. She has been resisting. However, she tried every means, but to no avail. This dream is like a maggot on the tarsal bone, which can't be shaken off, making her very anxious. Involuntarily, she bit her teeth lightly and said fiercely, "Damn it, if I catch you, I will definitely torture you. Skinning and cramping are all light, and you actually want to influence my thinking. Skinning and cramping. I didn't expect you to hate me so much. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Could it be that Our Lady Irene has fallen in love with me?" Just then, a frivolous voice sounded in the room, echoing in Irene's ears. Who? Irene was startled. Her voice was so cold that it made people feel like they were in the ice and snow in winter. What? Is this your attitude when you see your master? The door suddenly opened and Su Chen walked in with a playful smile on his face. It's you. Seeing Su Chen, Irene was slightly stunned. Her face looked extremely ugly. She didn't even know someone was approaching her. Doesn't that mean that his strength is above hers? Thinking of what Su Chen said before, Irene's face suddenly darkened, her eyes filled with anger, and she gritted her teeth and said, "It was you who did it." "That's right, it's me." Su Chen shrugged and admitted it generously. "What on earth do you want?" "It's very simple." Su Chen walked forward slowly, stretched out his hand and gently pinched Irene's chin. His tone was a little frivolous. "I want you to be mine." Chapter 48. Su Chen's somewhat frivolous tone made Irene frown. The next moment, a terrifying aura burst out from Irene's body, and her eyes were fixed on Su Chen. It seemed that she would deliver a fatal blow in the next moment. Facing Irene's outburst, Su Chen just sneered, and a green light lingered on his fingertips, which flashed and disappeared into Irene's body. Ah! Instantly, Irene in front of her covered her head, wailed, and her body softened, falling to the ground. The previous momentum dissipated. That scene appeared again, a figure as sacred as a god. In front of him, she could not muster the slightest power to resist, and even had the urge to surrender willingly. She suppressed the throbbing in her heart, looked up at Su Chen, but her eyes became even colder. He. Now you understand, you are no longer a threat to me. Su Chen said slowly with a smile. Irene looked at him coldly and asked, "What did you do to me?" "It's just a little trick, don't be surprised." Looking at this iceberg-like woman, Su-Chen smiled. Then he asked, okay, we've had enough fun. Tell me, what is the purpose of your coming here? Why do you want to help Iron Forest? Irene glared at him and didn't struggle. Su-Chen was right. She was not a threat at all in front of Su-Chen. She couldn't even raise any resistance. It seemed that she had accepted her fate. She drew a sneer and said with her red lips, it doesn't hurt to tell you, but I saw that this little girl was a dragon slayer, so I became interested, so I conquered a dark guild. I didn't expect that this guild would do more harm than good. Su-Chen looked at her strangely. What a powerful reason, just because she looked at Wendy more in the crowd. However, she herself is the most powerful dragon slayer. She was actually interested in Wendy. Then why did you come to the kingdom of Fiori? Shouldn't you be in the western continent, serving as one of the 12 holy shields? Suddenly, Su-Chen thought of Irene's identity and asked in confusion. Hearing this question, Irene turned her head away, as if she didn't want to answer it. She stretched out her fingers to pinch her chin, diverting her gaze to meet Su-Chen's clear eyes. The other hand slowly moved down along her cheek. I can't believe that she is still in such good shape even though she is over 400 years old. I don't mind if something happens here. What do you think? Su-Chen's tone was very calm, so calm that there was no trace of fluctuation. His fingers continued to move down, and when they passed the key parts, his body trembled violently. Enough! I said. Irene was filled with grief and anger, her body trembled, and she shouted angrily. After that, she lowered her head as if she was discouraged. After a while, she raised her head and said slowly, I came to the kingdom of Fiori to find King Spriggan. The king of Albaraz is missing. We, the 12 shieldmen, will go find the king after fulfilling our duties. Spear Ivan. Su-Chen remembered that this person seemed to be the black magician Gerald. He was indeed not in the kingdom, and it seemed that he only returned at the end of the plot. And he seemed to be wandering around the kingdom of Fiori. How many of the 12 shieldmen came? Irene bit her lip and said resignedly, I don't know. We all acted on our own. So? Su-Chen muttered, not caring, just the 12 shield masters. He asked a few more questions, but didn't get the answers he wanted. It seemed that she really didn't know. He lost interest. Okay, go now. Irene suddenly looked up and looked at Su-Chen in disbelief. Are you really going to let me go? What, you want to stay here and have something happen with me? I welcome you very much. Su-Chen said jokingly. You won't kill me? Irene asked again, somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, the two should be enemies. Su-Chen raised his hand, gently stroked her cheek, and said softly, but I said, I want you and everything about you, how can I bear to give you up? You're dreaming. Irene said coldly. Perhaps she was worried that Su-Chen would really do something to her, so she stood up and walked out the door. When she reached the door, her body paused. May I have your name? Su-Chen. Su-Chen curled his lips and replied with a chuckle. Okay, I'll remember you. Giving him a cold look, Irene turned and left. Shaking his head, Su-Chen retracted his gaze. He knew a little about Irene's past, and she was also a pitiful person. He just didn't know what the dream would change her into. However, it is undeniable that her figure is still good. At this time, in the Iron Forest, Urza and Myra Jane were fighting fiercely with Elijah. After falling into frenzy, Elijah seemed to have become a machine that only knew how to fight. The sword blade didn't feel any pain on his body. And his combat power suddenly rose a level. The two were caught off guard. However, it was only a matter of time to defeat him. Once this frenzy period was over, the battle would be over. Inside the Iron Forest, Gray, Leo, Wendy, and the others were looking for Xiaolulu. Along the way, by interrogating the nearby guards, they finally confirmed that Xiaolulu was imprisoned in the dungeon ahead. Fortunately, the iron forest did not torture her. However, behind the road where everyone was walking, a figure quietly emerged, watching the backs of the group. He sneered, "Haha, the president's plan is still good. But these people seem difficult to deal with. Why not start with the youngest one? As long as we hold this little girl hostage, the others will be easy to deal with. Hehe, I'm so smart." Chapter 49. Gray and the others walked forward for a few minutes and arrived at the dungeon. However, they encountered enemies here, including members of the Iron Forest, Piatu and Kageyama. "We've been waiting for you for a long time, little mouse, don't let us down." Kageyama laughed evilly, leaning against the wall with his slender figure, looking extremely confident. Piatu next to him also looked at the two of them with a playful look on his face. It seemed that he was sure of victory. The president's arrangement is really thoughtful. Not only does it improve our strength, but it also allows us to wait and see. As a member of the Iron Forest, we have to sacrifice our lives for the president. Everyone. This guy is so dramatic. He looks like a winner before the fight even starts. It's really annoying. Let me wake him up. Natsu saw the fight and immediately rushed forward excitedly, his hands burning with flames. Bang! Kageyama kicked Natsu mercilessly to the side. He said coldly, "Kid, who are you looking down on? Go home and eat milk for a few more days." Tisk, it's useless. Gray laughed, and the next moment, a chill came over him, making him shiver. Ice shape, ice spear stab. An ice figure made of ice blocks rose from the ground and rushed towards Kageyama in a flash. Although Gray and Leo both learned ice shape magic, there are still some differences. Gray's shapes are mostly static objects. Leo's shapes are mostly living objects, but both of them are very strong, there is no doubt about that. As for Natsu, he is still working hard to learn magic, and his strength is not very good, but the dragon-slaying magic he learned is very powerful. After all, it is said to be able to slay dragons. Back to the point. Gray hit the target with one blow, and Kageyama didn't expect to be hit so suddenly. The whole person was pushed against the wall and his body was almost pierced. He wailed in pain. Damn it! Seeing this, Piatu next to him roared and used magic to kill him. Ice shield. Leo stretched out his hand and shouted coldly. A shield made of ice appeared in front of him, easily blocking the attack. Ice shape. He waved his hand again, and several large birds made of ice appeared around him, rushing over and hitting Piatu directly. Wow, that's amazing! Wendy, who was behind him, had stars in her eyes and was very surprised. Now, at this moment, Pyrrhica, who had been hiding underground, saw the opportunity and jumped out from underground, aiming at Wendy. A huge monster suddenly jumped out in front of him, and Wendy was completely frightened, his brain went blank, and his body was shaking. Help! 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 Hey, little girl, be good! Pyrrhica's face showed a sense of success. There was a gothic Lolita as old as Wendy next to him. What strength did she have? At such a close distance, he didn't believe that others would be able to rescue her in time. By the time they arrived, he had already succeeded. Victory ultimately belongs to the Iron Forest. Wendy. The sudden scene shocked everyone. Gray and others' faces changed. They were careless. The people of the Iron Forest were so despicable. Kageyama and Piatu in the distance also smiled. But the next moment, the situation suddenly changed. Kanna, who had been following Wendy, suddenly appeared in front of Wendy. With a calm face, he said coldly, "Sign." With a light leap, his small fist contained great power, and he directly smashed into her body. Boom! With a loud noise, the terrifying power exploded, causing her to wail, and then turned into a stream of light that broke through layers of buildings and finally disappeared into the sky. Like a meteor, it streaked across the sky and never appeared again. Quiet. The scene was silent, and Gray and the others' faces twitched. They forgot that KANNA-CHAN had always been with Wendy, so how could something happen to her? You know, Kanna's strength is something that even Myra Jane and Urza don't want to mention. The two of them together are not her opponent. Gray and Leo have a deep understanding of this. The two have challenged Kanna more than once, and the result is the same, they were severely beaten. Natsu was sweating all over. KANNA-CHAN looks cute and not aggressive, but she is unexpectedly so strong. KANNA-CHAN, you are so awesome. After Wendy came to her senses, her eyes turned into little stars again, looking at KANNA-CHAN. Thank you, Kanna. Then, he thanked Kanna solemnly. Kanna shook her head. Wendy is Kanna's friend. Yet. Hearing this, Wendy nodded happily, and then hugged Kanna. Wendy likes Kanna the most. Kageyama and another person next to him were petrified. What the hell is this? Next. Gray and Leo quickly dealt with the two people without any mercy. If you do it, you have to bear the consequences. Okay, Wendy, let's go find Xiaolulu. Gray reminded. 2 minutes later, the group finally found Xiaolulu. But when they saw Xiaolulu, everyone was stunned except Wendy and Connor. Is Xiaolulu a cat? Or a talking cat? Yes, Xiaolulu is Wendy's good friend and family member. Wendy nodded repeatedly. Inside the Iron Forest, the battle continued, but at this time, Eligol's frenzy seemed to have ended, and he had regained consciousness. His fighting power also dropped. Urza, Myra, we have succeeded. Gray and his group ran out from the Iron Forest and shouted to Urza and Myra. Very good. Then let's decide the outcome with one move. Urza and Myra nodded and turned to look at Eligary with murderous intent on their faces. Ha 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 ha, little one, come out. Eligary knew that he was doomed to fail, and laughed loudly. In an instant, more than a dozen guild members rushed out from the surroundings. Compared with the previous members, these people had no life on their faces, as if they were dead. They surrounded Urza and others. For some reason, a sense of crisis rose from their hearts. The Star of God collapses. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from outside the Iron Forest, containing a powerful force. Chapter 50. The Star of God collapses. A cold voice lingered in the town, and everyone heard it clearly. The voice was cold and distant. It made people absolutely sure that the person who said this must be an iceberg beauty. In the town, all the residents were surprised for a while, but then they didn't find anything unusual. In the end, they continued to live a leisurely and fulfilling life as usual, running for life. In the Iron Forest, everyone was stunned when they heard this voice. They couldn't help but stop. However, it seemed that they didn't find anything unusual. Urza and others were a little confused, but they didn't care much. No matter how strong it was, Su Chen was here, and he would hold up the sky even if it fell. Is this a trick of the Iron Forest? They want to take advantage of this opportunity to achieve some purpose. Myra Jane asked in confusion. Who cares? Let's kill him first. Urza shook her head and looked at Eligary, who was full of fighting spirit. Okay. After thinking about it, Myra felt that Urza was right. How could they be distracted by the battle? After saying that, the two of them were ready to rush forward again and deal with the members around them first. At this moment, Ulu's voice came in. Everyone, hurry up and get out of here. Ulu's voice was urgent, as if something major had happened, which made everyone dare not neglect it. They couldn't help but get nervous. Something major must have happened. Want to leave? Haha, come on, blow them up. Eligary also heard Wulu's voice, sneered, and his face looked very ferocious. Immediately, he gave an order, and the members of the MUNA below rushed towards Urza and others like crazy, as if they were controlled by someone. The magic power on their bodies also seemed violent and crazy. Oh no, these are magic bombs, hurry up. Miraj's heart suddenly jumped, and when he saw these people, he seemed to think of something, and his face changed drastically. Magic bomb! Gray and the others were stunned for a moment, as if they were trying to recall what a magic bomb was. But the next moment, everyone's face changed. A magic bomb is a powerful person who seals some powerful magic on some dead soldiers, and then these dead soldiers use their own magic to detonate it. The power depends on the strength of the sealed magic. But now, the palpitation in front of them makes everyone feel uneasy. Obviously, the power of this magic bomb must be amazing. Buzz! Arisa changed her clothes in an instant, and put on her strongest defensive armor in front of the bomber. Myra Jane also reacted. Seeing the actions of the two, everyone cast their strongest defensive magic in front. KANNA-CHAN did not choose to attack, but watched from the side. She always remembered what Su-chen said when she came here, if you can avoid attacking, don't attack, this is for their own good. Boom! The next moment, a violent explosion sounded, and everything within a radius of several hundred meters disappeared, leaving only a large black pit. Ahem, ahem. A glimmer of light appeared in the pit. It was the armor on Urza's body. Is everyone okay? Urza asked quickly. It's okay, just a little scrape. Gray and the others shook their heads. Although they survived such a violent explosion, they were still somewhat injured. I will heal everyone. At this time, Wendy stepped forward, her hands flashing with soft light, making people feel particularly comfortable. Everyone realized that Wendy could actually perform healing magic. Healing magic is very rare, but also very popular. If there is a healing magician in the guild, it will reduce a lot of casualties. Wendy, aren't you a dragon slayer? Urza asked in confusion. Yes, but I only know healing magic now. Wendy said obediently. Is everyone okay? Let's evacuate here quickly. The explosion attracted Wu Lu. But her face was a little serious. The first thing she did when she came was to ask everyone to evacuate. Sister Wulu, what happened? Mylaja asked hurriedly. Look up. Wulu pointed to the sky. Above the sky, a big fireball slowly emerged, growing from the size of a fist to the size of a watermelon. It was getting bigger and bigger. It seemed to be falling. And the target of the landing was this town. Everyone changed color. Once it fell, no one could escape. No one doubted the power of this alien. When could it be? The star of God collapses. Everyone couldn't help but think of what they had heard before. Wu Lu nodded seriously. She didn't know who started it, but Su-chen certainly knew it. And evacuating was Su-chen's suggestion. In short, the guild members evacuated first. Whether the town below could survive depended on whether they could stop it. Wulu, do you want me to help? Kanna looked up at the growing fireball and asked. Su-chen said leave it to him, let's retreat first. Oh. Kanna believed Su-chen's words 100%. Buzz. As the fireball got closer and closer, the air around it seemed to be trembling, giving people a strong sense of oppression and making people feel a little breathless. When Yulu and others saw this, they quickly retreated. The people in the town also discovered it, but it was too late. At this moment, a figure soared into the sky, flapping its colorful wings. It was Su-chen. Looking at the huge fireball, he had the urge to beat Irene hard. Irene couldn't do anything to herself, so she could only take a roundabout approach and launch an indiscriminate attack on Fairy Tail. Because she knew that once this happened, Su-chen would definitely take action. In this way, the goal would be achieved. It would be best to kill Su-chen with one blow. Unfortunately, you made a wrong calculation. Looking at the fireball getting closer and closer, Su-chen's right hand twisted and turned into a dragon claw, ferocious and powerful. The power of the natural dragon surged in his body. He clenched his fist suddenly. The iron fist of the natural dragon. He punched decisively. Boom!